Chapter 51 Supermarket Business. The days of loyalty to the opening of the chain. The opening of October 1st, that is, when the opening is just on August 15th. So when they open, some mooncake is also a matter of very good. After Luo Sheng, he immediately discussed two people with Dong Yuosheng and Liang Guofu. Dong Yuosheng and Liang Guofeng heard Luo Sheng to be a mooncake, immediately found some hands and foot in the village, ready to let them learn to make mooncakes. Dong Yuosheng and Liang Guofu are very worried about learning to make mooncakes. Now this time, masters who are doing mooncakes in the state-owned food factory have begun to get busy. Where to find mooncakes? This big problem. However, two of them worried that Luo Sheng laughed. To say other things, Luo Sheng may not be a way to make the method, but the mooncake is something, and Luo Sheng can be said to be familiar. When Luo Sheng, the daughter-in-law, is born in the past, every time I have to go to August 15th, his wife will do some 5 mooncakes at home. The process and crafts that are made, Luo Sheng can even fall back. But Luo Sheng did not say this, but smiled and said, "Since you have to make mooncakes, I have already asked people to understand. My mother's classmates are working in the first food factory. She has put the way I will give it to me. When I talk to them, I can make it. It is very simple to do, as long as you have raw materials. There is no problem. There is no need to make too many people. For the oven, temporarily set up 8 people. Now this time, we have made the mooncake. After the August 15th, find a time, let these 8 people go out to learn the new pastries, and let them become special creates pastries. People. Liang Guofu and Dong Yuosheng were happy. They immediately selected 8 women interested in making pastry, and sent Luo Sheng to Luo Sheng. After some familiar knowledge, Luo Sheng said to several rural women, "It is not difficult to make mooncakes, even very simple. As long as some of these techniques, it will be very easy." Yulong mooncake is the most known in the various mooncakes. Due to the stuffing, peach kernel, peanut oil, maren and melon seeds are named. It has the characteristics of ingredients: more skin stuff, delicious, not easy to break, easy to carry. This mooncake is drum, and the pattern is clear. The pattern is clear, the shape is positive, not broken, not stuffed. The corner is clear, the surface is golden, there is no white point, the color is uniform. The grease is gossip. The edges I voted brown-red on the bottom. Sweet taste, soft and crisp, with a variety of ruthenia. This August festival is coming. In order to save time, we only do this taste of mooncakes, waiting for the August festival. You can go out to learn other pastry production technology. In the future, if there is not much accident, you will enter the food department of Loyal Food and Intensive Supermarkets, which specializes in making a variety of pastries. After Luo Sheng said, several women got a room for making mooncakes, and they could start a demonstration. While explaining these women, boiled syrup should use thick white sugar, because coarse white sugar is a double sugar, white crystal, and the particles are uniform, high, no odorant, easy to dissolve in water. It is organic acid. The mixture of glucose and fructose can be made underheated, so it is also known as the transformed sugar. Add citrate to boil sugar to make the cake skin return oil, and the color is golden, soft and shining, but put more taste. Okay, taste is too acid, put the biscuits are hard. First, the white sugar is put into the pot, mix the water, boil, add fresh lemon juice when the sugar is completely dissolved, and then boil after the fire. Turn a small fire, no longer stir. Finally, cook it to the yellow color, slightly somewhat thick. After Luo Sheng made a syrup, he told them that these syrups could be added to the flour and oil after cool, and after fusion of the needs. Add water, small soda and sputum powder, water, mooncake. The cakes are doing well. As for the 5 kernels of almonds, peach kernels, peanut benevolence, maren and guzhiren, put these things into the oven, roast the fragrance. After the ruthenium is crushed, stirring with the raisin oil and flour sugar, it is a filling after making it. After using the skin, all the filling is allowed to enter, and then use the mold to press the mold. The mooncake is produced. When the mooncake is on, it is necessary to preheat the oven for 5 minutes, then put it into the mooncake. After the baking, you have to take the mooncake out to brush a layer of egg liquid, then bake the 3 or 3 minutes. The time the mooncake is made. After making the mooncake, you have to take it out. You can get rid of it. Luo Sheng handed his hand to the 8 women's mooncake production. Unfortunately, his self-made mooncake still has no pretty women. Let him be speechless. But after all, these women learned to make 5 mooncakes. I made a total of 180 mooncakes on the same day. Luo Sheng took 30 pieces. He would take this delicious mooncake to give his parents and the 2 grand fast. After the fairness of the flagship store of the loyalty, the flagship store of the supermarket chain supermarket, Luo Sheng passed the guidance of Jiang Shan. Luo Sheng walked lightly, and said with 2 people who followed Wang Bo and Hong Bin, saying, the area of supermarket goods, the area of various items is very different. The main market entrance is the thinner. The supermarket should pay attention to the entrance, because it is the place where the customer is first seen when you enter the shopping area. The minimum of the minimum shelf is the cheapest, followed by placed on both ends of the shelf, and again is the low-cost label on ordinary shelves. The most basic of the shelves, of course, less clean and neat. If the goods are full of dust, they are messy. Let customers get the hand, don't buy it. Satisfaction is half. So we have to wipe the shelf and goods in your own place, and you can reach the well, you can reach the dust, neat ordered. Let the customer have satisfied and happy. Customers will also choose to walk everywhere when picking items, go shopping. At this time, we should try to know the public needs. More people buy or need brand goods must put in the forefront. Let customers pass by, and clearly see it, attract customers to come to watch. To achieve mutual benefit, it is convenient for customers, and has also increased profitability. Of course, each customer is worthy of favor, quality, and more concerned about the price. So the price indicates or price stickers must be clear. The price is better than the possible marking. Let each customer don't even have a good eye. You can see all kinds of commodity prices and reach reasonably. Careful classification of goods is certainly essential, such as the toothbrush should be placed in a piece, the soy sauce is placed to a piece. In order to make customers easily find the same type of item, make the customer easy Lenovo need this item if it is necessary to achieve a multi-selling effect. Some products with higher profits, we must of course be more conspicuous, neat. In order to achieve an attractive eye, you can put some unique shapes, formula differently. It can lead to our payment to achieve better gains. Under normal circumstances, a customer will first take into account the things I want, so the store should have the basic requirements of the product to retain customers. In addition, you must master the principles that are easy to see, because there is a customer's own goods in the store, but it is also possible to lose business opportunities because it is difficult. The so-called easy to see is the label is facing the front, and it is not blocked by other goods. The following items use a opened labeling, easy to take. Customers will be confirmed to purchase the goods before they purchase, so it is easy to buy and easily buy. Therefore, you must pay special attention to a high male employee who is high, and the goods are too high, so that most women can't get goods. Furthermore, you must pay attention to the principle that you can easily put back, avoiding only one item to destroy the entire display. Luo Sheng sprinkled a lot. Wang Bo listened to the fog in the cloud, and did not understand it at all, and there was so many more attention to the food chain store. So many state-owned stores did not see any a family like Luo Sheng said. After the discussion of all people of the faith, the flagship store of Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets opened, and finally fixed a date 18. The Loyal plaque is full of red banners, and the Jiangqing Materials Bureau congratulates the opening of the Loyalty and surrounding chain. Jiangqing Commercial Bureau congratulates Loyalty Company Macropening. Next to a huge banner, it is a group of gifts. These welcome people are beautiful little girls, They are wearing green cheongsam, slanted red silk ribbon, happy shopping, rest assured shopping, loyal food, rest assured food, communication products, qualified products. These little girls are a huge red carpet in front of them, and they will pass directly to the gate of the supermarket. These welcoming little girls have a favorable list of loyal food and surrounding supermarkets, and I will send it to the watch to watch the lively people, and tell them that the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets will open at 8:18. Welcome them, buy goods in it. When the loyalty of the food and surrounding chains, Luo Sheng also made a series of preferential activities in order to give back to the full love of Jiangqing. Activity 1. Entered the store to buy 3 yuan or more goods can receive a lottery ticket. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, you can participate in the loyal food and surrounding chain to open a lottery. Event 2. Call the slogan to scents and fruit. Just read the loyalty food, rest assured food, communications company, integrity company. You can get a kg of sand fruits for free, and the sand did not send it. Activity 3. Proposing to DIY, as long as it is proposed, and is able to obtain a gift package of loyal food and smuggling of 10 yuan. Activity 4. Mid-Autumn Festival. On October 1st, it is the August 15th, on August 15th, and purchase the 50 yuan money vouchers in the loyal food and surrounding chains. You can get the extra vouchers of 10 yuan, and can participate in the Zonqiu reward in the middle of the loyal food and surrounding supermarket month event. These include the authentic Wuren mooncakes, a string of grapes, a piece of watermelon, and the addition of melon peanuts, etc. Event 7. Chapter 52 is unprecedented at 8:18 and 19 seconds on 1982. The Faithful Food and Surrounding Supermarket announced officially open. Although there is no scribing activity, there is no gun, but it has a good situation in the pre-publicity, and there is an unprecedented situation in the event. When he was united at first, hundreds of people were waiting in line outside, and that the scene can be said to be quite spectacular. From the gate of the loyalty to the supermarket, it has been rushed to the street position of the other street, and there is a turn of the team. Dong Yuosheng and Wang Bo accompanied Luo Sheng to look at the people who took the shoulders in the distance. Unknown has already asked, as many activities, then a big money spent out. Why not please lead us to this side to cut this? Don't put tens of thousands of firecrackers. Luo Sheng looked at Wang Bo, and looked at Dong Yuosheng. He smiled and replied, please can't ask it. Even if you don't spend any money, you will give you some things. Please take a few leaders the cost. It is very high. Please don't ask who is a problem. If there is that money, it is better to subside to the people in the form of doing activities. The people get benefits, and they will consider the faith when they buy things. Food chain supermarket. Luo Sheng suddenly continued to say, as for the things of the gun and this, the large supermarkets we have opened. If you put the gun, you should buy tens of thousands of firecrackers. When you put it out, you will not listen to a ring. The smoke generated by the firecracker is not good to say that the wreckage of the firecrackers also needs a few people to be responsible for cleaning. Not only labor is hurt, but there is no benefit. If there is a little child, the child is not ringing the firecracker, it is also a troubles. The supermarket itself is winning by the quantity and quality prices of the goods. It is not a few leaders to make the supermarket hot, and it will not be much. Firecrackers are booming. Seeing New Jiangbin, the construction police station help the police to maintain order, let people queue into the Faith supermarket. Luo Sheng smiled and said, you too, our supermarkets. The people of the police station come here to help. Do you know what this is this? Wang Bo turned over Luo Sheng, said to say, don't you know the 2 police officers? Do you take those police officers to help? For Luo Sheng selling Guanzis look, Wang Bo is very bored. There is a point to say, not to pack the big tail wolf and his show. I admit that your little scorpion is enchanting. Luo Sheng glanced at Wang Bo at a glance, said, the police station is a national institution. It is also a person who can be able to take a lot of people. After you have learned, you will not be joked by other people. It is the high boost of the police station, and the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets are opened. At least there will be a few thousand people to shop here. If there is a problem, it is a big problem. Nowadays, the police people are active. They come out to maintain public security, that is to give yourself to reduce trouble. If we have any problems on the opening of us, it is something that makes them a headache. Also, I also said with Gao Bing, if he can promote Baxi District Police Bureau at the end of the year Deputy Director, when the loyalty to the fishery chain will give them a number of families of the police officers, he naturally does not want us to come here. Wang Bo touched his head. For Luo Sheng's words, there is not much understanding, but it is also what Luo Sheng said. Looking at many people but I walked with Sword Duo, and Dong Yuosheng brows, and asked, loyalty. You see those people they don't buy anything. However, I still took a pound of sand fruit. If you do this, is it not lost? Luo Sheng shrugged a hand and said, if you lose money, can you pay for money? If they have a penny, I will take it away. I certainly have to pay money. Wang Bo hated Luo Sheng, and the attitude was bad. If you can still lose money, say your dog is laughing, your boy is getting out, you have seen money. Luo Sheng gave Wang Boxi a note. While playing, he said with a smile, hey, 3, you still have a dog to laugh. Don't I pay money? After that, Luo Sheng turned to the Dong Yuosheng Road. Uncle, let you talk. I said that I will send people free of charge. Can you make money? Then possible? Dong Yuosheng black face revealed a very unhealthy expression. He looked at Luo Sheng. He looked at Wang Bo. He said slowly, loyalty. I think you are right. Your kid monkey pointer, no matter what is doing, you will not be able to take the money, even if you send things in the supermarket. I don't think you are paying money. Luo Sheng looked at two people, and said with the finger, there was a model. The price on the market in the city is a pound of a pound, 1 pound, 1,000 people, then it is 1,000 pounds, that is, $150. If 2,000 people receive it, it is 2,000 pounds, that is, $300. This is not a matter of paying money. You can still use the kind of vision to see me? Question mark. Cut. Wang Bo's head is yang. The big mouth has been said for a long said, collapse your received ghosts. It's still 2,000 pounds to pay 300 pieces. Sandy is who bought anyone to buy. You forgot. Will you have to find a person who is unclear? This year, the sand fruit of the forest scene is hardened, but because there is no transportation tool, they cannot sell it. Wholesale prices are quite a pounds. I and Bai Shai is large number of sand fruit, only 3 points per catty. To you here is a 5 penalty. Even if it is 2,000 pounds of sand fruit, the cost is not 60 yuan. Wang Bo thought that the truth of Luo Sheng lies, and the eyebrow dance looks like Luo Sheng feels shameful. For Wang Bo, the behavior of the old bottom of Wang Bo, Luo Sheng is deeply evil. His face is poor, and the tone is slightly improved. You have to buy sand fruit over for 2 days. These 2 days of salary is not the money. How much you are going on? Is it calculated? Is it possible to do it? Is it possible to calculate it? Come on the road. 1 island 3 points for each pound. Your money is made. And how many times you said with you to read more, you have to put the lining. Hey. When the south is now, Luo Sheng's mother Wang Yaking will buy a lot. She likes to eat this fruit from a child. The southern pear skin is thick, and the flesh is delicate, and there is a sweet and delicious taste when eating. The fruit sample of the northeast is very small. Only when it is seasonal, it can eat the fruit season, and the south is one of them. Although the bamboo plate is a suburban, but the farmers planting the south pear are not. The most cultivated home is the cherry, apricot and sand fruit, which is the most, because these 3 trees need people to manage. Time is very small. Bamboo plate and Fulong do not have this Newton bear. Luo Sheng will let the people of the Faith Company to listen to where there is a Newton bear. The next day, the riding sales of the fish came from Good News. They contacted the farm of the 2 households, and they had a Newton pear tree. Luo Sheng directly told them someone who rode the fish, as long as it passed over there, he would buy a few pounds of Newton pears. Through the riding selling fish, Liu Sheng heard about the cheap news of the sand fruit, so decided to engage in an event open to send sands. Flour less money, do something, make people happy, such a thing. Once there will be chances. Liu Sheng decided to do it. When is the same? I bought it without selling. But Liu Sheng is now more emphasis on many money to sell more money. Thousands of gold buy horses. They are not lost. Only these things, and Wang Bodong Yuozhong said they will not understand temporarily. Everything needs him slowly guided. We don't go in to see the sales inside? Wang Boyi heard Liu Sheng, that let him read more. His headache immediately opened the topic. This bear child, take a study to talk about things, at all. There is no look. This is coming. Who is the outside? Let him have some unclear. Liu Sheng said that Wang Bo said, do you have a good look? We have seen it several times in it, and if there is any change, can you change? Seeing Wang Bo's mouth, Liu Sheng said with his nose, we go in addition to adding trouble to those employees, there is no help. We still go home to eat sand fruit. Now a lot of good things. Don't eat, etc. Chapter 53 Brand Conception. One day, the Faith Chain supermarket ushered in the opening of the door. After Hongbin's statistics on the evening of October 1st, the turnover of the Faithful Chain supermarket was even more than 4,876 for Horde 3. Since the number of goods sold is too much, how much is the specific profitability is still unable to make accurate statistics, but according to the profit margin of at least 1 point, at least $400 in this day, that is, Loyal Food. The first gun in the mixed supermarket started. For the sales of Loyal Food and surrounding chains, the sales of such a level can achieve such a level, although the dog is tired, but his heart has been excited. Now this time is 8 seconds. Everyone's salary is about $1, and the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets have earned at least $400 a day. It is an astronomical figure. With the surge in sales, the replenishment will be tired of the salesperson, and even the words can be used in crazy replenishment. Hongbin announced that this 3 days from October 1st, the salesperson's salary is doubled, and the holiday benefits of the supermarket are doubled. It is precisely because of this reason, on October 2nd and October 3rd, the salesperson of Loyal Food and surrounding chain can be filled with the goods, and the account record is clearly clear. Let Hongbin feel the terrorism. October 2nd and on October 3rd, the daily turnover has a step, and the turnover in October 2nd has broken through the mark of $5,000, reaching the horror, 5,137 cents, while the turnover on October 3rd has surged to 5,500 yuan. Although Liu Sheng repeatedly said that this number was because of the new opening of the supermarket on October 15th this holiday, but that is really a real money. This kind of snoring of Jiangqing Sheng Chain supermarket has completely subverted the opening of the mall of Jiangqing, and also relayed the foundation for the opening of the other shopping malls in the later generation. In the next period, the sales of Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets have declined a large decline, and Liu Sheng is estimated, and sales have fallen to $3,000 in sales. Sales came down. Hongbin also slammed the management of supermarkets, and the rest of the small chain supermarkets under Hongbin's command. One of the openings, almost every large factory, a Loyal Food and surrounding store. The biggest advantage of Loyal Food and surrounding chain is that people have people have me, but also good quality. As long as you want to buy something, you will leave your requirements in Loyalty. Loyalty will transfer these requirements you wrote to the headquarters of Loyal Food, recorded by Hongbin's heads down. Contact your store or call the outside world. The types of food and daily necessities. Liu Sheng basically makes a complete set, but some things have some small trouble when they purchase. The meat is supplied in the 1980s. Even if Liu Sheng has launched a large-scale acquisition in the 10 miles, but the supply and demand of meat does not reach a state in which the supply and demand is balanced. But Liu Sheng's food chain has fish sold, and even accepts advanced booking services. As long as I want to be a fish today, I want to be a fish in advance, and Liu Sheng and Luo Sheng's food chain will put the fish you need in the next day on the next day. Among the loyal food and surround chain store is the most refreshing thing that all the goods are distributed to each shelf, and after entering the food store, there is no service personnel at the counter. Each item has a small price check. You have to buy, directly take down the goods, put it in the shopping basket, and check out the position of the door. At this time, there is no technique of the scan code of the later generation. This is also a kind of welfare of Luo Sheng, at least in this era, has created a new trend of payment according to the sticked price. Go to the store to buy the product, not only the various things, and the attitude of the service personnel is quite bad. It seems to be owed by them. The waiters in the Staytown shop are official employees, even if they are not good. There is no problem. Luo Sheng does this food chain store, absolutely with advanced philosophy, but also advocates that customers are God's ideas. Let people who come to shop can feel a feeling of home. According to the price check, the goods can be selected, what can be used in the phase. This is a new model, which makes people have a new sense of consumer. It is because of such a reason, the branch of loyal food and surrounding supermarkets, that is, the Kung Fu, attracted the eyes of factory workers and staff employees. These employees and family, the city's food and department stores are not go. The money in the hand and all the tickets are basically consumed to loyal food and surrounding chains. Luo Sheng's food chain successfully landed in Jiangqing, and also brought a new vitality to Jiangqing. It can be said that 80% of Jiangqing knows that there is a distinctive chain store in Jiangqing. Although Luo Sheng's supermarket now operates a lot, because of the low salary of this era, everyone's daily salary is more than 1 yuan, and there is almost no amount of labor costs, and rent is less like this time. It is the price of $200 in the firing of the flagship store. How much is Luo Sheng's most payable, but pays attention to the brand of faith? Many times, the benefits of brand effects are much larger than short-term income. For the establishment of the brand, Luo Sheng is very concerned, no matter when it is, as long as it is a loyal product. It must be best. As long as you buy things in loyal food and surrounding chains, almost all are replaced. As long as you feel uncomfortable, you can go to the supermarket to return. As long as there is a quality problem, one is retired. If you give users there is a loss of losses, then the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets will also give a certain amount of compensation. Luo Sheng knows that in the 1980s, the ultimate equipment of the workman is basically the SH brand watch, heroic or eternal gold pen. The bicycle is permanent or a Phoenix brand. At that time, these things were more than 100 yuan. It is equivalent to a wage for a few months, so that these items are also in short supply. A country must pay attention to his own national brand, a company, but also pay attention to his own brand, a brand. It takes a few decades or even hundreds of years to maintain. After Luo Sheng's food chain supermarket, he pays more attention to the creation of the brand effect. He must let all Jiangqing people know that the Faith is a good company with a conscience. No matter when, no matter where the Faith is coming, the Faith Company is a brand, it is a concept. Chapter 54 Comics Sale. Tanya Sakuraki is sitting in the office, waiting for the questionnaire data. The ancient village Zengqing knocked out, put his most concerned questionnaire and gently put it on his desk. After standing to his body, he was a smile on the autumn face of the sky. After that Tanya Sakuraki gently, after a long time, he slowly asked, Zhengqiang-jun, who is the first flower of this issue of the questionnaire? Gyukun Zengqing pulled his straight body slightly explored, and said slightly with a slightly smash, the President Yingming, the detective Ian of the Chinese teenagers introduced by the Chinese teenager won the first place of questionnaire, popular, and the praise index burst, reached the historical extreme. When Tanya Sakuraki suddenly was a bit, just drinking a half of tea sprayed out his throat. What? Detective Conan is the first place in the questionnaire? Tanya Sakura Autumn has an incredible. For Detective Ian this comics, Tanya Sakuraki has given a high evaluation, but he absolutely did not think that the name of Detective Conan will actually have to rise to the first place, and the popularity and praise index reach extreme value. There is a view of Tanya Sakurekiu. This Detective Conan will fire, but it will not instantly hot. After all, Luo Sheng does not have any name, and there is no mass base. Tanya Sakurekiu has colored the ecstasy of the ecstasy, and said with respecting the questionnaire, there is no problem with the questionnaire. There is no problem. The people below have carefully checked many times, and there will be no mistakes. Because Detective Conan hot-selling reasons, the following dealers have consistently requested to print, now statistically data. This issue Weekly Teenager is at least 200,000. After listening to the ancient village of Zhengsheng's answer, he put a swing and said, you go down to put this good news. Let everyone happy. Weekly Teenager, this questionnaire report, you take a copy of several copies the directors inside the society took over. Also, put this matter in the form of notice to Hongshan Jing too. Looking at the back of the ancient village Zhengsheng left, Danisura Autumn I didn't help but open his mouth. This grade he wants to give a guy who will give the board of the board, and smoke each of them a few loud big mouth. Monthly burst Hongshan Jing 2 idiots. Are you not promoting it around this matter? Are you not questioning the level of weekly editing and leadership? Now the result of the questionnaire is coming out. Your face is swollen. The face is swollen. I will give you 2 credits. Tanya Sakurekiu remembers very clear. After the surrounded by youth and Luo Sheng, Hongshan Jing too jumped out and publicly questioned the signing of Weekly Teenagers. Even the Shui Sakura Autumn has heard the benefits of Sanjing property, and the guys who have opened a few times for this matter, they have been pressed by him. Now the results of the questionnaire come out. He can finally raise your eyebrows. The questionnaire of the new issue of the Juvenile came out, and the ancient village is loud. The first week of the questionnaire is the first place is Detective Conan. The editorial department of the Weekly Juvenile is awkward. General Comic Magazine will only investigate readers as a reference, but Weekly is especially emphasized and as an indicator of the popularity index. The rules are based on the 10 issues of the newly connected debut, and the readers of each issue during the integrated period will determine the destiny. The data per period will be reflected in the front and rear positions of the comics plate. On the first place, the first work will always reserve the work of the special live moments such as the first episode and anniversary. The new serial will be loosely treated by about 1 to 2 months. If the popularity index continues to rankings, no matter how the quality of the work will be lifted, the road is connected to the new serialization, causing a short-term serial load in 10 to 20 issues. There are also 2 types of works, and there is also a criteria for the central color page to represent the support of the editorial department. This will generally make the works slightly higher than the actual popularity. What? The questionnaire survey of the Detective Conan published by Chinese children is the first place? Is it a mistake? His comics beyond the Master of China Village. Is it possible to surpass the new generation of kings? The ancient village is rigorous, showing an extremely exaggerated radiance, putting your hands, but also a shoulder say, the results of the questionnaire will not be wrong. That is, Detective Conan this comic's success and the rate of praise reached 98%. Created the highest record after Weekly Journal. God. 98%? How can it be possible? It must be a problem with the statistics of the report. 98%. Only a few episodes have reached such a height. It is not imagined. The ancient village is hatefully in the Big Island show, saying very unpleasant, what is the righteousness? The statistics of the post shall check 3 times. Absolutely a little problem. Nowadays, the bookstore in the country is calling us, let us reedition, according to the statistics of the following sectors, have been printed. This sales volume is very happy, and the Weekly Teenager has this opportunity, and even there is the possibility of the top comics publishing world. After the ancient village is finished, the sound will be lowered again. Do you know? The results of this issue of the monthly youth report have also been counted. We exceed 30% of the sales volume of monthly. It is now estimated that it is already awkward. In RB, There will be a questionnaire per sale, and readers give these works according to their favorite works. The post is to combine these real questionnaires to make an accurate statistical, and then learn the rankings of comics through the speed. After the material in the hands of the ancient village, he lied to the Big Island show, and he said loudly, "Miss Susie, I hope that you will see a truth in the future, that is, ZX Jun's work must be sent to me in the first time. I want to see the most correct version of the version. I don't want you to do something wrong." The Big Island show looks at the material in his hand, and the handshakes have begun to appear irregular jitter. The work of the Sina Village Master is also released last week. The speed of the report is second only to the second new generation comics Szechuan Xungdao. However, compared with the Detective Conan, the data is terrible. The voter rate of the Middle Village Master is 47%, and the voter of Quan Xungdao's ticket is not 100%. And there is no more than half of the Detective Ian. Is the Chinese kid as good, and suddenly beyond the old cartoonist who has many readers? As a daughter of the board of directors, the big position of the board is the best position in the sort of comics. The new generation of comic-headist Szechuan Xunga has always occupied the color page and the color layout. This is the Big Island macro, and several other directors have been acquiescing. Luo Sheng's Detective Conan is placed in places. Almost weekly. July is the least interesting place. This is the case. Detective Ian still has a big sale, or his father is the Big Island Hong. Because such a thing, she will be severely punished. After entering the 1980s, the sales volume has been very stable. Due to the emergence of new generation of monthly, sales even have some sluggish trends. At least this issue is at least 200,000. That is, the comics of Detective Ian will even let the weekly teenagers will reach new students and become the overlord of RB. The Big Island show is also very clear, and the ancient village of the president is hit himself by Dongfeng, but he doesn't even have the courage to return to the mouth. Chapter 55 Studio Recruitment. Luo Sheng received the international call from the Laudi show. "I heard that Detective Ian is sold, and she has given the Detective Ian best position. I hope he can speed up the speed of update." His face exposes a simple sweetness. For the Detective Ian, Luo Sheng is extremely affirmation in the heart of the weekly girl, but he did not expect that the big sale will come so fast. Thinking of the rush of the Big Island show, Luo Sheng started her headache again. For painting comics, Luo Sheng thinks that the most is to make money. He is not particularly fond of love, but he is not exhausted, can't slow down the comic's speed. That is the day of true gold. Yuan. Luo Sheng also thought that Let Arby asked him to find some kind of comic painter, come over China, helping him create together. But Luo Sheng turns a thought. This is not a good solution. Luo Sheng's current comics has the elements and style of future comics. If RB people come over and create, those excellent elements and Ben users will be taken by those RB people. Even if they just learn, it is also a great loss. Looking for those RB people, it is better to find some art lovers in China. After he passes these good things to them, it will not give him a creation, and it will leave such a good thing to China. More accelerate the rapid development of domestic comics. When I think of it, Luo Sheng began to launch people who have relatives in Shanghai and other large cities. Let them call the relatives there, let them help do something. As long as they do these things, Faith will give them 5-10 yuan for help the fee. ZXL Comics Studio Recruitment are good at comic creation. Art lovers, unlimited age education, through the recruiter, bags, the train tickets come back, the salary of the salary is 80 yuan, the bonus is another. The intention, please call the phone 045-422-4488. It is the Today Kung Fu, and the recruitment of small advertisements published in Shanghai and the corners of the electric rods and small newspapers in Beijing. Do you have a mistake? A train ticket, salary every month. Is this not a tart in the sky? Yeah, this kind of recruitment is like a liar company. This is a resoluteness that we affirm. What is the comic studio? Is there any unlimited academic qualifications and age? In the early 1980s, Small advertising and recruiting advertisements were difficult. Most people did not think about non-national companies. As long as there are people with some abilities, they will choose a state-owned business, but will not trust those things written on the advertisement, even if there is not too many people. In the 1980s, Luo Yongge was angry and looking forward to working for 3 years of artwork factory. I thought in my heart, and I graduated from the Shanghai Institute of Arts and I was hungry. It's not going to ask, you will not die. I don't stay in my stay here, who has no tiger to fall in the pinyon day, when I start again. Luo Yongge was admitted to the Shanghai Art Production Factory with the best results in Shanghai, the city of Shanghai. It has always been to enter the holy place in the ideal, and can give all the knowledge you have learned, and create the best cartoon. However, ideal is full, and the realistic is very bone. Luo Yongge mixed very badly in the studio, almost familiar with him, or not to say that others were proud, or if he was arrogant, no one said he said. When the leader arranged in the work, he always arranged the worst position of Luo Yongge to help others for creation. Luo Yongge was dissatisfied with the dissatisfaction, and he did not accept the arrangement of leaders. Among these 3 years, Luo Yongge did not play any strengths. He felt that he had to die, and if he was so embarrassed, his life was completely destroyed. I thought that he cited the words of the colleagues when he was left to the leaders. He couldn't help but these people say what they have, saying that the earth has been in the same way, dying. Jiangqi, really have to eat the pig. Although Luo Yongge is a professionally, he is expelled from Shanghai Art Factory. Those who are unwilling to be arranged from leadership by the state-owned units, other state-owned units are unwilling to receive. Luo Yongge went for more than a dozen places, and did not find an ideal job. It took too big unity in his hand. The proud language when I first resigned was selectively forgotten. Don't I choose other industries? Is my ideal, my belief and ambition did not implement possible. At this time, he saw the recruitment advertisement of the Faith Studio recruited art lovers. Like many people, Luo Yongge first saw this recruitment advertisement, thinking that the Faith Company is a leery company. He should call the police. However, Luo Yongge thought that he had made this now, but it can also be deceived. The sure is directly found a telephone booth, and the call to the recruitment advertisement has been played. The campaign's telephone business in the bamboo plate is more, and Luo Yongge has a 20-minute time to turn on the phone. If Luo Yongge is really going, he will never spend 2 calendar waiting for the call. After the telephone is connected, Luo Yongge wants to do not want to open the door. Is your company recruitment like to paint a comic artist? Is salary 80 pieces a month? Is there a package back to the ticket? There is a sweet voice in the phone. Hello, he is a Faith Company. The things about the artistic recruitment are true. As long as you are an art worker, you can complete a lot of painting tasks per month. The treatment will definitely not change. You can go to our Jiangqing to investigate. If you talk, our company will reimburse this time. If you are intentional, it is not a big. Our company can give you the cost of the cargo ticket and the cost of eating on the road. Just try sometime. Luo Sheng issued the detective Kaiyan in a weekly journalism, and told Wang Bo directly to make the company hired a salesman who received a call. Many times the bamboo plate, Lin Xia and Luo Sheng deeds have a lot of time. I know that the company will recruit a salesman who picks up a call. She immediately recommended the daughter to Luo Sheng. Zhao Yuanyuan is Lin Xia's daughter. Although the long appearance is very general, it is not the beauty of Luo Sheng, but it is very exciting. In the threat of fat, Luo Sheng decided to let Zhao Yuanyuan tried. Did not expect that Zhao Yuanyuan did this work quite excellent. Luo Sheng's intention is to let Zhao Yuanyuan are only responsible for the call, record accurate and effective information, but Zhao Yuanyuan is not small, and many things can be handled in accordance with Luo Sheng. This time, Luo Yongge called. Zhao Yuanyuan said very well, expressed Luo Sheng's thirsty ideas. As long as there is an idea, I want to come and apply. I am here to satisfy you. Luo Yongge and Zhao Yuanyuan chatted for a while, and felt that the company was sincere, and then took the train directly to Beijing. After revealing, I went straight to the river. Just Liu Yonggo is sitting on the train. The more sitting, the more it feels wrong. China needs a business company, which is generally Shanghai or a large company in Beijing, and a small local company uses his art to sit. What can you sit? Liu Yonggo began to have a remorse, even in his heart, to the side of Jiangqing, as long as he saw the shoots. Then he immediately left the place. His big out is still in the south. Chapter 56. Drake sitting in the train to the river city. When Liu Yonggo saw the Battle of Jiangqing, his heart began to make an arc. Such a city. There is a company that can take 80 yuan for a month of salary to recruit art lovers. Is this not a egg? Thinking of people inside the phone telling him that after the Jiangqing, I can choose to take the third line bus to take the terminal. Call them at the terminal position, when they will send the car to pick up. Liu Yonggo decided to take the bus to the end of the third line. I went to inquire about this faith company. If the company is a liar company, he turned around him. With an extremely psychological, Liu Yonggo arrived at the terminal of the third line bus. After the place, Liu Yonggo saw that the terminal of the three-line bus is almost a big troops. Almost all are shabby bungalows, and the square is a few miles. There are no decent buildings. Is it dedicated to detention? Liu Yonggo strongly civeted the idea of turning back to take a bus back. He did not inquire near the terminal, but went back to the place to listen to the loyalty company nearby. Don't say that Liu Yonggo's luck is good. Two people who are in listening have heard of loyalty companies. They also envy, to say this faith company, it is a quite good company. The people who have bamboo plates say company has been driven by such a company, and this company is extremely integrity. It is a good company. I don't know if there is a regular state-owned company. However, the reputation of the faith company is quite good. If you go to the faith company, there will be no problem. This company is very big. Integrity. The faith company is a big company, and the largest chain supermarket in Jiangqing is the faith company, and there will be no problem. After listening to two passers, Liu Yonggo has always been landing, and starting to find a call around. Let the people of the faith come over. I have waited for 10 minutes. Liu Yonggo still didn't see what car passed here, just saw the little girl on a tractor. He saw that the little girl's eyes, and he is right. After the eyes, the little girl jumped down from the tractor, and he rushed over. What is this? Exclamation mark. Liu Yonggo saw that little girl rushed him, and there was a panic in his heart. I am Zhao Yuanyuan. Are you Mr. Liu Yonggo? Zhao Yuanyuan stated in the body and immediately asked. Liu Yonggo stood like a small beauty, rushed to him, and he asked his name directly. He was very fixed. I will understand that this Zhao Yuanyuan should be a person responsible for the reception. However, come over and pick him with a tractor. What is this? I am Liu Yonggo. Excuse me, are you a person who sent the company? Why, what you said, the car came to pick me. Is this big iron guy? Is this bad? Zhao Yuanyuan's neck and his eyes looked at Liu Yonggo and was quite confused. The best of the loyalty company is this tractor, and the speed is fast, or if Liu Sheng said, people who have been hiring and hiring should be enthusiastic. Be sure to satisfy. She really will not get tractors. Tender. Liu Yonggo shrugged slightly, smiled and said, since it is to pick me, then, I will go to the company to see it. After that, Liu Yonggo took the bag in his hand in the direction of the tractor. Just when Liu Yonggo just got 2 steps, he suddenly felt that the bag in his hand was taken away. He just wanted to call. He saw Zhao Yuanyuan's horse dirt, showing a row of white teeth, saying, I will help you with a bag, you can get on the bus. Ark Xiaoyong said, let the guests have one. The feeling of a variety is at home. Nima. This is home to return, or you have to scare my heart. Liu Yonggo is in the heart of Zhao Yuanyuan, but the faces squeezed out a smile. I am. Oh boys, you are a girl, this kind of living is still me. Hey, you look down on people. Our little Ozong said, men and women are equal, see your kind of intellectuals. The idea is very stunned. Zhao Yuanyuan's head twisted, no longer watching Liu Yonggo carrying a tractor. Good one is a little pepper. Liu Yonggo looked at Zhao Yuanyuan's back, and he couldn't help but sigh. With the tractor with Zhao Yuan's footsteps, there was more curiosity for the little old age of the Faith Company. This little Pepper said in this effort, said 2 times their little old age. Is it? The boss of their faith is still divided. After the tractor entered the bamboo plate, Liu Yonggi felt that he seems to return to the Heisen years of the 6019th, and his heart is depressed. This Faith Company is here, will not be in this place. Under the enthusiasm of Zhao Yuan, Liu Yonggo fascinated the tractor and entered a very spacious capital. Liu Yonggo saw that this big yard is quite large, at least 4 tractors, is facing the house. He can see it at a glance. It is a house that has just been refurbished. He is confused. Such a place, such a company, what can I do? Zhao Yuan took Liu Yonggo to enter the Faith Company office, put Liu Yongguo's pack of the bag of the door, and picked up the warm flask on the desk. While giving Liu Yonggo poured water, while said to Liu Yonggo, "You this person, when you look at it, our little old is always looking like this." I have contacted the little old man before, and he came over after eating for a meal. Zhao Yuan took the water to Liu Yongguang, and gently put it in front of Liu Yonggo. It was quite envious to continue. "Our little old, let me ask you, northeast meals can be used, if you don't eat if you are used, let me tell you to prepare 2 dishes to you, save your stay." Liu Yonggo looked at Zhao Yuan, who had been self-discovered, and asked slightly to open the mouth, "I have something to do. Do you think about this company?" Liu Yonggo thought of this matter on the tractor, and did not want to understand that in such a place, where there is an art. There is a lot of fishing nets in this place, which should be a company-based company, recruiting a generous, and there is a little bit. Zhao Yuan smiled slow, revealing 2 deep wine nests. She looked at Liu Yonggo and smiled at the neck. "I want to say that our little old is always crazy. I really don't know this." I saw that Liu Yongguo's eyes were long. She smiled without a mouthful of mouth. "However, we have a certain reason for the family, as long as the little boss is doing things, as long as the little business after the lunch, we will know what to do when we have a little old." Chapter 57 Join Studio Liu Yonggo. "My name is Liu Sheng. We are a family. Welcome to the loyalty company here." After Liu Sheng saw Liu Yonggo, he immediately stretched his hand, and he said enthusiastically, "Call you. Just. Is a little old?" After Liu Yonggo saw that Liu Sheng reached out, the whole person was kneeling. His eyes stared at Liu Sheng, as if I saw a monster. Liu Yonggo listened to Zhao Yuan, said the little old man of the little old. He has already put the age of the people in this meeting, but he will not think that the loyalty company's little older is actually a small size of a 10-year-old. Liu Sheng smiled, very random, took a smile on the arm of Liu Yonggo, head, Zhao Yuan. The title of the girl, directly calling me Faith. We went to the studio. After Liu Zongxuan, Liu Yonggo entered the most quiet room in the inside. Liu Yongguo's eyes were bright. The whole person suddenly became a good job. Liu Yonggo saw that this room decoration was very beautiful, and each space detail was treated very well, and the design was also very human. This room can be said that he has seen the most beautiful studio. Even when he is in the Shanghai Art Production Factory, there have been so beautiful studios. This studio bites are considered very thoughtful, especially the spacious space inside. A large-scale creative station that can accommodate 8 people. On the workbench, a variety of artistic brushes and various length pen, handmade knives, scraping knives, crimping knives, professional artificial inks, extremely white smooth on paper. Everything puts up the same item, every touch is a good tool. Liu Yongguo's face will have a happy light. When I entered this studio, Liu Yonggo seems to have rushed to heaven from hell, and he shouted loudly in his heart, "This is the life I want." At this time, Liu Sheng found that Liu Yonggo had a confident feeling in his 20s. It is a feeling of thinking. He really can't describe it immediately. It is said that it is a literary fan, and it is very different from those literary youth. It is alone lies that this person seems to be a group and gas, and the lone lies are not on the side to say that you are proud of. Qualifications are still very low. Overall, Luo Sheng is still quite satisfied. Luo Sheng saw that the kind of happiness, amazing, not intertwined on the face of Luo Yongguo. Luo Yongguo's expression is like a devout believer entered the temple. For those who have such a love of art, I believe that Luo Sheng firmly believes that Luo Yongzhong is what he is looking for. He walked 2 steps and came to Luo Yongguo, and smiled slightly. Luoj, I am satisfied with the tools here. As long as you can pass my small test, you can use it casually. What do you say? Can you say it again? Luo Yongguo listened to Luo Sheng as if he can pass anything. This studio can be used, he immediately asked. Luo Sheng screamed, smiled and said, Luoj, I let you follow my appearance. Draw up 3 different expressions. If I can reach my mind, this studio is attributed to you. Really? Luo Yongguo asked out. Immediately added a sentence. Do you make sure you said true? Luo Sheng couldn't help but cough up his embarrassment, his face dipped tightly. Tell you to make sure you said true? I said no. What do I do here? You didn't listen. Zhao Yuan said that I am a boss. Luo Yongguo stared at Luo Sheng and looked at it again. He slammed a route to the workstation. Less than half a minute, his world seems to have Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng went out and strolled for half an hour. He was called the studio by Luo Yongguo. He saw that Luo Yongguo's 3 comic images, one is happy, one is depressed, the other is surprised. After almost seeing him, Luo Sheng's expression is full, and there is also a cognitive, advanced comic elements in Luo Sheng. Seeing these 3 comics, Luo Sheng immediately identified Luo Yongguo. Luo Sheng's mouth is slightly tight, very happy. What is the best of your skills? What is it before? He is very clear. There are many people in China, learn art, but they are really good. There is a certain level of people, and most of these people will only draw some apples, painting some landscape paintings. Like Luo Yongguo, professional painting characters. And when using the speed, Luo Sheng recruited such a long time, he did not see it. I graduated from the Shanghai Institute of Art. Because of the excellent results, I was allocated to the Shanghai Artwork Factory as a beautiful engine. There worked 3 years. Because the leaders did not understand the business, I resigned in the artwork factory. No, it should be expected to be fired. When Luo Yongguo said this, he came out of his face, and his is the Shanghai Art Production Factory. It is an authentic state-owned enterprise. What is the beneficial treatment of welfare is a lot of places. Now everything is it is already a past style. After Luo Yongguo finished, he was not in the words. He is still a little bit of this painful memory. Oh, this is right. The Faith Company decided to hire you. I have recently published a few epics in the weekly, and you can see if you can continue to create on the basis of the original basis. Luo Sheng gently. Oh, in the future, I will directly say that Luo Yongguo has to do. What do you paint in the RB Weekly Teenager? Luo Yongguo heard that Luo Sheng said that comics was in the weekly journal, and the eye beads almost fell to the ground. Luo Yongguo is different from others. When he has been in Shanghai, he heard that RB has 2 largest comic magazines, one of which is Weekly Teenager. Can publish comics in weekly, basically all RB top cartoonists. And a set of comic income has reached an astronomical figure he can't imagine. He never thought that in a small place like Jiangqing, there was a person who could comics in Weekly Teenager, and this person is a 10-year-old child. Well, I have sent a few years. The evaluation is not bad. Temporarily ranked first in the Youth Week comics. Luo Sheng did not pay attention to Luo Yongguo's expression. He was very random. Luo Yongzhong, who has been covered by Luo Sheng, is like Luo Yongguo, which seems to be in the body at this time. The whole person is completely stupid. The first place in the comics list of Weekly Teenage, the famous master's name is already Staples. Hu Yongguo, who returned to God, suddenly remembered the sentence behind Luo Sheng, that is, based on the existing of Luo Sheng. It is said that the comics he painted in the future can be published in the weekly. Luo Yongguo out of mouth. If this is true, even if you don't give me money, I do it. The boiled, this kind of thing. Do you think I will joke with you? Luo Sheng did not consciously ridicule Luo Yonggo. Also, you don't give you money, you do it. In this case, then I will take you into the body. Luo Sheng has risen to a quite high level for Luo Yonggo, and will do the words that Luo Yonggo finally said. If you don't give money, you will know that this person will not reach the best level now. In the future the comic circle is not his support, and it will achieve a career in the morning and evening. Hadmanship! Luo Yonggo actually listened to Luo Zongsun to laugh him for the body, and did not have angry. He smiled. I am the body, then you are the landlord old. Now the reform is open. The landlord is old, but the landlord will be bundled. Luo Yongguo's favorite thing is to find a carefree place to create your favorite things. Now, Luo Sheng does not give him salary, can eat it every day, you can do your favorite things. True, there is no big deal. If you don't have a money, if he is not so uncomfortable or dissatisfied, it is convenient. Just, purely kidding. Luo Zhikun, don't be true. Luo Sheng saw Luo Yonggo but did not be angry, but it was a fun. He was very happy to be the landlord. He is most worried about this. Luo Yonggo is a boring, and it is not a joke. If you give him a very own friend, it is a very cheerful person, and Luo Yonggo is a very cheerful person. Some worried hearts have finally landed. Luo just now I'm joking. Creating it here, packing. I will give you $5 a day. If you want to improve your food, go out to Jiangqing to go. Every month wages, I think so. Temporarily position $200 every month, after the increasing personnel of the team, will give you money in accordance with a certain proportion. Although Luo Sheng is not high, the voice is not high, but it seems to be a sound of Luo Yonggo. And Luo Yongzhong suddenly felt a problem with his ear. What? Package, food, pay each day, pay each month, $200 each month? How can this be? When Luo Yonggo is in the Shanghai art production factory, the salary of each month is just 36 pieces. Plus a bonus and some benefits, the salary of each month will never exceed 50 yuan. This is because his overtime bonus is high. Suddenly, Luo Sheng said, the meal of $5 every day, this money is already 100 or 50 money per month, plus $200 every month's salary. It is 305. $10 is the factory manager of their artwork factory, and there is no such salary now. The happiness is too sudden. Some will feel the feeling of Luo Yonggo. This is too much. It's not to be held. Let alone now I haven't worked yet. Whether you don't do this work, if you can reach your standard, we will study wages again. Luo Yongguo's right hand swings, and the proposal of Luo Sheng has conducted a speech. But Luo Yonggo has nothing to say about the merits. After all, he is a southerner. The food on the northeast now doesn't know how it is. If you are not used to, he can also go outside to improve your life. Luo Sheng slightly went to Luo Yonggo, lifting his hand, and Luo Yonggo, and another hand patted it on Luo Yonggo, said, then I will welcome you to join the Faith Studio. After dinner at the Loyalty to the Bamboo Plate, Luo Sheng led Luo Yonggo to he reserved the room for the studio, and began to design Conan, and other characters. These characters, the plot of the first few episodes of Conan, and the plots of the following episode gave Luo Yonggo genius. People who can think of such a cartoon is definitely genius. Luo Yonggo listened to Luo Sheng's explanation, and the heart silently put Luo Sheng's myth. In the 1980s, although the reform is open, it is still very conservative. Whether it is thought, or other, it is still very conservative. And Luo Sheng, the comics of God's general storyline, is simply a miracle. He can participate in this creation. It is already a kind of learning and exercise, this magical creation mode, but also opened a gate to the world of animation. If there is no problem, in recent time, you will be responsible for the creation of these episodes, follow-up story plots. I will give you a while. If you come to other people, you will be responsible by you. Luo Sheng left the creation of Conan to Luo Yonggo, and he became a handkerchief. In a row of comics in a row, Luo Sheng has been disgusting, and he thinks that his time is completely consumed in this. It is a great crime. Luo Yongguo's ability, the foundation of the art, even more than him, there is such a cattle to help him complete the comics behind, and finally let him liberate. Luo Sheng shouted excitedly, and the life of hardships was finally ended. Chapter 58 makes big success. From the focus. After seeing the comics drawn from Luo Yongguo, Luo Sheng did not help but survive themselves. Luo Sheng is very good at the art teacher, and the level of painting is quite good, but it is more than one grade. And Luo Sheng took a month to draw comics. Luo Yongguo has been completed in less than 10 days. And at this time, Luo Yongguo is just familiar with the character structure in Conan, as well as characters. The story of the story and the chance of the characters, the psychological description. Although Luo Sheng gives a full set, Luo Yongguo is a simple painting comic, but the speed is quite fast. But Luo Sheng felt some slowed in such efficiency. Detective Conan in RB Fire. The speed of making money is far more than his speed at Jiangqing. The issue of Weekly Juveniles has reached a horror of 3,400,000. Weekly Youth in 8 seconds. The pricing was 230,000 yuan, while 340 million sales, also brought a lot of draft fee for the cartoonist. Luo Sheng's Detective Conan on the top. His draft fee also has a high boat. Luo Sheng and Weekly Teenager signed are divided into contracts. His comics are more fire. The higher the amount of money, the time. Last week's 3am call Luo Sheng, very excited, tell Luo Sheng, the first 3/3 speech fees have been entered into the account. The first period of the draft fee is 2,006 million yen. The second and third drafts are 3,300,000 yen and 4 million days. Yuan, a single three-face manuscript fee has reached 100 million yen. With a concept of hundreds of millions of yen, even if the yen is redeemed, the renminbi is not much money. That is, said that Luo Sheng's previous 3i comics has reached approximately 1 million yuan. In 8 seconds, the average price of the US dollar exchanged the yen is larger than 214.77. The average price of 100 days is 0677, that is, 100 million yen. It is equivalent to more than 760,000 yuan. Although there will be some differences when redeeming foreign currency, the exchange price of each time period is not exactly the same, but it is so much. Now I have just entered the 1980s, Jiangqing's entire city will never exceed 30 people, just a single three-face manuscript fee. Luo Sheng can say that Jiangqing is richer at this time. But Luo Sheng did not transfer money from RB to China's idea. With money in China, it is not possible to get abroad. The things happening will need foreign currency, and money is still staying on RB. Luo Sheng thought that since RB people made money so much, he must expand the team at this time, at least to raise his comic studio to more than 10 people. Detective Conan. This combo book Luo Sheng is ready to write, as long as it does not have too big accidents. Single book. In the future, the derivatives around it, he will no longer need to be embarrassed. After Luo Sheng received a telephone number of Sanjing Yadi, Luo Sheng immediately told accountation to turn the salary of Luo Yongguo, and reached a monthly salary of 400 yuan. It is also a matter of telling Luo Yongguo, if it is good, the speed can be faster, and the salary of Luo Yongguo will continue to increase significantly. Luo Yongguo heard that Luo Sheng gave him a saving, and the whole person was stupid. His salary is $200 a month, which is equivalent to the long-term salary of the Shanghai Art Factory plant, let alone Luo Sheng also give him other benefits and bonuses. After the Jiangqing, Luo Yongguo always thinks he will suffer hard, but he didn't think of it. After the Jiangqing, he did not have any sinful suffering, but it was the highest level treatment. Because Luo Sheng has always been a big increase in the comics studio in the past few times. Luo Yongguo's food level has been greatly improved, and this increase is not a hay point increase. Almost every meal is fine grain, and chicken meat is covered. I have to take out Luo Yongguo's happiness. This is only a short month, and Luo Sheng actually has to give him a salary. This rising salary Nima is too scary. Luo Sheng, no matter what I thought in Luo Yongguo, I directly gave Luo Yongguo, and told Luo Yongguo. He has notified the accounting, and salary starts from next month. In recent time, Zhao Yuanyun also received a few calls, and 2 art lovers came to Jiangqing, but they were mixed. Don't say that they were painted, it was the most basic thing of art. Turn off. Luo Sheng ran the 2 people directly, and he also felt very helpless for such a recruitment method. This is no way. I think that Luo Yongguo graduated from the Shanghai Institute of Art. There should be a lot of students and friends. Luo Sheng immediately said, Yongguo's big brother, you have a lot of students after graduation. Or Shanghai there are some familiar good art lovers on the city's artwork factory? If there is, can you call a call, see your friends? Have you want to work here? Luo Yongguo first slammed, and then showed a quicker color. In the next month of Jiangqing, Luo Yongguo not only felt satisfaction with the work environment, but also feels satisfied with all aspects, and even let Luo Yongguo fell into the blessing. In the past few days ago, Luo Yongguo has been busy painting comics. There is no point for a point. In recent time, Luo Yongguo also thought of his classmates and friends who had mixed in the art factory. He want to mention Luo Sheng. See, Luo Sheng can recruit his classmates and colleagues. What didn't think of him is that he has not yet been mentioned in this matter. Luo Sheng has already said what he wants to ask. Luo Yongguo's luck is very good. When allocating, Luo Yong is allocated to the Shanghai art production plant, and his a few students who have a good relationship will not have a good fate. They are allocated to some small enterprise because they are art majestronomical. The small business is a pair of beautiful arts. They are a depth, there is a depression. It is the other side of the Shanghai art production factory. Luo Yongguo has 2 friends who are still interactive. They are almost the same as Luo Yongguo at the Shanghai art factory, basically suffering. Domestic dirty lives are all doing, and he has long wanted to help these classmates and friends. Luo Sheng's voice just fell. Luo Yongguo said happily, is this true? Can I call my classmates and several colleagues? Luo Sheng smiled and smiled. He really didn't think that Luo Yongguo's first reaction would be so good. He smiled in his head, Yongshong's big brother, what is not possible? I have said before, and this comic studio is completely returned. As long as you can see friends or colleagues, all of this is welcome. Luo Sheng said, but they come over the wage treatment. Temporarily follow the salary treasures of you before this. If they have people who have contributed to the studio, I will give them a wage. Luo Sheng's level of colleagues and classmates introduced by Luo Yongguo. The most important thing is that Luo Sheng relieved Luo Yongguo. This person will never let go of the river, and will not introduce those who don't understand it in the studio. Is there a person who will not do things? The reason why Luo Sheng did not want to set the salary as so much, and there is also his ideas. At this time, the salary level is quite low. If the people come to all the high salary, they will not only see those people's skills, and those people will have lazy psychology. All people in the future faith have, see performance and work efficiency, and doing the corresponding level, then take the corresponding salary. Luo Yongguo didn't have a sentence in Luo Sheng. And once the leader said, it also proved that this thing was not big, but the sentence behind him made him immediately, how many wages do it are very normal, just here. Luo Sheng has not seen these people's level, has not created profits to the studio, and take his previous salary is also very normal. Thinking of this, Luo Yongguo said happily, loyalty, then I finished the remaining work. I will call me the students and colleagues, and strive to let them come here. Chapter 59 is filled. Loyalty is now getting more and more popular. Luo Sheng even feels that a call is not needed. However, at this time, install a phone. Even if it is a person who is looking for the post office, it is necessary to spend more than 7,000 to 10,000 yuan. In the 1980s, The phone is slowly arranged from the high direction, and the schools and plants have a telephone, and there is also a telephone number of the village branch of the bamboo board. However, there are few people who can install the phone. When the first phone of the Faith Company, I spent 8,000 yuan. Not only this, but also gave a good life for those who mentioned the phone, eat, send smoke, send wine. Otherwise, the call of loyalty is indefinite when you can install it. Luo Sheng remembered that it was about the 1990s. The price of the switch was cheap. There were also competition between operators. At that time, operators had begun to change their attitudes, encourage people to install phone, actively on-site service. Even at that time, the post office, the employee of telecom has an indicator of the phone every month. Only the bonus is issued only if the indicator of the phone is installed. At that time, the phone was different from the current phone, and the phone at that time was generally the square of the square. The middle is a row of eye-catching dial phones. In those eyes, 1 to 9 of the Arab figures. When you want to make a call, your finger is inserted into a circle, dial it up to the head, and then return to the original location. Then dial additional numbers. At this time, there is no telephone sales in the department store. You must purchase the phone. You must go to the post office. Justin Luo Sheng, Zhao Yuanyuan, Xi Shenhua, who gave him the post office, let her help coordinate, and fight for an early installation of a phone call. Dong Yuosheng's call came in. What? Someone inquire about loyalty chain. What do you want to buy? Luo Sheng changed. He suddenly heard Dong Yuosheng said that today someone went to the supermarket business of the village office to listen to the city's collective supermarket business. His heart suddenly gone. It seems that someone is aiming in his supermarket. This era, supermarket is an emerging product. Many aspects are calculated to be shredded. If the above people say that your supermarket is unqualified, there is a business behavior of their market, then you really don't know how to deal with it. It is now reform and opening up, but most people are still the yet. Once someone will take the lead, there will be some people aim. Who is it? Who is it aiming in my supermarket? Luo Sheng's eyebrows gave birth to a long time. I didn't want to understand for a long time. The soldiers will be shocked by the water. I have a reborn person. I have such a big resource in the city of Jiangqing. Which one does not open it here? I must let him taste anything about anyway. Next, Luo Sheng's brow is unfolded, and it is fully confident and sunshine. 2 days later, Luo Sheng received the phone call from Dong Yuosheng, which has been confirmed to do things behind it. The people who have been engaged in the front desk are now standing in the front desk. It is a son of the Xi district of the Jiang City Xi district. $3,000 want to put the loyal food and surrounding the chain. Luo Xiao name this kid is a madness. In the next second, Luo Sheng suddenly laughed, and smiled and tears flowed out. My dad is Luo Gang. This life actually made him encounter a life. My father is Luo Gang. If you don't die, you will not die. A son of a resolute deputy region leader takes $3,000 to go down to loyalty to the food and smash. That is, this goods are absolutely more than 3,000 yuan. What is the money come from? Now is the 1980s, even if the people in his home work, and all the government agencies, a family is nothing more than a month. It is possible to earn more than 100 yuan. Even if you don't eat it, you can have $100 every month. If you have this speed, you have to take a few years. This Luo Gang is definitely a corrupt official. In 8 seconds, it was tracing the corruption of corruption. This Luo Xiao name is still in such a situation. It is really afraid that he is not dead. Luo Sheng also thought about it. When the future, Jiangqing had a group visits to boiling the incident, which is because Luo Gang's corruption is not composed. Luo Sheng thought that now, Luo Gang is now. There are many advantages. First, it is possible to make a sense of loyal food. Let some people who want to be loyal to the loyal food, and they are clear, and the loyalty is not good. Provoke. Second, it can be removed for the people of Jiangqing. Getting a corrupted dog official is also a toxic tumor on Jiangqing official field. The investment in the later generations is not yam. because of these don't act. The corrupt officials who don't pay attention to the rules are caused, and now it is one. The third is that the village cadres such as Dong Yuosheng and Liang Guof can understand that cooperation is hard, followed by loyalty company, and the deputy director of the real rights is not Anna would let Luo Sheng feel that the accident is that Luo Xiamin's second goods actually want to talk about Wang Bo at the village branch of Bamboo Board, and to talk about the acquisition. Wang Bo's look of dignity. Luo Sheng came to the village branch, and after waiting for Dong Yuosheng to touch his head, he opened the reception room where the village director Luo Sheng entered. The reception room of the village director saw that the reception room was sitting to more than a young man, a lazy place sitting on the couch in the reception room, swallowing the clouds, while turning the hand one of the accomplished lighters. The other small yellow hair sat on the desk of the village, and pointed to the village director. Can you call people? Our time is very precious. Give you 3 minutes. If you can't find someone, your village director should not do it. Pick up your little role like this. My name is a question. Your oral people are fucking. I want to buy your collective businesses. It is to see you, and the development of Jiangqing. Luo Sheng heard here. He didn't look at the boy who was commended there, but turned his head to the young man sitting on the sofa. Explosion head, horn pants, SH table, no one, amends. A typical fashion. Luo Sheng's time in Jiangqing has been in several streets, but the first time I saw such a young man in the Times. This kind of explosive head, horn pants, SH table. The head, a fourth mirror, the body is not popular in 8 seconds. There is no popularity to Jiangqing, and there are some such dressed in the provincial city. Very good. Looking at the dress of Luo Xiaohong, Luo Sheng is secretly impressed. This is very fashionable. Luo Xiao name is the son of Luo Gao, deputy director of the Xi district of Jiang City. He did not intend to find that the Xi area did not know when to open a few stores called Loyalty Chain Supermarket. He went in and saw that there was a feeling in Beijing and several big cities, and the business is very popular. In addition to the department store in Jiangqing and several have a number of department stores, this food chain supermarket is best. Things are the most complete. Luo Xiao name is very living, and suddenly looks in the business opportunity. He listens to it in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. This loyal food and surrounding supermarket is actually all the villages below the township in the suburbs. The legal person is called Wang Bo, which is the adverse youth in the village, and the people above what relationship. I originally want to invest in the idea of investment, and I was grouped into the horizon. Chapter 60. Luo Xiao named Lisang Luo Gang is very good at Jiangqing Xi district. Although it is a deputy head, but if there is no big accident, it will improve the administrative level after the year. As long as the area of Jiangqing 5 regions is long to the age or accept it, he can become one of the districts of the 5 regions. Luo Xiao name thinks. Don't say it is a collective enterprise in the village office in a township. It is the enterprise of the township office. Here's a few sentences, and you can grasp this matter. If you put this collective company, find someone to take the village's long support, and when this company is not his name. Luo Xiao name first allows the people of the Xi District Industrial and Commercial Bureau to visit the loyalty, and the ordered a dollar shop. He has to explore the depth of water through this, and the result is not the point of response there. That is, this faithful food is no longer. There is anyone, and it is impossible to fight with his father. Take $3,000 to acquire this collective village company. The teacher is famous, and people who don't know outside will not say that he is very difficult. $3,000 at this time. The big money is the money, and many business people in Jiangqing can't get this big money. It is what you have to have $3,000 to acquire my food supermarket. Wang Bo entered the room from the door. His face asked gloomy. You are the legal person of the loyalty company. I want to spend $3,000 to put your broken chain supermarket. It is already given you a big face. How can you still grind? Let me know that tomorrow's famous saying. Let your supermarkets will be closed. Xiao Huang listened to the master, jumping directly from the shabby office of the village director, rushing to Wang Bo's face in front of Wang Bo, and the arrogance of the arrogance. "Take it at my fingerhead, otherwise I will take your fingerhead down." Wang Bo saw Xiao Huang's nose and his heart was very unhappy. If the temper of Wang Bo in the first few years, when he is allowed to violently, he looks like a small yellow hair. "Hey, a big tone, your mother's moves I will try." Xiao Huang Mao 7 refused to serve 8 cants cream. Luo Sheng watched the arrogant small yellow hair, and the human animal was harmless to 2 steps. Suddenly, he fierce, just kicked Xiao Huang's crotch, and hit a small fist. The corner of Huang Mao is directly knocked down to the ground. Luo Sheng patted his hand, but also dushed the dust above the clothes, as if made a most common thing. Seeing Huang Mao to stand up, he looked at Dong Yuosheng said, "Zongxiu, this is your village branch, when is it round to these? A cat, dog is arrogant, it is still not called this mad dog. You this, your mother is dead. Do you know who I am?" The small yellow hair made by Dong Yuosheng, in the small yellow magic, it is like a neck, it seems to be lost to the door, and shouts the people in the village branch of the lively outside, "This dog is throwing out, if he is dare to bother, I will give me a slap, when I am not called, I am." Dong Yuosheng's son of Liu Xiao, deputy director of Jiangqingxi district, has always had a deep taboo. Liu Gang's power is very large, it is in Qingqing Township. Dong Yuosheng heard that the name of Liu Gang, this person is definitely black and embarrassing, provoke people like Liu Gang. Not only is his day no better, even the old days of bamboo plate may have been affected. Now that he saw that Liu Sheng did not care about this kind of taboo, he was so arrogant, and he didn't get so arrogant. He directly lost his yellow hair directly. At this time, Dong Yuosheng has an idea that I want to leave Liu Xiao name directly. Liu Xiao saw that Huang Mao was defeated by Liu Zong's son, he had already been fired, and he wanted to teach Liu Sheng. However, he just stood up. He saw Wang Bo, but also stood in front of him. It is also a good posture that you have to play with you. Liu Xiao name is in the home or the Xi area, and there is no one who dares him through the bamboo board. He knows that these farmers around Jiangqing are people who are shaved in the place. They are strong. Don't say that it is the home of the bamboo plate. It is in the Xi area. There is no one around him. He will not go. In Kufeking Wang Bo's axleman, Liu Sheng took a few steps and went to the village director's. Lao Wang smiled and said, "Wang Xiu, in the future, there is no eye color to do this, and use it without nonsense. I am so loyal, etc." Child talks. You go outside. Don't let people outside. You have dyed the yellow hair. If you are gone, you can't get it. When I got up, Liu Sheng sat in the old position, straight a small waist plate, the eyes were obliquely, and the little name was slowly swallowed. "You are the one Liu Xiao name. I heard that you want to spend $3,000 to buy a loyal food and surrounding supermarkets." Seeing Liu Xiao name and Wang Bo, Liu Sheng said to Wang Bo slightly smiled, "3, you let him sit down, I will talk to him." After Liu Sheng, I saw Wang Bo slightly. I walked a few steps later. He continued to slowly say, "I am Liu Sheng. About loyalty chain supermarket. Sit down and say your thoughts." Thinking of Lozi Liu Gang, Liu Xiao named the pressure suddenly cut to invisible, as if he found back the main bone, found his gas field. Liu Xiao hung a fork. The mouth is slightly linked. "I am Liu Xiao name, that is, I want to buy a loyal food and surrounding chains. Change people who can do, I don't talk to children." Liu Sheng said with a smile. "Who is talking?" "All of the loyalty company. I can do the Lord, you still talk to me." "Do you do the Lord?" Liu Xiao name felt confused about Liu Sheng. After all, Liu Sheng is nothing more than a child in his eyes. But he really didn't see such a daring child, talking about the yellow hair and smuting, and also put a small person's appearance. If you don't believe in the ghosts, I don't believe that there is a magical effort, and even he doubts that Liu Sheng is not practicing the 8-day rusty of the sky. Liu Sheng didn't talk, just nodded with Liu Xiao name. Eyes are even unscrupulous. I look at Liu Xiaohong. For Liu Xiao's official second generation, Liu Sheng spent a while in the first 2 days. He did not heard that this good said such a hazy thing. It was because of this reason, Liu Sheng decided to temporarily look at the name of Liu Gang and Liu Xiao. After all, many resources are wasted to have a disgusting thing. It is very uncomfortable. Liu Xiao name pushed the mensive mirror on the top of the push, and organized the language and said, I see the business of the food chain supermarket. I want to discharge the scale of business. I don't you talk nonsense. $3,000. Give me the supermarket, or if you want, hey. $3,000? Are you confirmed to be $3,000? Liu Sheng laughed. He looked at Liu Xiao name and said, $3,000 want to take my supermarket. You the head is kicked. 30,000 yuan is an idiotic dream. You are doing it when your family is doing. After listening to Liu Sheng, Liu Xiao's face was shame, and his eyes were more angry about Liu Sheng. Nima. This scorpion actually said that 30,000 yuan is an idiotic dream, but also fucking out of a gold and doing $3,000 in your home. I am talking to you, you don't want your face. Liu Xiao's face was sank, and he said, I have not given me it. I have to see. Your chain supermarket can continue to do it in Jiangqing. When you want to ask me to use $3,000 your store didn't. Liu Xiao name felt that this little scorpion could not continue to communicate, and torn it directly. Although Liu Xiao named words did not mention his father, but the tone is imitation. Jiangqing is the general of his family. I didn't speculate more. Liu Sheng also saw this time. This Liu Xiao name is the Iron Heart wants to take it. His mouth is rare, such as Mu Chunfei generally laughed. Then I have to see. You have Liu family. There is no energy. 3 brings. Send guests. Liu Xiao named Liu Sheng, and left a few words in his mouth. You are a little scorpion. Let's walk. Loyalty. This will drive away. Is it not very appropriate? Although Dong Yuosheng saw Liu Sheng, he shot a slap in his chest, but he still had some worries in his heart. After all, Liu Xiao name is one of the Xi district, Jiangqing, the son of the Xi district, which is like this, breaking the face. His heart still has an inexplicable concern. Uncle, you don't worry about this, the soldiers will be shocked to the earth. When you wait and see. I saw that Dongguo's face is still ugly. Liu Sheng laughed. The wind blows the grass to see the cattle and sheep. Who is the wolf, who is sheep? Friends come have good wine. Bad people come with a shotgun. Uncle, come. Hey. When you participate in the army, the spirit of the military will come out, and the little name is nothing more than a jumping beam. How much time is it? Liu Sheng is clear that Dongguo is in good fortune. But this Liu Xiao name has broken through the bottom line in his heart. He decided to use his own relationship, and packed up Liu Xiao name. If you have to be rooted, you must be sure. This is not too light. This is not only to cut off a hand of loyalty to the loyalty company, which will shock those small, let them see the loyalty company will not rise. Heart. Chapter 61 is shut down if you are invisible. If the second day, Dong Yuosheng has received a call from Hongbin, who is the headquarters of Jiangqing. Hongbin, who has received the headquarters of Jiangqing Shengfood and Yingqiao. The facade of the 6 family loyalty chain supermarket in the Xi area, including the flagship store of loyalty to the supermarket, because there is no acceptance of the fire department, did not make effective fire prevention measures in the store, is shut down. When to rectify, the fire department will make the opening. Not only, the Industry and Commerce Bureau, the Taxation Bureau, the staff of the Ministry of Health have conducted a weekly joint inspection of the food supermarkets in the city. In addition to the loyalty of the Xi district, the remaining chain supermarkets have also been stopped. It is not possible to operate. It can be said that all of the chain supermarkets under the faith have not been able to operate. Dong Yuosheng and Hongbin are anxious enough. But Liu Sheng and Wang Bo are the same as if there is anything. I have to go to school. What is busy? I don't pay attention to Liu Xiao's losses. Just tell Hong Kong Bin and Dong Yuosheng, let them becoming anything. quiet and seeking. Dong Yuosheng's thing for Luo Sheng did not give this kind of food chain supermarket. He has always been quite whispered. Now it is more likely to provoke Luo Xiao, which has become this look. Luo Sheng always said to let them look at it, but how can he be able to take a look at it? They can be the same as those who have nothing, but he is the village support of Bamboo Plate, and the village office of the faith is returned to his management. Some leaders in each department began to call him, let him shut down the loyal food and smoother, and even it is called to let him turn off the loyalty company of the village. Some of the relationships, but also directly, the people who have been sinned, if they can't be flattened, the other things in Bamboo Plate will have an impact. The old words of rural areas are good. The people are not with the official game. The small official does not compete with the big official, and the interpersonal relationship between Luo Sheng's home is basically all recognized. There is no relative of the official. When the fire department has a loyal food in the fire department, the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets have no power. Dong Yuosheng feels that this time Luo Xiao is played, and there is absolutely his father Luo Gang's figure. Faithful educated supermarkets are afraid that they have never passed. Dong Yuosheng seems to have a long grass in these days, and when he doesn't even eat, he can't feel the taste of the meal. He always feel that this nail in his heart does not start, and it is troubled. After lunch this day, Dong Yuosheng felt that it was really on, and found Wang Bo directly. Let Wang Bo will give Luo Sheng to take a few words he want to say. Looking at Wang Bo, who swallowed clouds, Luo Sheng smashed him very dissatisfied, said, Sanxi, Zongxiu said that I didn't have a heart. I saw it. Only you have no heart. Let you talk. You convey the original words. It seems that there is nothing more. You can don't forget. You can don't forget that you have a big part of the shares inside the supermarket. I am really not afraid that I gave the loyal food and smoother. Wang Bao glanced at Luo Sheng, grinned. Hey, I don't want to have no heart. The hole is not used. There is a small monster. Don't say Luo Xiao name dad is a deputy director. It is a district leader. I am afraid that it is not good in your hand. Wang Bo and his own big exterior contact time, the longer in the heart. The more you can't see the exterior of the enchanting. It is a child, but it is more than a lot of adults. Everything makes everything. It is more like it is not awareness. Will be average. Luo Gangfeng and the enchanting boy doing an opponent. Definitely a shell lantern find dead. Luo Sheng lost a white eye, unfortunately. 3. What do you say? Who is a small monster? Then speak like this later. I can deduct your bonus. For Wang Bo's reaction, Luo Sheng is not strange. There are many things after he reborn. Wang Bo has been watching in his eyes. He has not made a mistake at this time. Wang Bo believes that he is really nothing. After Luo Sheng, he didn't look at Wang Bo. He looked down. Don't look at it now. You will have to pull the list. I don't believe that you are a clenched guy's buttocks. On the head, you are not good. In the box of Jiangqing Song River Hotel, 7 or 8 fashionable young people sit around a big table before drinking. These people are all Luo Xiao names and others who have always been loyal to the supermarket family. The loyal food and surrounding supermarkets have not been able to have any moving. It should have been recognized. I said, in the Xi district, I can have people who are not famous. Don't face it. Give $3,000 to their stores are to see them. Now stupid. The son of the fire captain of the Xi district fired the arrogant, and he continued to say, family, wait, etc. After that, can you give some benefits to your brothers? Let's have no less expensive. Luo Xiao name Erlang legs, and took a bounce from the Chinese cigarette, waiting for the yellow hair under the hand to ignite the smoke. After his beauty, took the rest of the bag, the left, the opening said, the remaining smoke is divided. Follow me, I have a dry. I will not have everyone. Luo Xiao name once again spit out a smoking ring, and said slowly, our lozi is now right. If it is unreasonable, the expiration is invalid. You have not going to the capital or turn around. The door of the bustling world already opened. We must catch up with this wave of trends and achieve a big event. The famous family also said, and I saw a wide range of people. It is the talented talents in these people. Follow the names, absolutely no mistakes. My old man said, my brain is not good. Follow the smart people, walk together, compare insurance, and famous so long. I admire the name. The Cheng Kong, who was sitting around Jiang San, did not take a horse ass, and directly listed him for the category of younger brother. Within seeing Liu Xiao name is very intensive, he continues to shoot the horse and said, the family is more beautiful, the fire is unqualified, and the 6-7, the industrial and commercial tax health is joint inspection, but also let the loyalty to the supermarket all unable to operate. People outside said, it is a routine check. Cheng Kong is the second son of the land. He has a brother that can do it. His death ghosts naturally ignore Cheng Kong's selective ignore. And Liu Xiao name hooked together for 2 years, he found that Liu Xiaohong's ability is very strong, but also the big husband can flex 8. When the money will be picked up, and if it is not accident, Liu Xiao name that is, these years. This time, Liu Xiao named Loyal Food and surrounding chain, proved that Liu Xiao's eyes were alone. He also praised many people, and the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets were a golden chicken, and the daily turnover can reach it. 1,000 yuan. His old man plus bonuses and other great income. Now there is only $6 or $70. There is no profit of the food chain supermarket. If Liu Xiaomino, it is possible to put the Loyal Food and surrounding the chain. When he got 1 or 2 such chain supermarkets, he can make money. If you don't have this reason, he will not actively contact and use the energy around you and the work of Liu Xiao name. Jiang San saw Cheng Kong's goods kept to slat the guarded, and Liu Xiao name put a quilt in and look. He also said, family, how much time I don't think, loyalty people will come here, squatting, seeking you to take their broken supermarkets. Brothers, you said that it is Jiang San Cheng Kong 2 people, 1 left, 1 right, put Liu Xiao name and fugged. His heart thought the most at this time, not what problems behind the acquisition, but thought, a little pun it can be able to get up so large. The supermarkets, the ability of these with the ability of him and the hand. If you don't know what it is like it. In the past few days, Liu Xiao name has always been a kind of heart, and people who want to find the Black Road put Liu Sheng and Wang Bo to play a meal. However, he knows that before the completion of the acquisition, he is not right, at least to complete the acquisition, then embarrassing 2 small mud legs. Chapter 62 Vibrating Liu Tang has always had a very uneasy feeling in the hearts of the last 2 days. This is what he has never happened from the government. He always feels that there is something. However, in addition to a few calls, he didn't do anything else in addition to the sun. As for the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets, the following people have also fed back to him, although the size of the food and Propoi supermarkets is very large. But behind the back of Dongguosong has a Vice Township. The background of the Wang Bo is more simple. The home is the rural areas of Fujian. It is a few years in the side of this side. It is to make a few small money on the waterfront, and there is no energy. The best condition is the big sister of Wang Bo, nothing more than a primary school teacher. His second grandfather Wang Sutai is a custom-free office, and now it has retired at home. Can't flush something at all. What makes me what is it always? Liu Gangbs can't understand. Liu Gang is not supported for his son who wants to maliciously acquire the loyal and smuggling. After all, this kind of thing will be operated, and when it will leave a disease. However, if you are acquisition, don't say $3,000. It is a 30,000 sides will not promise. This is some let him scratch, then a few $1,000s in the day. It is really a red. Once this loyalty to the supermarket is swallowed, Liu Gang has even a kind of idea. He wants to find Wang Bo to get a crime to get into the brigade, clean all the post-happening clean. If the family doesn't know, he even has an idea that I want to use the crime of hiding and put Liu Sheng's family. Either you don't do it, you have to make it clean. If you do this, at least you can reduce the future of Liu O. Liu Sheng remembers very clear. In the 4th day, The Central State Council's decision on combating serious criminal activities in the economic field has officially introduced. The decision clearly stated that various criminal activities in the economic field have been invested in our cadres, damaging our party, government's, military's body and national credibility, and combating serious crimes in the economic field, and performing anti-corruption deterioration. The struggle, which is related to the success or failure of China's socialist modernization, must resolutely crack down on serious criminal activities in the economic field. This Luo Gang jumped out in such a large environment, which is simply a behavior to find death. Although Jiangqing is a remote zone, even the High of the High Emperor, but Jiangqing is part of China. Luo Gao's son wants to compete for the heavens. That is to find the wrong time to find the wrong person. Luo Sheng has always had an idea. That is, he should have a power. Northeast officials are mostly corrupted. Dare to do not settle in advance, but also to see that there is a strong experience in his industry. Take the idea. Only with the clause that extends to the faith company, let those power or officials see the energy of the faith company, know that the faith company can't provoke, only the loyalty company can develop more quickly. Unlucky Cao Cao meets Jiang Dry, paying attention to defeat. Luo Gang, the son of the potholes, must become the footstone of the loyalty company. What? Mitsui Property Investment Project is ready to cancel. Why? Chen Vice Governor heard the translation saying that Pope Airflower said that investment is ready to cancel. He feels inexplicably, and it is very eager to ask. Potent Pear is a representative of Sanjing Property in the Black Province, and his relationship has been a good relationship, and the income of the investment plant has entered the final stage. How can I say cancellation? Poto Proba is standing on the head of Chen, which is very precise. Our manager heard that the investment environment in the Black Province is not good, decided to build the factory to other places. Nowadays, we welcome our past investment. The investment environment is not good. Chen Xiaonuo had countless black lines. 3 wells should be invested in the Black Province. All departments are fully fitted. It is a big open green light in all aspects. How can I have a bad environment? Is it wrong with the 3 wells? In 8 seconds, foreign capital to China's investment and construction is a very major thing. It is not only because the investment plant will get a lot of foreign exchange after investment buildings, which will bring other benefits. This investment is a 3 renderings and Black Provinces to cooperate, and the dismuters from this side, build factory buildings, send people to manage, 3 well-owned renewers to invest in production lines, responsible for artificial training inside the factory, and 5% of the Black Province's 11th equity. Japanese investment accounts for 49%. This is a good thing in the big. He will definitely not tolerate the daily withdrawal of the Japanese side. Chen woke up and sat down the potophiles, and he finally understood what happened to something to make the 3 wells decided to withdraw. What? $3,000 want to acquire a collective company with a value of more than 100,000 yuan, personal investment. Hungly rely on the country's collective company. This courage is too big. Chen woke up as the vice governor of the main economy. He is very clear that the Central 3-oriented 5 pride will pay close attention to the fight against the business criminal acts. He really can't think of it. There is still someone in the following top grades. Some people are so bold, and it is clever. $3,000 want to acquire more than 100,000 yuan of collective companies. This brain is not water. Collective companies worth 100,000 yuan, even if there are still few people in the province. This company, the province, is also protecting it. There is a good company does not protect, but it will take advantage of it, too much. What makes Chen woke up? This official doesn't want to think about it. It can have a company with 100,000 yuan in 8 seconds. How can there be no energy after body? How can you make such a stupid thing? If you say that potent pair is truth, then, no matter who involves anyone, regardless of any level, he will also be treated with the governor, the secretary of the provincial party committee, must be dealt with. This behavior is not only Jiangqing's business, is a destruction of the confidence of investors. If the official is done, what is the development of the Black Province? How else can be developed in black? Miss Wong Do, please rest assured, I will definitely give a satisfactory manner for the 3 wells. I will send the investigation team. If things are true, I am here. Whether it involves anyone, will be severely punished by law. In recent time, Luo Sheng's detective Conan Big Sale, Sanjing Yazi often talks to Luo Sheng, but also tells the head of the province to visit the Popear Flower to visit Luo Sheng, send Luo Sheng to send some foreign exchange rolls and gifts. She learned from the mouth of Potenor. I learned that Luo Sheng had mixed in Jiangqing. There was a very powerful business mind. 3 wells were starting to face Luo Sheng, and Luo Sheng asked with her peers. Because the last time I found my sister, she has not yet launched in the Black Province, so she has exchanged several opinions with Luo Sheng. After listening to some of Luo Sheng, she decided to invest in the factory in the Black Province. Luo Sheng and her funds have set up a 3-real home, accounting for 50% of Japanese equity, and investing in the sanitary napkin. The production plant is basically tangible, and it has landed in poor funds and production lines. Luo Sheng has always felt that the sanitary napkins are a revolutionary product of women's menstrual supplies. For women, they have a sympathy, far more than breasts, and the bikini inventions have been significant. In the 1980s, sanitary napkins are a relatively new proprietary noun, which is the definition of it. The female menstrual period is used to add saw blood-blooded special supplies, which is specially produced by the manufacturer, usually sticking to the bottom of the underwear, close the bleeding site, according to the amount of blood. The amount of blood is changed or multiplied. Prevent blood from causing contamination to protect the woman's health. At the beginning of the 1980s, most women used to use toilet paper or menstrual bands, and fold a roll of sanitary paper several times, folded in privacy, and was absorbed with sanitary paper. Luo Sheng knows that this is a super big cake, and if this cake is divided, he can get a lot of benefits. This huge benefit is not just revenue in money, and it is also possible to harvest countless for reputation. Luo Sheng faintly remembered, the earliest, that is, it has just entered the 1980s, it should be that China has introduced the first sanitary napkin production line from RB Rui Guangco Limited. This production line, only the straight sanitary napkin that can only be produced. This is the case. The sanitary napkin produced is quite good, and it is even known as a huge breakthrough in the menstrual supplies in China. At that time, people were not open for this kind of women's supplies. They were very concerned, and this kind of social moral colored vision went to see the sanitary napkins. I think it is a person with toilet paper and menstruation. It is possible. Let's get a kind of thing you will be selling, just a woman who is going to buy, and it is a new attempt. However, Luo Sheng knows that when the sanitary napkin has begun to promote, it is slightly laborious, but after a period of promotion, the sales of sanitary napkins will surf the sales. After all, this thing is very helpful for women, and this straight the cost of the sanitary napkin is not high, the price sold is quite reasonable, and women will choose to use sanitary napkins after basically in the future, and will not let the sanitary paper to do sanitary napkins. When I talked about this thing with the 3 wells, Luo Sheng's excuse is very powerful. He said that he enacted the river that his mother Wang Yaking saw the sanitary napkins used by Sanjing Yadai, and there was an idea that I want to buy, but, asking all the Jiangqing, no selling sanitary napkins, even if there is no such thing in the entire Black Province. Luo Sheng said that he even in Beijing and Shanghai, China has no sanitary napkins for sale. In other words, once this thing enters the Chinese market, there is a considerable income. China's population is at this time of more than 1 million people. According to the proportion of men and women, there are at least 500 million women in the female population, and they don't have to sanitary napkins. That is, there are at least 3,050,000,000 women need to use sanitary napkins. As long as it is propaganda, this 350 million women are only a third of the sanitary napkins, which is more than 100 million. This thing is not a disposable product. but a long-term consumable product. How big is this market? I want to know. Whether it is an 80s, still what ages, earning women's money is always much better than earning men, let alone this female must have productive. Luo Sheng is most important at this time. In fact, he wants to establish a bra processing plant in Jiangqing, specializing in the production of underwear sales to the world. At the end of the 1970s to the mid-1950, the Chinese still did not have the habit of wearing bras, and it is also a nylon bra. Just Luo Sheng's idea of producing a bra is temporarily said to say, after all, Jiangqing, or in the Black Province, the time of investing in the bra life is still immature. This thing needs to be mature after the time. After the three wells, I didn't pay much attention to women on China. As for this thing that there is no sanitary napkin on Jiangqing, she is only heard from Luo Zongsun. She really doesn't remember when and Luo Sheng talked about the sanitary napkin, but she did in the menstrual period and Wang Yaking went to China's ancient dirty public toilet, that is. Luo Sheng said that this thing is very likely. The most important thing is that the three wells is like Luo Sheng said, and it is a supermarket in China. Such a big piece of cake, she must have to split her hand. It is just that the three wells is not to understand, while Luo Sheng only cooperates with her, and does not cooperate with Sanjing property. If the same, the profits created will be higher. The most fascinating thing is that it is a good trading, which is very profitable. And Luo Sheng insisted on cooperating with the government of China, and they only account for 49%. The names of 49% of the company are called Three Wells, which belongs to the three wells of the three wells under the three wells. There is half of her shareholders and Luo Sheng, of which the requirements of the Black Province have only one. The products produced must use the two letters representing the ZX of the faith. Sanjing Yadi has a great resentment for Luo Sheng at this time. She is a daughter of Sanjing celebrity Sanjing Hongbo. In addition to holding a shares of Toyota Motion, she has a sense of superiority, and the liquidity in her hand. Actually, there is no more children in Luo Sheng. This enchanting child earned 400 million yen in just 2 months. And this number is still increasing. Chapter 63. Chen woke up the secret police survey team. After the Jiangqing, they used the extremely short time to clear the truth of things. Luo Gang's son Luo Xiaohong used a few units of industrial and commercial tax firefighting, and seized the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets, causing the Faithful Food and surrounding supermarkets to rectify. As soon as Luo Xiaoman uses $3,000, I want to acquire the Loyalty Company supermarket. And it is even easily found. Although it seems that Luo Gang did not participate in the acquisition of Luo Xiao's acquisition, the people in the investigation team were investigated, and Luo Gang gave the following branch. In other words, at least Luo Gang is informed. It is the acquisition of Luo Xiaohong to the acquisition of Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets. And this behavior has exceeded the bottom line of normal official daily behavior. After eliciting the report of the investigation team, he immediately touched his head and touched the head of the provincial party committee, and discussed this matter. After exchange, he directly called the secretary of the Jiangqing Municipal Party Committee, let Jiangqing Municipal Party Committee secretary from restricting such a malignant event. He also told Jiangqing Municipal Party Committee to convene the leadership team in Jiangqing, earnestly implement the state's policy of corruption, and unopened economic crimes, resolutely not allowed to appear again. Luo Gang and Luo Xiao name, and all the people who participated in the acquisition of Faithful Food and smashing chain, all were arrested, and Luo Gang was directly sentenced to death for 10 years after the double open because of corruption and sin of privacy. Luo Xiao's name and Jiang, 3 people were sentenced to 3 to 5 years by the police station with the crime of evil forces gangs. The loyalty of the Food and Glory supermarkets were arrested in Luo Gang and Luo Xiao name, returned to business. This is a huge shock of Dong Yuosheng and Liang Fu Wangbo, a vice-director of a region, said that it was arrested, and he was arrested, and it was also sentenced to it. Luo Sheng looked high again. Not only these people, Many leaders in Jiangqing have begun to pay attention to loyal food and surrounding supermarkets, but also warn their children, don't provoke the loyalty company in the future. This company's background is too big, bigger rivals. Who is the person behind the faith? This company is not. They can enable. Luo Sheng avoids how to do this, just say that it is clearly written, there is no door, but people call, good and evil, like a news. People do not live. Wang Rui, do you really want to resign? Shen Yi frowned tight. He really didn't want to let Wang Rui, even if it is a favorite. Wang Rui has already decided, he is still the opening again to retain. If you are dissatisfied with the benefits of the product factory, I can give you a payment. If I am dissatisfied with the living environment, I can give you a place. Shen leader. Wang Rui interrupted the sinking, said the sound is high as a high exaction. You should clearly. I have a deep feeling about the Shanghai Art Factory, and money is not too much for me. Useful. I want a good working environment and a platform to show my ability, and the Shanghai Art Factory will not be these. Shen and again, I looked at Wang Rui. I struggled in my heart, and he worked out a smile, smiled and said to Wang Rui, you want a good working environment, I can give you this side here. You want to show your ability, I can let you enjoy the film factory. How do you see? You must know that we are state-owned enterprises, and everything you have to go is unknown. I hope you can careful consideration. Wang Rui's face revealed a smile. He said slightly, Shen leaders, you still ask Gao Ming. I have decided to work in the comic studio of Luo Yongguo. Who is Luo Yongguo? Don't talk more. For Shen, Wang Rui did not have too much good. He and Luo Yongguo were a person who loves art, likes to create, but I can't get two people, always let them do. They don't like to do it. The things don't say, and they often let their two honest people can't lift their heads in front of others. Now Luo Yongguo is gone. He came over again, that is, the sinking. In addition to the people who slipped the horse, there is no one who can provoke this stall. I know today, why bother? If Shen Yishan did not take the way, Luo Yongguo did not find such a good place, and he would not choose to leave Shanghai Artwork Factory. I came out from Shengxin. Wang Rui suddenly felt the sea and wide sky, as if the layer of layers in his body was completely disappeared. He did not wait to rush to the comics studio of Luo Yongguo. I can't wait to do my own creation. Luo Yongguo gave him the comic studio that Luo Yong was tailored to these love art, loved the people, and he wanted a good environment, a good creative atmosphere, wanted to live a happy day. Wang Rui hurriedly packed the baggage, embarked on the train in the north. Luo Xiol, if you go out of this door, don't want to come back in the future. Xi Ying's voice once again raised, there is no Zhengqi. Don't eat the pigs with hair. Don't think that your company is good, just ability to do what you want. The old lady is here today. You will not pay you in the future, I will not pay you. For Luo Xiol to leave the company, Xi Ying is more indignant. It is difficult when Luo Xiol is looking for a job. She has taken Luo Xiol. It is also good for him. Now the company is busy, this kid is actually don't do it, let the ass to leave. This makes Xi Ying feel very unhappy. Luo Xiol said with a smile, Xi big sister, if you say this, you are not right. People go to the heights. This truth, you can understand. I also understand how much profit I created in this company. It is mentioned, but I only open the salary of 36 yuan per month. The shake is sold. I have left the $5 left. If you continue in you, my wife is enough. You have to me. I remember it. If there is development there, I will find a chance to repay you. After Luo Xiol, I touched a new woman's SH table from my pocket. I will continue to Xi Ying, and I will continue to say, Xi big sister, my younger brother, I am not forgetful. It is possible to show my ideals and ambition. It is more able to give me money. This is my little heart. I hope you can accept it. Xi Ying looked at Luo Xiol's new SH brand female watch, and looked at Luo Xiol who was full of sincere. She sighed and said, forget it, I have just been tempered, I will return. Xi Ying said, it seems that I said a bag of clothing and joy. Xiaola, watch you take it back. Big sister will not want your watch. This watch you can give the future yourself. You have to have if you want to come back. You can look at the big sister. After this door, you will open it for you. Xiying is from the heart. Luo Xielo, what conditions, what kind of such? A new SH brand watch, at least 120 yuan. With Luo Xielu spend the big hand. Basically it is a wage to buy a piece of wage to buy such a watch. He can make such a thing. And don't take care of Luo Xiol. Luo Xiol saw Xiying and turned into the old big sister. He happily, Xi big sister, you will accept it. It gives me a month's salary and subsidies. There are $300. When I drove over a few years there, I will buy better gifts for you. After Luo Xiol said, thank Xiying deeply, thank you, and pinched the train ticket on the new journey. Comrade Y Jianfen, is our factory treatment not good enough? You reported a residence after reporting, and the salary of each month is higher than that of your peers, reaching $40 every month, no matter where is it. This is a high salary. Work in the canteen food can be no better than our factory canteen. You can eat fine grains every day. If you have 3 different 5, the cafeteria will get some. In this case, I want to resign. I see you still consider it. Luo Wen, a person in the prosperous clothing factory, took Y Jianfen's resignation letter, and he was very regretted with Y Jianfen. The factory is a state-owned factory. Like Y Jianfen, a female student like Y Jianfen, as long as it is mixed in this factory for a few years, even if it is not prominent, it will be taken into cadres. Now if Y Jianfen is left, all the previous one efforts have nothing to do. Luoji, I know that you are a kind, but I have my ideals. I love painting, love to create excellent works for people to enjoy. In our clothing factory, I can only design the clothes of thousands of clothes. I think, if I don't go out at this time, I will regret it for a lifetime. Now my classmate creates a chance. I want to grasp my own destiny. I have decided to resign. Y Jianfen has a certain feeling of the prosperous clothing factory, but it is possible to do things you like in the environment that Luo Yongzhong said, and there is so high salary and welfare treatment, she has to fight in the past. Wang Rui, Luo Xiol, and Y Jianfen have ambitious young people resolutely resign, opened their most brilliant journeys. Chapter 64. A small hand. Wang Rui, Luo Xiol and Y Jianfen arrived at Jiangqing's next day. Luo Sheng deliberately rushed to the Faithful Comic Studio from the school, preparing to give these 3 people. Previously, Luo Sheng said that Luo Yongwang said, Luo Yonggo hit some calls, and set up a total of 3 people in the Credit Comics studio. 2 of them were the classmates of his university, and 1 is his work in the film factory. The good partner, they all belong to the kind of approaching him, or even the bottom of the work, or even more than him. After Luo Sheng heard, he was simply ambiguous. The Loyalty Studio has such a fresh blood to join, and it will be able to speed up the speed of creative. And Luo Sheng has a complete opportunity to completely get rid of the comics of every day. Luo Sheng pushed the door of the studio and saw a few people in the room, and he was very casually sitting in the main position of the Faithful Comic Studio. After his eyes, he was swaying in his face, and he said that he did not say soon, I am Luo Sheng, Wang Rui, Luo Xiol, Y Jianfen, welcome to join the Faith Cartoon Studio. Welcome you to become comics the new one of the studio. I believe that under the leadership of the big brother of Luo Yonggo, you can achieve your wishes, and I hope that you will make excellent results. Today is the next day you arrived in Jiangqing. I have prepared some. The meals are, it is for you 3 people to do the wind. After taking the wind, I hope you can put it all your heart to the creation of the studio. He is very good for these 3 people, although there is no contact. But, it is the very simple person. Just he didn't think of it, his appearance will surprise them so much. Wang Rui, Luo Xiol, Y Jianfen went to Jiangqing, although Luo Yonggo said that the boss of their comic studio is a child. However, when Luo Sheng came into the studio, they were like Luo Yongzhong, as Luo Yongzi saw Luo Sheng, and suddenly petrified. In front of this child is Luo Yongguo's little old is the legend of Luo Yongguo's comic circle. Wang Rui looked at Luo Sheng's tender face, and his heart could not help but have a huge doubt. Luo Sheng, if he walked in the street, he was able to think that this child should be a good family with a good family. He won't think of it. Such a Putong's child can be Luo Yongguo, said the legend of the comic circle, the master of the cartoon master. Such a child can be a problem in China. How can it be the legend of the comic circle? Luo Xiao was seeing Luo Sheng's first eye. He thought the most. This Luo Yongzu is too unreliable. I also lie to the brothers. Such a child, if the legend of the comic circle is the comic master, he can eat a shit directly. Although Wei Jianfen did not exaggerate the two people think of Wang Ru and Luo Xiao, it was also some doubts about Luo Sheng's identity. However, when they saw Luo Sheng, they had disappeared in their hearts. Big half, more surprised. You really published The Teenager of Detective Conan and Weekly Teenager? Wei Jianfen turned his head and talked with Luo Sheng, while giving a slight questioning. Wei Jianfen came to this side. He listened to Luo Yongguo that Luo Sheng created the Detective Conan published in RB's largest comic magazine Weekly, and in the comic magazine of Weekly it has been ranking first, becoming the most popular comic book in RB. If Luo Sheng is Chinese, it will definitely be held in the RB comic world at this time, the most excellent master-level comic book. Luo Sheng smiled slightly. His face revealed an extreme confidence. His waistplate did not consciously pull straight. Slowly said, "How, why big, isn't I am not like Genius Children's World." It is estimated that you really don't really understand. Seeing Wang Ru and Luo Xiao's face is still the expression, and Wei Jianfen's face is still the kind of love that does not believe. Luo Sheng's mouth is like a crescent. If you don't give them a few open hands, they really don't know someone outside. There are days outside. Luo Sheng smiled and said to Luo Yongguo, Yongzhong's big brother, see it, your small partners don't believe in my ability. Trouble you to give me paper, take some pen, I am giving them before eating. Odd a little hand, let them know how to incite. What is the godchild, what is the train can be pushed? Small partner? Question mark. Little hand? Question mark. Can the train be pushed? Question mark. This is a dialogue between children and Luo Yongguo. That tone, that expression, lightly, even accumulates. Wang Ru and Luo Xiao were completely annoyed. In front of this, the momentum actually exceeded the adults of their age. He is a child? Wei Jianfen's face is colorful. She really didn't think that Luo Sheng actually said such a word. In other words, Luo Sheng's practice is that the scorpion is malarkey and knows. If there is no powerful skill, it will never get this in front of them. It is true to be the door, that is, the big knife is in front of Guangong. This low-level mistake, she feels that Luo Sheng will not do it. From all aspects, Luo Sheng has the identity of the legendary legend. However, Wei Jianfen did not stop Luo Sheng from painting once. She especially wanted to see how the comic's creation of the comic circle in the mouth of Luo Yongguo. I will paint a simple figure today, Luo Sheng said, while paving the white paper and taught it. Use a pencil to manipulate, draw a basic shape, and pay attention to the accuracy of the position and angle and perspective relationship. After you finish the scriptures, you can use a brush to hook your eyes. Be careful when using a brush, because the brush is soft, the change in the line is also large, so pay attention to the power of the power, general, with a brush when you draw the eyelid, and in order to make the character's eyes, the eyelids are painted. Be careful when drawing an eyeball, keep the highlight of the eyeball in advance. You can leave some white in the upper part of the pupil, which will make your eyes a transparent sense. Try to be fine as possible when you draw your eyelids. When drawing eyelashes, don't draw eyelashes, you can use the pen to go. The method and the front side are basically the same when drawing the side of the eye, but the eyelids are needed to make it wrap their eyes, and the side eyelashes are the longest. A lifelike eye quickly presented in Luo Sheng's pen, that kind of visual sense, that kind of beauty, simply subverted their three people painted the concept of characters. They didn't think that there were so many eyes that were painted with cartoon characters. Single is a picture of this eye. The three people have completely believed that Luo Sheng is the legend of Luo Yongo said. This part of the character's eyes is the most difficult. The personality of the characters in the comics, almost all gathered to the eye. When can you make your eyes to express your eyes? Then the cartoon character has been successfully constructed. Luo Sheng saw Wang Rui, who listened carefully. He continued to explain some skills to build people, and how characters' clothes are mixed, and all until the various switches of characters. Switching of clothes is an indispensable one ring in cartoon characters. The protagonist of the cartoon characters is unchanged. The style of the clothes is constant. But there is a small difference between some colors. There are also many attention when the hair treatment among the cartoon characters, especially the part of the transformation between the line and the curve is clear. In less than 10 minutes, a lifelike comic character is born. No matter what point of view, it is so perfect. In the eyes of Wang Rui, Luo Xiao and Wei Jianfen, this cartoon character can be described with God, everything. It looks so perfect, and even let them have a self-defeating feel. Before they arrived in Jiangqing, after meeting, they always felt that they were a great painter, and she always felt that only they can create a more excellent person. What they didn't think of: there are people outside, there is a day outside, strong and medium, and Luo Sheng has no color animation. Directly conquer them. Seeing the three people's enthusiasm and worship, Luo Sheng's mouth is like a crescent. Many times, Luo Sheng has an idea. At this time, the relatives in the Faithful Studio should be the greatest. After conquering Luo Yongo, then conquer these people, the future Faith Studio will be more well managed. Luo Sheng was arbitrarily left on the table with the white paper in his hand, and said, "Go, let's go to the canteen to eat." I told the cafeteria, I have to come to the studio today. Friends, let them get a few dishes. Although the Caucasian cook's craftsmanship may not be as famous in Jiangqing, but eat in the cafeteria, it is much more comfortable than going outside. Chapter 65 is created. Luo Sheng saw that Wang Rui and Luo Xiao did not have a problem. He immediately organized them to open a small meeting, decided to let Wang Rui and Luo Xiao at this time. Then he painted, continued to create Plant Master subsequent section. This is the comics form of Sakuragi. Luo Sheng pointed at the prototype of the Sakura waffles he painted. His personality is both high and simple. At some time, is like a long-lasting child, sometimes has become a big place. Dare to assert itself is a genius. Self-confidence. This is the comics form of Yan Shufeng. It is an emoticon. The appearance of the appearance is indifferent, and the heart is hot. Simple personality, hobby sleep, and the Sakura flowers belong to single-cell organisms, but the performance direction is very different. Doing things I am, so I often get the evaluation of arrogant and only my alone. This is the coach of the Xiangbai team, the old man, and is very amiable to people, so everyone is called him White Hazard. When you are young, it is a national team's player. He is also coach at a famous university. At that time, he trained very strict, and he was called White Hair by others. After the death of the Vital Valley, the title of the coach was resigned, and the title of White Hair was retired from the college basketball world. Now it seems to be completely changed. The game is always stable, like Chan, will only laugh. Just like the statue of McDonald's, it is full of expectation of Dragon Ikama and Sakuragi. Now, I have drawn 3 episodes, you taste it. The first episode of the story is probably like this: sorry, Sakuragi classmates, people I like are the baby classmates. This sentence is at the end of the junior high school life. The 50 loss of the red-haired Cherry Fossa declared. With the unlimited hate against basketball, the Sakuragi flower hero has rushed to the County Xiangbai High School. Sorry, I would like to ask this classmate, do you like basketball? For the basketball, the extremely sensitive Sakuragi is asked to see a beautiful and lovely girl. When I was asked, this girl called Redwood is appreciated by his physique. and Sakuragi did not hesitate to admit that he very likes basketball and starts to dream with Kingsai. The Sakuragi flower of the 3rd grade student was about to go to the rooftop to go to the 3 grade rising, but the invitation from Redwood, he went to the basketball to visit this matter. The basketball hall is infected with the basketball is infected with the Sakuragi. The mind is simple, and the character is urgent. He is ready to perform himself a meal. Although, in the final failure of his performance, he hit his rebound, but his superb bounce capacity wanted to be appreciated, and he treated him as a savior of the basketball team. Under the reminder of good friends, Sakura is thinking that the lovely girls may have a boyfriend, and she always comes to Lugawa classmates, liquor classmates. The Sakuragan, who is restless, stops the so-called Liuan Sechuan classmates is not her boyfriend. Kingsai tells Sakura after a series of descriptions of the basketball master. She tells the Seikawa, which is a single love, declared Sakuragi. The first lost love after high school. Sakuragi came to the 3 grade student of the Tantai put the pigeon again and decided to wait after school. In advance, I arrived at Tandai's 3rd grade, new generation of freshmen, and when the Sakuragi Flower Road came to the contract, Xiuquen has knocked down all the 3rd grade students on the Tantai, and learned this. The grade is the object of Kings's single love, and the cherrywood cavity is not burned in the fire. Just saw that he saw him to look at the Rutheni maple, immediately stopped. Seeing the blood flowing between Liuan Feng and the 3rd grade fighting, the son is mistakenly considered to be a cherry working. Due to his word of mouth, it is not good to say that the son is angry. It's too bad to hurt people. I am wrong, Sakuragi classmates. Although Sakuragi suffered a very serious blow, I saw that Sechuan Feng was so cold and couldn't help but beat him. The result is a clear child. I hate you. Due to the explanation of Yangping, the king's son found that it was a hurt that Sakuragi had hurt him, so I decided to apologize to him after school. When I was studying, the basketball team didn't care carefully with the ball to hit the Sakuragi face, stirred the anger of the cherry-style cherry flyer of basketball than a day. And he also annoyed the behavior of the basketball to Odd, and the captain of the basketball team Red Mood demonstration. In order to maintain the loved basketball, he asked to fight with Sakuragi in the basketball hall. The rule was to grab the ball in his hands before he put 10 balls and pushed the basket. Their dual sensation. Countless students come to watch. Sakuragi flower in the basketball is constantly ugly, and the 9 ball has been repeatedly opened, and there is 9 balls in the eye. Akiwu Kingsai wants to prevent Sakuragi from the confrontation of his brother Redwood, and the simple Sakuragi flower of the mind has encouraged her appearance, and I have been invested in the game with Redwood. With the physical strength of Superman, Sakuragi finally grabbed the ball. Everyone in the scene couldn't help but Sakuragi got the ball under the condition of using various methods, and won the ball from the roof of the Redwood to the basket, and grabbed the ball from him from his hands, and the dunk was successful. Just as the cherry screamed to the sunny child and said that the opponent is the gorilla in the zoo, he accidentally heard the sunny gorilla's brother. Since then, he immediately turns his attitude and actively demanded a basketball team and did a variety of means in order to please Anshai. In order to get close to the sunny child, in order to add basketball team, the Sakuragi flower will be sealed in the basketball hall all night, and finally touched the red chemicals, allowing him to add a basketball team. On the first day after entering the team, Redwood will give the basketball-based Sakuragi flower to the manager of the basketball for the boring basic skills. Self-proclaimed people of Skuland, and under the captain seat Sakuragi flower, the play basketball team has been 2 weeks, but he is always in the field to practice shooting. He wanted to play with everyone to exercise with a deficient argument that he asked him to continue practicing the ball, and left the basketball hall. But I thought that I was no constituent stupid, and he finally returned to the basketball hall. Two people in Luoxiol stayed in a wooden chicken. They were completely shocked by the story described by Luo Sheng. I am a genius. With this sentence, it is simple. The mind is simple, moody, rude. I like to take the outside, often don't move. I have to move with people, but I don't have any special. But I like to be withdrawal. The genius of the Sakuragi is debut. In the first 3 years of life, I was refused for 50 times. I have encountered my love in high school. Miss Kingsai, play basketball. Let the Sakuragan burn thoroughly, and since then, we will join the basketball, and go to the court. There is a strong sense of conflict when the opening is, but this conflict does not have any violations, but it is perfectly showing the Cherrywood flower trip. The plot, it is like the debut of God. Every key point can be perfect. Especially the Sakuragi flower ode is in the expression of her brother. It is simply to clapping them. YG Anfan was arranged by Luo Sheng to draw Detective Kain, and two people were still unbalanced. When they heard Luo Sheng's grunge master, and saw it as if they lived the characters, they both felt a happy new year. They love art, and they like to create, but they don't have the heightened vision of Luo Sheng. Single is Luo Sheng's various elements required for these comic creations, the settings of various characters, how to deal with these characters, and these helps give them a huge. The most important thing is that Luo Sheng has committed their own commitment to these people. As long as they requested Luo Sheng's 2 comic books, they can create themselves when they create their own names. In the days, the Faithful Studio will continue to expand, and will continue to increase the new people. As long as they like, they can even cultivate the team that belongs to their own, and creates the comics, as long as they can create it. Works, the Faith Company will also help publish. When Luo Sheng gave the Lapse Master, he gave Wang ruined Luoxiol. He was very straightforward. You have to remember that when you paint the cherry, you must highlight this person's character, highlight him. That wants to kill the eyes, the kind of arrogant look should be played. You now see the character of the characters I have drawn. Sakuragi Flower Road is going to draw such a style, and Yan Kunfeng is to draw another style. Whether it is from his wear, the expression is, it must be cool. You have to draw up that cool proud. It is proud of it from the heart of the heart. Chapter 66 Luo Sheng, what do you want to do? Our teacher told you to eat in the past, then help her print. At noon, he just stepped up. He heard the mother class Han Yu greet him behind him. Printing, do you help your mother to print? I heard the mother class of students Han Yu saying that the mother called him to go to the office to help the robe. Luo Sheng's head suddenly hurts. He is very clear in his heart, helping mothers print is a hard work. A hard work, will be packed once by his mother, and that kind of life is to be his life. At this time in the early 1980s, it took a quiche for a roller, and it is necessary to cover the wax paper on the steel plate, and the iron pen is a little letter on the top of the wax paper. After a complete, I will get it. That 4 squares. There is a printing device like a layer of yarn network, and finally take the roller to scroll back and forth. This type of print is the most popular in the early 1980s. Many times, this equipment is used in the period of the test and the final exam. There is only one oil in the second school in Jiangqing, and every time the exam is approaching, or the school leader has an idea, the teachers of each class began to switch around this machine. To queue in advance, it is necessary to use it once in advance. This time is that the mother in order to verify the extent to which students learn this month. There is no other teacher and her to grab the oil printer, but she still chooses to print at noon. Colleagues. Volume, just suffering Luo Sheng, this unlucky child. Mother class students have more than 50 people. When I first night, Luo Sheng could see the mother Wang Yaking use 2 major sheets. In the 2 major bags, at least more than 100. If the ink or the printing process does not have an error, at least 1 hour is required for an hour. Today, Luo Sheng was originally planned to look at Hong Bin, and Hong Bin concluded that when he talks about the problem of loyal food and surrounding, it was actually arrested with his mother. For the mother, Luo Sheng is dissatisfied. The same is the child of the teacher. and the children of other teachers have not seen anyone who always helps to get the one, let alone he has been upgraded to the 4th grade, and it is still a child, always makes him grouped. Okay. More importantly, the mother is eating at noon, that is, from home. The food inside the school is simple and hot, and Luo Sheng, who is used to eat well outside, for the mother their meals can't afford the spirit. But the mother's life is difficult to violate. Luo Sheng pinches with his nose and follows Han Yu to the teacher office. Wang Yaking saw Luo Sheng after Han Yu. She immediately said, "Loyalty is coming, hurry to eat there. The rice is already hot, after eating, I will print it with me." Luo Sheng said with her face, "Mom, can you find some other students to help you print the package? Do you always catch me to work?" "Today, I went out to play." Luo Sheng did not dare to say how much he was earned every minute. He now goes out to the loyal food and surrounding chain, but it is very gentle to express it. He doesn't want to help the mother's idea. Wang Yaking rejoined Ababad with his finger on Luo Sheng's head, said, "What is it? Are you a problem? Is there a problem with my brain? I can make other people inside. Come here, I will get here. Don't you run. I see that your kid has recently been running around you. The brain is stupid." When I saw Luo Sheng, I was still standing there. She immediately looked up to Luo Sheng, and said, "Hurry with Mason. To the afternoon, it is printed. I will let you good looking." Luo Sheng slammed his face and said very wrote, "Mom, don't take the head. Don't wait for it. I will be stupid by your old man." Snapped. A loud slap in Luo Sheng, only listening to Wang Yaking very dissatisfied. "Who is this bunny? Who is the old man? Where is I am old?" Luo Sheng saw that the mother's hand was once again lifted again. He drilled the position under the mother's arm. It was just a slightly feeling in the heart. "I thought that my mother's violence could converge it. I am not just talking about your old man. When you like to listen to your elderly." Luo Sheng hurts in his heart, with a face of his mother's desk. Seeing the vegetables in the mother's lunchbox, Luo Sheng felt very bitter. In addition to cabbage stewed potatoes, it is 2 pickles. In the morning, my father didn't say, even half a salted duck egg didn't bring it. What exactly is what is created? Luo Sheng clearly understood the mother's mind, and could not take the kind of delicious thing when taking a meal. When I was seen by other colleagues, I should not be good. At this time, the meal in the afternoon can be eaten. It is already a very good thing. If Wang Yaking has a fish and salted duck egg every day, it is estimated that there is no time, there will be a bad reputation. I have eaten a few o'clock, and I didn't dare to drink, directly to the mother's side, and started with my mother. Although the ink looks black, it feels very dirty, but it is still a more good thing at that time. Luo Sheng won the smell of ink, and the brain of the squat finally lifted some, and he began to print the ribo from the mother seriously. At this time, the printing volume also pays attention to skills. The drum of the first push oil, excessive force, too much wax paper, the imprinted writing is black and thick, the ink is not long for a long time, or it is not enough. The printed test paper is unclear due to the less ink. Ink should not be too much. The writing is thick and blurred, and it is not too little, and it is possible to have an unidentified place. In particular, when driving the drum and the finished product, it is necessary to carefully, otherwise it may tear the wax paper, resulting in the predecessor. It can be said that each production test paper is a dual challenge of physical strength and mental power. Just in Luo Sheng, I thought of the labor-saving way of the future reprinting. I thought he should find someone to study. The copying machine is now in use. Just listen to a sound. The mother's wax paper has opened a not large small mouth. Your little rabbit scorpion, give me the heart. If you get the wax paper, I will let you inscribed. Wang Yaking took a picture after Luo Sheng's head, and carefully took Luo Sheng. That small piece of wax paper returned to the original position and sticks with a small tape in that position. Luo Sheng thought of, at this time, the photocopier should have already produced in China. Just because of price and operation, there is no massive investment in civil market applications. and he is depressed in his heart. He should be involved in the copy of the copier. What about the industry? After some thinking, Liu Sheng passed a thing, and the item was involved in this time, and he did not study the team of this kind of thing, and there was no experience in this area. He first must do it. Now is the accumulation of wealth. Only wealth has to be a certain point, he can follow up. Chapter 67. In September of the annual lunar calendar, there is an important day, called Jujiu Chongyun Festival. Chongyun Festival, also known as Heavy as Wade, Sunfall, for the annual lunar calendar September 9th, is Chinese traditional festival. Celebrating the Double Ninth Festival, generally includes the autumn, weighing, watching chrysanthemum, eating heavy yang cake, jewelry, wine and other activities. Liu Sheng's. It is this such reason that when I go to the Double Ninth Festival, it is the best time when Wang Sutai and He Shuking have the best. At the end of the 1980s, the country was positioned in the old age, letting the child's Chongyun Festival returned to the family this day, and the tradition of Liu Sheng's family is still very different. The sky is still not bright. Liu Sheng sees Liu Shangyong to get up early, reflect, fire, sharpen the knife. He knows that in this important day, the tradition of the family flows is to kill a big bullion. Later, Liu Sheng's parents were old, and every year to the Chongyun Festival, Liu Sheng fought killing chicken. He was just too familiar with this process. The big rooster who had raised 3 days at home were tied to the yard. After seeing Liu Shangyong, she immediately screamed, and it had an ominous hunch. This person should be to take it life. Although the big chickens left hide, they want to avoid the arrest of Liu Shangyong, but the yard is so big, even if it is rumored, it is also a robbery. Killing this kind of big cock requires some skills, not a knife. You can put your head, but you have to pinch the wings of the big cock with your left hand, and your right hand handle the chicken crown of the big rooster to the left hand, holding together. Then start the chicken hair on the neck with hand. After cleaning the chicken hair on the neck, cut out the throat of the big cock with a knife. When you kill the big rooster, you still have to come to the mouth. Don't blame the chicks. You are a dish in the eager. This year, come back next year. After cutting the throat of the big rooster, the chicken blood flowing out of the neck is given a rice bowl. Let the blood drops into the rice bowl. After all the chicken blood is finished, these chicken bloods and chickens are put on the table. Then steam with a pan to eat it for the elderly. In general, after the neck of the chicken is cut, the chicken is not dead, and the tail of the chicken must be taken out from the rear of the chicken neck, cut by the knife. In this way, the chicken is dead. After the big rooster was completely killed, Liu Shangyong put the big rooster in the big washing tub for Liu Sheng, then boiled the boiled water on the stove, and poured to the big rooster body. Although it kills chicken in the yard, fuma. But Liu Sheng also felt an unpleasant taste. He felt that the hard taste made him unbearable, because after the series of things, Liu Sheng has seen many times, and did not want to see the desire, set off the door into the house. Liu Shangyong faded the chicken hair, and after the end of the house, Liu Shangyong was cleaned, and after cleaning the faded big chicken, Liu Shangyong was twisted back and forth the body of the big cock according to the sacrifice of the sacrifice chicken. A rooster looks like the cock and chicken blood supply, and the two white wine. After the east, Liu Sheng's time, the two people, piously, prayed in the ground. They pray very simple: I hope that both two people can be healthy and live. I hope that the days in the home goes better, and the work can be smooth. The child is good. After the big cock in the Double Ninth Festival, after an hour, completed its sacrificial mission, but did not complete the task. Next, Liu Shangyong pulled off and stewed, and a Goodreads had completed the final mission. It is like Liu Sheng, the same as the Taimu, and the chick is a plate of cuisine. This year, it will come back next year. For this kind of customs who don't know where Liu Sheng and the Taiwanese and Taimu, Liu Sheng has not forgotten after Liu Sheng, and will be carried out in accordance with this kind of custom every year. It's just that the price of the old big cock is more than the price of the big rooster. Alive, beautiful big cock is only 120 yuan. After killing the chicken, Luo Shangyong saw that time. I thought that I didn't have to get close to my son in recent time. I would like to lead Tai Luo Sheng to go to the early market to transfer to buy a dish, and I will take Luo Sheng to eat breakfast outside. After rebirth, Luo Sheng really didn't go to Morning City because of morning practice. He listened to his father to lead him to go to morning market and asked him to have breakfast. He was happy to agree. Since reborn, Luo Sheng felt that he and his father were like a lot. His time was busy making money. Father is even more busy, and the father has such a good mood. Turn. It is a very good look. Sitting on the big 2-8. After 10 minutes of bumps, Luo Shangyong led Luo Sheng to the largest morning market in Jiangqing. The early market in the 1980s is also good. The vegetable market is also, and there is no scale in Luo Sheng. And there is no chaos. He followed his father's footsteps. The morning market in 8 seconds was small, and there were no way to compare with several big mornings in the future. Just half of the streets, almost all rural people in the city to sway stalls, sell sometimes saving vegetables. In the middle of the small stall, it also gave a bench and a piece of hairdressing stall. Some elderly people sat on the bench. In the middle of these booths to buy vegetable fruits, Luo Sheng actually saw the booth of Loyalty Company to sell fish. Loyalty Company sells fish booth, can be said to be the largest stall in the early morning market in Jiangqing. 3 layers of 3 layers in the 3rd floor, are all waiting in line to buy fresh river fish. On the whole morning market, a total of 2 people are the largest. One is that the early market sells fresh milk and fresh milking milk, and the other is the Loyalty Company to sell fish. At this time, people who buy vegetables and buy vegetables can absolutely be said to be divided, and they can worry about half a day. Luo Shangyong bought the beans in the booth. There is only a small bile angle left in the booth, which is the most cheap in the morning market, only 5 points per catty. After the bean corner is round, the hawker uses the name, telling Luo Shangyong is a 4 pounds of 3. According to the 5 points of money, it is calculated, and the 4 pounds of 3 or 2 are tier 5. Luo Shangyong wanted to sell the bean corner. After all, he bought 4 pounds, and it was round the beans on the booth. If you sell beans, you will not talk about it, and even if he sells the beans, it is not easy. On the side of the bean, it is not easy to sell some food while more inexpensive. Just because 2 points, Luo Shangyong and the sold beans have a half-day price. If he remembers it, it is told by Luo Sheng, and he still wants to talk about it later. Just because there was no more money to sell the 2-hair 2 pool, I spent 2 points, and Luo Shangyong bought the dishes. After bought a big pocket, Luo Shangyong led Luo Sheng to a breakfast shop in the early market. It is said that it is a breakfast shop, but it is a huge shed with canvas, and a few tables are placed in the shed. The breakfast sold at this time is very single, basically porridge and chicken soup tofu brain. The staple food is the dry food of the big white hoe and the toinon. Luo Sheng originally and his father Luo Shangyong said that he wanted to go to the city's cage buns to eat buns, but he was strongly opposed by his father. In the words of Luo Shangyong, Luo Sheng is now learning some unlikely to Wang Bo, and the Tai Hang family. If the big morning, if you go to the restaurant, don't say a few dollars, but also flowering a lot of food tickets. Their current family conditions are not allowed to eat that thing. In the morning, he can lead him to the morning market. I will take the breakfast outside to take breakfast. It is already a very extravagant thing. The child's child has no such treatment. No matter when it is not very good. Luo Sheng has no way for the father of the old-fashioned father. He is already loc, but in the eyes of the father of hardworking, he is still a bad defeat. He is clear in his heart. According to the father's idea, even if he is the 3 king of Wang, he can't open the mouth. Even if it is Wang Bo hard to give him, the child's child must have a fundamental person, and the poor points can't count, but it is absolutely unable to defeat. Luo Sheng and his father Emil, a total of 1 penny and 4 grain tickets. This time, Luo Shangyong said to hear it. I saw some old ancient style father for a long time and sold breakfast. Luo Sheng's head is countless. Don't say it is a penny, it is $1 that fell to the ground. Luo Sheng felt that he didn't pick up, and his father actually because he had a penny and a half day. He should find a time to take a time. Otherwise, what will be done in the future? 2 small bowl tofu brain triangles, 2 big white hose, 1 hair plus 4 or 2 food tickets, although this time is extremely cheap breakfast, but the people eat still. After all, a steamed bun tofu food tickets let the average person can afford. Along with the sun slowly rise, the sound of the bicycle is more and more. Luo Sheng saw that people who go to work will basically wear, and the blue coat issued by the Qing dynasty, on the big Tate car. A small neck pocket is filled with the old aluminium lunchbox, and the face is full of happiness. Hurry ride in a hurry. In the early 1980s, the blue is basically the trend of this period. In addition to blue, it is a military green, and the other colors can't be seen. Luo Sheng is somewhat depressed. When you can start with a good clothes, what you want to do when you want to do anything. When is ahead. Chapter 68. Leave it at home to pick and pick vegetine. After Luo Sheng, he had heard that he had a black line on his brain. Thinking of today's weather is very good. It is a good time. Luo Sheng can't look at the Tai Wei and stay I'm or you, so older. So, he decided to cancel the trip to the bamboo plate, and he had agreed too much. Hey, stay at home to help pick vegetables. In the home of the Northeast, there are 2 things essential. One is a large roomer, the other is the big stone used by pickles of pickles. Whether the rich and the poor, every household in the Northeast will be a large cylinder of sour vegetables. It has always been able to start from the full moon of the sour vegetables from the day of the cuisine. The cabbage has become an edible sour after 30 days of fermentation. Eat around May. Every time I go to autumn, whether it is in the city or the countryside, it is not divided into cadres. The poor rich people, each household will buy hundreds of pounds or even thousands of kilograms. These Chinese cabbage, where the best part of the other cabbage will be placed in the vegetable cavity. Northeast people generally dig on the yard with a vegetable cellar storage. Cabbage, potato, big radishes, the vegetable winter warm, summer cool. It is the best tool for storage vegetables when there is no refrigerator in Northeast. The most important vegetables in the winter. After the big cabbage is large, Luo Sheng's Tai Wei I will go to the door every morning, and the car selling cabbage is turned around, watching cabbage and listening to the price of cabbage. If the price of cabbage is low, and the cabbage core is full, the Qing will purchase it directly. At that time, sold cabbages were transported with a big horse and tractors, and the scales were pole scales for more than 100 pounds of scales. Every 100 pounds per scale will be put by the farmers who sell vegetables. Put these vegetables to the 4-way shape of the sack, and 2 people resist to stick on the shoulders. Arrest these cabbage, send them by a cabbage. If they are far from the car of the vegetables, they will take 200 pounds at one time, and they will save more. At this time, almost every household will buy hundreds of kilograms of cabbage. More families, they buy cabbage or even buy thousands of pounds. The main food in one winter is cabbage. At this time, don't buy more. When you are ice on the snow, you can't buy it. Luo Sheng will help the Sayakirate almost at this time, although others are not big. The strength is not big, but the way to handle cabbage is still considerable. Luo Sheng's Taiwa. When you pick vegetables every year, you are doing your hands. Others don't have to help them. According to their 2 people, a family marinated a delicious vegetables, marinated for a few decades, and the taste has not changed, and it has always been the best in the vicinity of sour vegetables. The pickle is definitely can't help with others. Tai Muangsu was responsible for brushing the cylinder of the pickled pickles and stones with water, and Luo Sheng was holding the cutting board, putting the roots of Chinese cabbage with the sun for several days. Put cabbage, remove the leaves. Why is it torn? Because the cabbage part of the cabbage is not bad. You can put it in the sour cylinder. Although this old dish is rarely eaten after pickling sour vegetables, this old cabbage is able to let the pickles of pickles. The taste is better. After packing the cabbage, you need to rinse it with water. Rinse it. Put these cabbage head towards the head, and the layer is picked up. When each layer is good, the large granules supplied with the grain shop are evenly sprinkled, and the cabbage coat has been used to a dish. After placing the clean big stone to the above, the time is almost 2 hours, and then pour the water in the inside. In the process of pickle the pickles, the human hand cannot be stained with oil. If it is stained, it will generate a chemical reaction, and a cylinder will have rot. Marinated the sauce this day. I have been able to eat the first wave of sauerkrauts for 30 days. I saw that the 2 old people were pickled with sour vegetables, and the face smiled and smiled. Luo Sheng's mood gradually became better. Marinated the sour vegetable. Luo Sheng immediately thought of psychotropic stewed sour powder. In the winter of the Northeast, the sauerkraut and stewed mushrooms and chicks are like a good thing. It is the most famous dish among the Northeast Kafts. Luo Sheng thought that this thing must be, but, in the early 1980s, when you were in winter, in addition to cabbage, potatoes, radish and pickles, basically could not see other things on the dinner table. Due to the difficulty of transportation, Nats and friends can count the rare thing, and the state-outside food store has nothing to sell in most of the time. Luo Sheng came over later, and saw a local nice chicken, with a good hap mushroom. There was a sour and vegetable. There was no good noodle. He immediately rushed to the bamboo plate. In the reception room, Kol Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu together, ready to study the feasibility of the powder strip factory. The year of the Northeast of 1982 is not good. The food that the farmer has harvested in the country basically has no possible. After paying the public food, it is very good. Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu are the village letter. They want the villagers in the village will get rich together, so they must rely on other inputs. Luo Sheng is clear. Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu have always wanted him to make an idea. Let people in the village do something, at least to make people in the village have some income. For Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu listened to him. He said that there is a good idea. The 2 people's gestures. He is very speechless. After a slight sigh, Luo Sheng said very freely to Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu, "Uncle Liang, Liangxiu, the potato will come down, I think. Is it to organize the people in the village? Let's open a noodle processing plant, sell noodles." Luo Sheng is clear, and the processing of noodles is very simple, and there is no technical content. The name of the Northeast of the later generation is nothing more than killing pigs and pork stews. In the early 1980s, this kind of food in the pork stew is simply an extravagant thing. It is not to say that pork needs to purchase the ticket. It is the powder ruler. You want to buy quite hard. Now the potato is screaming, only a few dollars a pound. The raw materials for making potato flour are very cheap, and the people in the bamboo plate are preparing to work with the Faith Company, and the artificial prices can almost ignore. As long as it is, he taught these people in the process of taking noodles, and there was no matter behind him. When I arrived in winter, I could eat the sour powder, and I can eat pork stewed powder. Why not? For Luo Sheng, the sale and purchase of powder ticks. He can't see it. This thing does not have technical content as the fish, and it is not used for 2 years. This kind of powder is like the spring bamboo shoots. Come. The possibility of making money is too small. But Luo Sheng has a lot of ideas. Do this thing not only to let him and the family want to eat the best noodles, but when you can eat, and use this thing you can also exchange. In 8 seconds, people began to have money in their hands. But there is money in hand, but it is not seen to buy something you want. Take the nature of the nature. If there is no known person, if you don't know people, a pound of noodles can't buy it. It has this kind of noodle, and it will be left inside. I heard that Luo Sheng should lead the villagers to make noodles. Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofing are immediately impressed. Chapter 69 is a noodle strip. Dong Yuosheng and the meat on the face of Liang Yuofu beat it, as if the dog tail flower. The two of them have been talking to Luo Sheng. I hope that Luo Sheng can find some suitable departments. Let the people in the village move, even if the people in the village have nothing to do. At this time, they believe in Luo Sheng, because Luo Sheng's indefiniteness has brought benefits to people in their village. The lives of people in the village have a good life, and Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu have increased greatly. Increase in bamboo plate. No matter where it is in the village, everyone will say hello from his heart. At the time of the festival, most of the villagers in the village will spontaneously take the only good things in their homes, and they visit them in their two people. Let Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu have a feeling of the villagers' liver and brain. Luo Sheng said that it is necessary to engage in noodles. They have been excited when they are in their hearts. As long as Luo Sheng raises the project, there will be countless people in their villages. The best region of noodles is SD, and the most famous of the noodles produced is Longkuang County. In the later generation, as long as it is mentioned in the noodle, most people will think of the language of Longku. Most of the people who came to the northeast were SD, while the people in Huang County were mostly in the SD people. Luo Sheng's father is a yellow county, because Huangxian people will know that there is still a day, and those who are the most richest in the northeast, many are Huangxian people. Luo Sheng is a resort restaurant. When you are 40 years old, I went to the farm fishing below Jiangqing. My friend took Luo Sheng to visit the vintage powder workshop of the farm. I want him to sell the kind of vintage in the catering. Handmade noodles. Because the time has not been very long, even if he is reborn, you can still remember making the big direction of the noodle. The process of making noodles, Luo Sheng will, but truly falls to the actual operation. Luo Sheng has no way. Not only because Luo Sheng is young, and it has always liked to hide behind the scene, and Luo Sheng really does not have man up. The equipment for processing noodles does not need to be too good, but the place to make noodles must be large. From the potato powder, it has been made to the noodles. It is not only a large place to work, and a large venue is required to dry. The primary school venue here is extremely large, and the primary school that has been bamboo plate once has been empty because the students have been in the city, just as the factory of the powder. As long as Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu contacts the potatoes in place, you can start developing noodles immediately. The production of noodles in the early 1980s did not have any machine, almost pure handmade. The process and crafts of making powder strips are very simple, but many people don't do this. There is also a biggest reason, that is, at the beginning of the 1980s, although it has been reform and opening up, it is still afraid of doing business in the hearts. It is afraid that when the policy is changed, it is not said that it is white and not saying acquisite disaster. The more you have a big person, the more you don't let your child do what business, and let them contact those who do business. It is said that the tide of the reform and opening up is the market, the rabbit tail can't, and now I don't look at them. I have to pull the list in 2 years. Luo Sheng listened to the long life. In the middle of the 1980s, the policies in the Northeast are really a little relatively small, and many of the tides under the reform and opening up have been invited. For this kind of trend, Luo Sheng has also worried. But he is now in the side of the bamboo plate. It is a collective company. Even if there is a policy, it can't fall on his head. Luo Sheng told Liang Yuofu and Dong Yuosheng 2 people, let them call more than a dozen people. He gave these people to give him a nature of nursing, while Luo Sheng took his grandfather and simple. This kind of thing is absolutely normal, and normal absolutely can't make them feel that he is omnipotent. What will be people? All things try to find a source, so there is a lot of help to him behind the scene. Luo Sheng greeted these people together and began to explain how to make noodles. The process of making noodles is very simple. After cleaning the potatoes, put it in a row of large cylinders. This process is called gemmix. After the slurry in the large cylinder, it is put into the pocket to remove the water, and the things after filtering to water are dry, which is the potato starch we are well known. Use a tool to enlarge a large-scale tool to make filtered wet starch broken and fine. After these works are finished, they will start. Get the larger iron pot with the largest diameter, to be in the iron pan and the general and powder face. The hardest work of making noodles is this process. It usually takes 6 to 8 very strong men's covered city. There is a rhythm with hands and last for half an hour, until it doesn't feel any. It is completed. I have to start leakage powder at this time, and the tool for leakage is very special. Don't see the noodles very fine, but the leakage powder is like a small iron base, and to open the little fingers, it can guarantee that those spokes can be leaked. Adjust the distance from the drain on the boiling water. You can control the thickness of the noodle. Those missing powder is also boiled in the big pot, even if the leakage is successful. These successful flourishing fans will be quickly cooled in the cold water pots that are placed next to them. After cooling, use some wooden sticks to pick these molded noodles to hang it on the playground of elementary school, and it can be dried in a few days, and become the noodles we have seen. The vegetables in the north are almost the cabbage potatoes. The production of potatoes is quite large, and it is quite cheap. However, the price of potatoes is not very high. Generally, good potatoes must be 5 or 6 pounds to have a pound of starch. If the starch containing the potatoes is low, it takes a pound of starch to be able to have a pound of starch. The good potatoes in 8 seconds, a small amount of buying, 8 points a pound, like a large number of dinner. A large number of potatoes, a pound of potatoes, no more than 6 points. If you catch up with big house, even price can continue to fall. At this time, the wholesale price of Jiangqing starch is probably around the 7th corner. Even if there are not many noodles, selling starch is a very profiteering. What kind of money earned? Liu Sheng didn't want to count, too lazy to count. After all, this noodle factory did not want to do it. In the northeast, under normal circumstances, the potatoes started from September. Liu Sheng calculated, in this large place in bamboo machine, there should be around 500 pounds every day. The yield of starch should be 1,000 pounds. And the time started for 2 or 3 months. It is already very good. After the noodles and starch are produced, they can be sold directly in the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets. Whether it is for those who make noodles, it is a quite good thing to Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets. Liu Sheng is clear, and the production process is very simple. It is nothing more than that he wants to eat some good noodles. It is a thing that is thinking about it. It is almost a chicken rib. Food is inert, unfortunately. Liu Sheng said directly with Donggo's Ongliang's 2 people, this powder strip is named in the name of the faith, but it is a village office plant in Bamboo Plate and Fulong village. He does not participate in management, nor participates in dividends. Just a requirement. When he wants to eat good noodles, he must send him the past. I heard Liu Sheng said that the powder factory made the village to operate management. Dong Guosheng and Liang Guofeng, 2 people immediately like it. Their 2 people and Liu Sheng have long been in contact time, and many ideas are also opened. And it is more understandable that the processing plant for making noodles will have much profit margin. Jiangqing is far away from the emperor of the mountain, belongs to the region that deviates from the center of the motherland, and the noodles are not circulating in their place in many times. If you make a good noodle, it is absolutely unfameable, not to mention the Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets can sell this thing. The most vegetables made when the northeasters will be sour, cabbage and potatoes. These things, say eklo pork sour pieces, cabbage stewed torch is all quite good stews. And then there are Northeast's famous fried sayakin powder. As long as they can produce how much, it is estimated to sell how much. Buying potatoes, this material does not need to use tickets. How much can you buy? And you can buy a lot of nails. This is definitely a good thing to benefit the people of Fujian City. In order to be rich in the village, in order to eat good noodles, for the happiness of Jiangqing people, Dong Guosheng and Liang Guof are determined. They must do this powder factory. Chapter 70. Liu Sheng, after pondering the task of pinking the powder, he remembered that there was almost no warm shed in the 1980s. It was almost Chinese cabbage. and the potato radish. He was at this time. It is time to cover 2 warm sheds. If you don't do anything, you can eat some fresh vegetables when you have a family and loyal employee in winter. In the Northeast, every time I go to the New Year, I want to buy some peaks to do 3 fresh dumplings. I have no good leeks. I bought a leeks that flicked. Luo Sheng didn't like it, let alone in 8 seconds. When I arrived in New Year, I couldn't see fresh vegetables. That is, there may be a little fresh vegetable selling, the price is also high, and the average people can't afford it. When I was in the summer, I went to winter. If I didn't have a green vegetable, I wanted to eat a hot pot or supplement some vitamin C. Luo Sheng thought that for happiness, in order to satisfy the desire of the tongue, it must be covered with a warm shed. He wanted to pass this matter. He immediately found someone who had been busy with the torch processing factory. 2 people came over. Zongxiu, the country is uncle. I am going to cover a few warm sheds on the side of the bamboo plate or Fulong village. That is, the kind of winter in the greenhouse. This, when we went to the New Year, can have some green vegetables to eat. Let's take a look. Who gives me this place? Luo Sheng did not put a bad, just in accordance with a very common situation to describe what he wants to do in his heart. Original Luo Sheng wants to engage in the warm shed of the future generation. I think that I can't do anything at this time, and there is no such solar material to do. I can only be warm. Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu saw each other. Dong Yuosheng said directly, loyalty. This thing makes money. If you make money, we have more. How do you see how you look now? Your boy is studying. Everything is a good thing to make money. If you do, I will get more and see. Don't you see it? Luo Sheng saw Dong Yuosheng's expression change, heard the question of Dong Yuosheng. He couldn't help but smile. Uncle, this thing makes money. I really don't know. I don't know anything else. I don't have any other purpose. I will give us winter. Everyone gathers all the fresh vegetables to eat. Filled the warm shed, plus all factors such as winter burning and artificial, cannot make money. I have no spectra. I have this thing. I have this thing. It's really not to make money. Seeing Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu, 2 people who bubbed his statement. Luo Sheng continued his hands and said no choice but to say, just 2 people, but I said in advance, cover warm shed this matter. I only built 2 loyalty companies. If you want to engage in, you will fight for money, you can pay for money. You can't find my head. I want to say that you should see it first. Look. If the warm shed I am talking about, if you have a good thing, can you work together next year? Luo Sheng is not very grasping on the kind of soil warm shed in the later generation. After all, the warm shed in the later generation is a professional team of professional working warm sheds. It is not to mention that there is no previous day. How to operate such a greenhouse? Luo Sheng still needs to think about it. He is holding a good way, and if you want to take a look, he will consider this matter. If you don't follow, put a few years, wait a few years, technology and all aspects, you can continue this. Dong Yuosheng looked at Luo Sheng's poker face that did not change the expression, and did not get the answer he wanted by his heart. Dong Yuosheng's idea of Luo Sheng's warm shed is very strong. If Luo Sheng said, cover some warm sheds in the village. In winter, the vegetables inside the warm shed can become a money. Winter in the Northeast, almost all cabbage potatoes, occasionally winter vegetables are generally all the vegetable bases on liao liao. There is a lot of warm sheds over there. The most important thing is the temperature. Problem. The Northeast is the most cold place in the country. The Black Province is the first trush, and Jiangqing is a city in the north of the north. The temperature in winter can reach less than 30 degrees. This cold weather, let people there is a lot less thought about your warm shed. Under the planned economy, the house has a firewood burning, and there is a very good thing to have a small amount of coal in winter. If you get a warm shed, you can't get the coal, you will be abolished. Not only the cause of coal, there are many reasons such as experience. If it is a molding thing, everyone can get it. They can also study this, but the whole Jiangqing has several warm sheds there. There is no other place to build warm shed. If this thing really makes money, the other farmers or other countryside don't do this. Dong Yuosheng had a little longer, but after Luo Sheng said clearly, he began to get rid of it. I want to do it, and I don't dare to do it. This choice is really a bit difficult. Luo Sheng's words have some ambiguous too, so if this thing is not good, he has got a few waste greenhouses, and it should be sick. It is a matter of being ill. Dong Gozong is not very worried. The most important thing is that Bamboo Plate is the recent time, and has got some money from the loyalty company. If you pay the money in the greenhouse, he feels that you can't afford your father. The folks. Just when Dong Yuosheng also hesitated, Liang Yuofing opened. Liang Yuofing turned over Dong Yuosheng. He said slowly, "Loyalty. Are you ready to get a few warm shed? If you get two, we will work together with you together. Materials and construction aspect, how to do it, you deal with. Our Wulong village pays money, count the warm sheds of the collective. Other places, our Wulong village is responsible for management. All rural people, there is nothing questionable. This damn loose, this dead dog, just now give you a kid, I will give you a kid, I will put it, I have been asking for a 13. I am clear, don't discuss it, directly as far as Luo Sheng engages a greenhouse. Your damn old kid is too unlikely." Dong Yuosheng saw that Liang Yuofing did not hesitate. He was ready to follow Luo Sheng to engage in a warm shed. He immediately said, "Our knowledge is rich in knowledge, cultural level is also high. Since the cultural level is also prepared to invest in a large warm shed, then our bamboo board naturally can't fall behind. We also build one with it. Can we don't fight each other?" Liang Yuofu said after Dong Yuosheng. He said very dissatisfactory, "If you want to get a big shed together, we have to work together. If you lose me a few words, I lost you a few. If you do this, it is estimated that our greenhouses can't get it. When I lost you, I am telling the truth. I originally a knowledge of knowledge. I have a 5 cars. The name is Rich." Dong Yuosheng did not play with him before Liang Yuofu. He has always felt that Luo Sheng is his person, and Liang Yuofu is added to this small circle. They should go together, and there should be some things to agree. Luo Sheng looked at Dong Yuosheng, and looked at Liang Yuofing. He couldn't help but think of it. These two people. It is also restored to the realm that can't see each other. After Luo Sheng, he was set up with Dong Guzhong Liang Gofu. He immediately launched the warm hood production plan at this time. According to the future memories, the required funds were probably, and the things that made a greenhouse were transparent. And then he told Zhao Yuanyun called Dong Zigo, "Let Dong Zigo come here to come." After companies, after Luo Sheng took some of the details and raw materials such as the construction of a warm shed, and the construction of the warm shed was completely handed over to Mozigo. For those who earliest to join the loyalty company industry, Luo Sheng has always got to grow rapidly, but Mozigo and Wang Bo are not a culture, then he will find it in other places. For the warm shed of Dong Zigo to study the construction of rural areas, Luo Sheng still has some unessays. After all, he is in the modern greenhouse in the Bamboo Plate, which is the modern greenhouse. This time there is a lot of things. It is Luo Sheng to understand that there must be these things. When you think of Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu, two people say this. Dong Yuosheng said that there are 2 winter warm sheds in the Agricultural Research Institute. He immediately called Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu, 2 people. Let them think of the people on the Agricultural Research Institute. See if they can send several professionals from the agricultural research to assist Mozigo construction of a warm shed. Luo Sheng told Dong Gizhong and Liang Yuofu, as long as the professionals there is a wage to open, and the daily subsidy of $5 will make him satisfied. And there is an extra bonus. Luo Sheng didn't care about some small money at this time, not to mention the warm shed to build a winter. If you invite professional people, the possibility of success will reach more than 80%. If the warm shed is successful, the money earned, far more than a few wages and subsidies. Thinking of the people on the Agricultural Research Office should have a lot of experience on the warmed shed on the northeast, and there is not much money to build a warmed shed, and Luo Sheng directly puts the number of large sheds to 8. Moreover, the size of the warmed shed is also doubled. The reason why the number of warm hoods is raised to 8, but also because the northeast is very small in winter, it is really a few warm sheds. In the cold winter, the people of Jiangqing can eat some greens. The Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets also have a signboard in winter. As for the material and winter burning coal, Luo Sheng feels that there is absolutely no problem with this loyalty to this golden word sign. Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu were originally in contact with the Agricultural Research, and he heard Luo Sheng gave the wages and welfare of the agricultural research professionals. They immediately called over the phone. Salary is $3 a day, and the meal at noon is full, and there are $5 of life subsidies in the day. I didn't use Dong Yuosheng and Liang Yuofu to say anything. The head of the Agricultural Research Institute immediately agreed, and 4 professionals who were responsible for the construction of warm shed were sent to the bamboo plate in Fulong village. After confirming the professionals from Jiangqing Agricultural Research Institute, the rest of the things were handed over to Dong Zigo. Luo Sheng became a big treasurer. He is happy and unfussive, and it is resolutely not worrying. He recovered the little days of going to school. Chapter 71 Bear It's really a dog, and the red scarf will not see. The shallow green military bought by Sangxi Wangbo, and Luo Zongsun did not help but be self-satisfied. Luo Sheng clearly, his red scarf did not see, no more than 2 possibilities. When he was going to school, he fell red scarf on a desk. He didn't pay attention, or the red scarf was left under the desk. The second is that he is too small. He didn't pay attention. When walking, the red scarf went out from the inside. Whether it is that possible, he needs to buy a red scarf again. Luo Sheng was even more embarrassed this time. This time he went to the Wen Dynasty store. He must buy 10 red scarves once, and put 5 in the school, and put 5 in the family, and province's headache because of this thing, because of the red scarf. Luo Sheng understood that he thought too much. There are too many things to arrange. This tiny detail, he really does not have too much time to consider. Others drink soy milk to eat a bowl and throw a bowl. He is not so defeated. Nothing more than the red scarf to buy more. After the Wen Dynasty store, in the weird eyes of the salesperson, Luo Sheng took out a big unity and bought 10 red scarf. Putting 10 new red scarf into the new military, he was happy to have walked out of the Shopshi store. Luo Sheng got home in the direction next to the Wenjiu shop. Just after a small alley, Luo Zongsun's breath of the eyes actually saw a bear child who was almost very big, in the money of a child, and his eyes turned over. Remember, I will bring me 2 silver lights tomorrow morning. The time for a white material that brushed the white material in the slings. A silver lamp is about 2 points, or if necessary, tomorrow morning I also picked up you. Go Feng Shan hit 2 mouth toward Van Duy and said again, do you understand? Luo Sheng didn't know Go Feng Shan, but he met the neighbors of his home near his home, and Van Duy was 2 years old. The parents in the home were haircut. The family is very good, but the child is honest. Luo Sheng heard it later. It was also understood. The child who was more than Van Duy was prepared to sing Van Duy Blade. Van Duy didn't want to give it. Seeing the unbelievable child to bully Van Duy, Luo Sheng left in 3 steps, and he said loudly, what are you doing? What do you do? At this time, the neighborhood is like a relative. People are very simple. People are very simple. A large group of children run playing in the alley. Seeing someone on the road, I need help, I will help it. Seeing someone bullies the neighbors, Luo Sheng directly in the past to prepare to stop this bad behavior. Give me a dead side, or I have to see you once again. Go Feng Shan saw Luo Sheng. I didn't know if I lived, and the evil gave a fierce for Luo Sheng. Go Feng Shan has so much heard. He knows that the mother's mother is the teacher of the 26th elementary school. Although I can't control their 2nd primary school, but I really hit Luo Sheng. If his mother finds their school, he will suffer great sin, and will even be cleaned up by home. Although Go Fengshun is quite big, it is really a child who has money like Luo Sheng. He really never provokes. He wants to make things. Find a child who is honestly passed like Van Duy, which will not resist, even it will not be told parents because of this kind of thing, and it is best to come, even if it is uncomfortable. There will be no matter what. Hey, you are so forced. I also see me once again, scare children, just dare to bully children. You are not a good bird. I also see me once, you come once. What? Luo Sheng swayed his shoulder, and his mouth revealed that it was close to 2 steps forward. For the senior primary school students like Go Fengshun, Luo Sheng is no longer in the eyes. After a long exercise, his physical quality is already good in the same age. When he is in the later generation, he has no less than someone else. This experience is very rich. Dealing with Go Fengshun such a heightened his almost child, Luo Sheng feels that it is definitely a piece of hand thing. Give you a face. Do you have faces? Go Fengshun saw Luo Zongxen's 2 steps forward, and then said that. He immediately became anger, and his hand directly sent to Luo Sheng. Past. Luo Sheng saw Go Fengshun's hand fan. Nor is it panic. He hit a little behind. Go Fengshun's hand rusted from his face. At the same time, Luo Sheng's right foot rapidly kicked directly to Go Fengshun, above the lower body. I am Nima. You are forced to play yin. Go Fengshun painfully grabbed the location of the younger brother. He pointed to Luo Zongxen. As you can use. I will use your yin, rice bowl, walk, go home with loyalty brother. Then there will be such a guy to bully you, you find loyalty brother. Luo Sheng didn't look at Go Fengshun. It is ready to go home with Fan Duy, who has already stayed there. Luo Sheng is clear, he has just smashed his legs, and he has already knocked all the combat power of Go Fengshun. It is not a few minutes. This kid will not slow. His strength is exactly, not big, not small, 1 foot. Can let Go Fengshun lose combat power, but will not hurt the child. At this time, Luo Sheng led to the time of Van Duy. Go Fengshun suddenly raised a layer of jig on his face. He shouted in the direction of Luo Zongxen's alley, Darking, the 2 sons, the small, help me teach him once. I will ask you to eat tomorrow. Luo Sheng's breath of the eye saw that there were two small students, and they were not near his home. He didn't know. Plus Go Fengshun, there is 3 people. The good guy did not eat his eyes. He led the little guy who did not have any combat power, at this time. Otherwise, in such a small place, he can't pay 4 hands, just when he is so embarrassed. Can it be made by a few children? Luo Sheng pulled Van Duy Shun to run out of the end of the alley. He suddenly didn't run, and smiled and looked at the 3 people chased out in the alley. Luo Sheng just an alley. Just saw the young Wang Dijun and 2 friends in the neighbor Wang Dijun and 2 friends. This is still not counting, and a few children in the distance have also known. They are students in his mother's class. If the 3 unusual kids dare to bother, they have a few more than they. Chapter 72 Lessons. Go Fengshun took his 2 classmates, and ran to the place where he was in the cold sweat. He saw that Luo Sheng stood there without laughing. He immediately slowed down. He lifted his arm and wiped the first because of the sweat appeared. He said, try him as Scorpion. You are running. Don't you ran? Today I want to play you. I will be fucking. Luo Sheng looked at Go Fengshun's painful expression. It was very catching. It turns out that you are surnamed today. Tomorrow, what can you tell me? After you save you, I don't know what you surname. Fan Duy was happy with Luo Sheng. He did not expect that Luo Sheng actually dared to ridicule Go Fengshun over. Go Fengshun is very famous in his 2 small 5th grade. Everyone knows that he is Go Fengshun. Luo Sheng actually asked what he surnamed tomorrow, that is, Luo Sheng wants to change him. Go Fengshun first stunned. After half a minute he reacted. Luo Sheng said what he said. He said that he was so angry and said to the 2 classmates around him, you have 2 together. Try the little Scorpion first. When I was a good cleaning, telling people, some people want to beat people. Luo Sheng saw Go Fengshun. They rushed to him, and shouted loudly, and said to Wang Dijun, and said in a small, "There is several children want to hit me." Wang Dijun, who was happy, was looking at Liu Sheng. He immediately lost his hand, said to the two and some his eyes is around him, "Maliogi, actually there is no I, bully, I am big, with me on, let's go." Two people around Wang Dijun are his classmates, and they all live near Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng also knows them too. One of them is called Darking, and another one is called the National Army, and it is a child who loves fight. I saw two people. Liu Sheng suddenly was happy. This is called Yan Go Fench Hun. The boy is still unlucky. When he wants to hit him, I actually encountered Wang Dijun's several people. This goods went out and didn't look at the yellow calendar, and drink cold water. When I went to Go Fench Hun, I also saw Liu Sheng. I heard that Liu Sheng shouted to be hit. They also rushed over. Good guy, Go Fench Hun. Their three bodies were played. When Liu Sheng passed, he didn't even see which is Go Fench Hun, which is two students in Go Fench Hun. The three people were ignored countless feet, and they rolled over the ground. It was like three mud monkeys. Liu Sheng saw a half day, only the appearance of Go Fench Hun. He smashed the mouth, and raised the chin of Go Fench Hun in the past. Do you not be very fierce? If you don't like bullying, child, want to rob the child, do you want a child? I see you dare to rob money next time. Take this force to rob it. I said that the child's child is fighting with people. This time I played well, I played it alive, even if this bear child arrived in the school. I didn't use it. True Nima. What is the chaos? We can be a 5-star good boy. We have never seen this child. Wang Yaking said at this time, he said, the big boys led. Liu Sheng also had a long-term middle school student, then they had a high-grade middle school student. While saying that he did not see Go Fench Hun, I took a few students to get away. The child of Wang Yaking class is Liu and the students have a good result. The brain is still very good. He understands several students than the other students. Even if Liu Sheng will be reasonable, they also play Go Fench Hun. Really, Go Fench Hun's parents found the school goes, their teachers will make a few meals. Wang Dijun heard Liu Sheng said that Go Fench Hun actually robbed a child. He immediately gave him a heavy feet, kicking. While kicking, "You are so stupid child, robbing money. I have been robbing my home. Afterwards let me see you. I see you once again." You said, "will never be robbed in the future." Liu Sheng said in this sentence, "It feels like someone happy." Turn to Van Duy. "What is your name? Tell him, after he is in the future robbery I will find someone." This kind of child is between the best solution in Northeast is to see whose fists. The police will not take this kind of thing for such a few songs, or a few avatars, and the schools the teacher can't manage the students who are not the school, and don't want to manage these dogs. Today, you will not give me to yo, tomorrow, he takes another child's head. If such a thing they are going to manage, it is not over. So, many times, children are comparable to some relationships to solve such a dispute. Liu Sheng saw Go Fench Hun's mouth closed, there was no apology, he didn't smiled. You two small big new and black, you will talk to them, faithful to give them 2 generations. I have a little in the future, bullied to bully a bucket. No, what is your name? Wang Dijun and his 2 friends heard that Liu Sheng actually asked Van Duy called Fan, and several people smiled into a group. But they are also very surprising to Liu Sheng knows black and big new people. 2 children of the 2 streets, they have 5 big 3 thick, especially can fight, that is. Their children have heard of the glorious history of their 2 people. Go Fench Hun's eyes revealed a fear. He asked some of the buses, "Hey, do you know Black and Big New?" Liu Sheng's mouth is picked up slightly, and it is very easy to say, "You don't know if you go to school." In short, don't let me see you to bully children, otherwise, I have to tell them 2 individuals give you some lessons. Black and Big New 2 people took over the fish in Liu Sheng in the summer of Liu Sheng, and Liu Sheng gave them some small benefits of 2 people. After all, there were some contacts with these 2 kids. Go Fench Hun saw the other things of Liu Sheng, and the heart suddenly believed this. He immediately became wrong. Wang Dijun's 3 people are middle school students. He is not afraid, after all. Their children's children and primary school students have been in contact. This time his low-grade child is hit, he has no way to go to school. However, if they dare to play him again, then he can dare to come to their school to tell. But the black and big new people are different. Not only that he can't help, but it is necessary to slip. Otherwise, the 2 people pack him every day. He wants to say that there is no place to say. See Go Fengshan and the other 2 boy far away. Liu Sheng said, Xioxi, let's go. I invite you to buy a hidden shop to buy it. Chapter 73 Lenovo Autumn. The weather is getting colder. Sky blue is transparent. Several white clouds floating in the sky overlook the yellow leaves on the tree. Under the breeze, the yellow leaves slowly float, like a group of birds flying in the wind. After Liu Sheng followed his father, his face had a touch of obsessment. He has also seen it recently. As long as you do things together, you will not have a lot of things every time. It seems that he is a defeated family, a bad child is general, now he is all 4 grades. Cut a father, you still don't worry it is not to take him with a cutting head. On this way, repeatedly told Liu Zongsun a few times. Don't mess around the barber shop, don't loudly, see if there is a child. Don't fight in the barber shop. A few days, he found Wang Dijun to play Go Fengshan's things. I don't know how to be heard by my father. For recent time, my father is afraid that he is giving birth to a born. As long as it is an idle time, he follows Liu Sheng. This can make Liu Sheng not know how tailored. He is depressed in his heart. Is I doing that? At that time, the barber shop and other business places were different. There were red-white stripes specialized in hair salons at the door of the barber shop. As long as there is such a column, it will illustrate that this is a hair salon. As for the origin of this striped column, there are a lot of saying. Liu Sheng is also a thing that does not engage in the door of the hair salon. The hairdressing store of shaving is almost all state-owned, and Liu Sheng has 2 hairdressers. And the father often leads Liu Sheng to the West Muradi barbershop. When I entered the Xiamen Ribal, I saw the cast iron haircling chair produced in the 6 Tai centers. There is a shelf in front of the cast iron chair, with a vintage razor and vintage manual fader. The hairdressing chair of each cast iron facing a huge mirror. The haircut can sit on the situation that he is hazarded. On the side of the big mirror, there is also a small mirror. This mirror is the role of the mirror. And when the haircut is completed, put the small mirror behind the hairdressing chair. People can see all the haircuts from the mirror. After Liu Sheng and his father entered, his father naturally was headed to the most inside, while Wang uncle slammed the hair on the shoulders. He called the hairdressing chair on the hairdressing chair. Shang Yong, this today got the child to come here. The child is now quite big, let him go to me, I will give you a hairdress, let's shave the head, we will. The Uncle Wang is the person in charge of this state-made division store. This is very famous in the West Gate, which can be said to be a famous master. For the father of Liu Sheng, it is because Liu Sheng's father is a woodworkman who is a factory. Some of the woodworking things he did, it is Liu Sheng's father, and the 2 people have a good relationship. Unfortunately, Wang uncle is so drinking such a small wine, and Liu Sheng's father doesn't like to drink alcohol. Although the 2 people have a good relationship, they have not drunk. When Liu Sheng's father sat at the old-fashioned haircling chair, Liu Sheng was also pulled by the only beautiful manager, Jiang Master in the store, was pulled on the other side of the cast iron seat. The name of the beauty of Liu Zongsun is called Jiang Panpan, and it is the closing female disciple of Wang. In the weekdays, Jiang Panpan likes to give a popular hair in young women. It is not interested in shaving the man, that is, in the power of the grandfather. She will shave the most common students of the child. Jiang Pan is very unfortunately to give the shaving cloth of Liu Zongsun on the red silk material, asked with his face, little guy, I will give you a haircut, you have a little longer, or short student head. There is a great difference in the barber shop in the state, the future generation, in the latter world hairdressing store, People can choose their own shaver, but in the 1980s, there is no such treatment. Ask him what to do. Directly shave the shortest student head, a little pun. Other head types are not allowed. Although Luo Sheng also had a shaving a particular type of head idea, this idea has not waited for him to say. The ideal bubble is ruthlessly punctured by Luo Shangyong. The student's head shaved very quickly. Luo Sheng was shaved. After washing, Wang uncle is about to give his father to his face. Wang uncle's movements are very proficient, and Luo Sheng is dazzled. I saw him with his feet in the bottom of the cast iron chair. At the same time, while drops, put a wooden neck pillow on the table, and put the position of Luo Sheng's father's head. While the seat is about to be flat, he puts the shave knife with his right hand, and the left hand quickly squatted on the side of the seat. There are some black skin, which is rapidly lying on the top. Shave to quickly switch to the left hand. The right hand puts the brush of the hot soap foam quickly wiped up on the face of Luo Sheng. It took a while to seeing his father. Luo Sheng was depressed in the door of the barber shop and got up the street outside. In the future generations of Ximen, the brick store, in the early 1990s, Luo Sheng tried to count the earliest street in Jiangqing. Should he think of doing something? Luo Sheng suddenly thought, this is called Jiang Pan. Pan's aunt is also a celebrity in Jiangqing in the future, and opened the largest beauty salon in Jiangqing. Do you need to join her partnership with her? Thinking of your current age, Luo Sheng finally gave up the idea. Now his economic source has surged. How much time does not use, his wealth will increase again, and the biggest beauty salon in Jiangqing has not entered Luo Sheng's legacy. Just when Luo Sheng looked back at the father's haircut, he suddenly saw Jiang Pan hand holding a hair dryer. The hair dryer is combined by a set of electric wire and a high-speed fans. When energizing, the electric wire generates heat. The wind blows out of the fan, turns into hot air. If it is just a small fan, and the electric wire is not hot, it is only windy and not hot. The selection switch on the hair dryer handle is generally divided into 3 gears. Closing the file, cold stains, hot air, and accompanied by white, blue, red signs. Some hair dryer's handle is also equipped with a motor speed control switch for use when the size of the air volume and the hot air temperature are used. The outer casing of each type of hair dryer is provided with a rotatable circular tile cover, and the cross-sectional size of the hood is adjusted to adjust the temperature of the air and the temperature of the hot air. After seeing a hair dryer, Luo Sheng remembered the electric fan at this time. Chapter 74. In the early 1980s, the electric fan can be a good thing. This thing is even if it is purchased with foreign exchange rolls over the GD. But it is like this. After the electric fan arrives, it is almost snapped up. 1 empty. In a total of domestic electric fans, the electric fan produced is in the style of style, or the performance is terrible, so that the electric fan they produced will still need to purchase. There is no ticket, that is, you take out 100s of 50 yuan, but also can't buy a differently like electric fan. Luo Sheng has a new idea at once. He wants to come out to belong to the unique brand of unique brands in 8 or 3 years. Luo Sheng is clear, and the fans of the future generation is almost plastic, and the blade of a certain space is used to rotate through the main body to generate wind energy. The blades of the fan before the 1990s are almost all metal sheet, and they are molded into a fan blade. Due to the original blade and assembly, the alarmed balance of the fan blades is difficult to achieve design requirements. The ceiling fan in the 1980s is the best certificate. How much time does not use, there will be a fan-free coating of the fan or falling off, causing rust, but also causes unbalanced. Hanging on the head will make people feel a fear. It is used in a molded fan blade with plastic, which does not require assembly, correction, more energy saving, and has good dynamic balance due to lightweight and low inertia. When Luo Sheng did the world, he visited the electric fan factory in the later generation. He was also discussed with the technical staff of the electric fan factory at the time. The fan of plastic is divided into dynamic molds, and 2 parts of the mold. When the injection is molded, The mold and the mold are closed, constitute the cavity and pouring system. When molding, the mold and moving die are separated, and the finished parts can be taken directly. In the early 1980s, Jiangxing industry is very developed. All types of manufacturers have, and 2000 years ago, there is also a model of Jiangxing, and these can provide him with technical help, as long as he makes it out. Designing the mold, producing a power fan does not exist. However, ideal is full, and the realistic is very bone. Luo Sheng thought that his reserves under his hand were almost zero, and his head was a big fight. No matter how good traders, there is always someone to do. If no one is doing, there is no suitable person to manage. Even if you make more money, Luo Sheng also feels not a good idea. Dong Guosheng and Liang Guofu are both public officials. Luo Sheng is more important to make two people progress, and he can develop better in the suburbs. Two people in Wangbo and Dongzi. Now he has just cultivated to manage a fishing team, manage some people who sell fish. If they now manage a factory, it is absolutely unqualified, and they will not be can't do. Even if they are able to do it, Luo Sheng will not let them do two people. After all, from the river, it is a big sale, and the two people do this is relatively appropriate. The electric fan cost is low, it is coming to the money, this is already an absolute thing. However, electric fan, planing production mold, planing raw materials, production costs, even if it is a profit of 30 yuan, 10 only 300, 100 units, 3,000, 10,000. The words, however, 300,000. If he built a factory in Jiangxing, after the factory is built, even if it is 100 sets of hundreds, there is no earning. With the kung fu, he is better to put the heart in the two comics of Detective Kaiyan and Pundunk. The two comics will be no better than doing such a fan factory. A lot of Luo Sheng was depressed and thought of a good program. He didn't have much thought to do it. It is really sorry to flash in his head. He is thinking about it. He now feels that this thing is a very worrying, a very chicken rib. He didn't have anything. No factory, no workers, no technology, no a series of things. However, he did not, the government has. He can consider cooperation with the Black provincial government. The previous sanitary napkin production plant is a model of cooperation with the province. It is better to make someone else to share this kind of product. This product is still a state-owned product. After all, the people in this era recognize the state-owned things, only believe that the state of the state is the goods produced by the goods. If there is a problem, they can also find manufacturers who produce this thing. Luo Sheng wondered for a long time. I think this matter is quite large, and this kind of joint venture is a huge help to the economy of the Black province and its economy. As for the company, I opened the company, and I made some small money in 3 wells. Luo Sheng didn't put it in my heart. When Sanjing Yazi helped Luo Sheng, it was just simple to help him, and the most important thing is that the 3 wells is close to the people, and the things made are close to China. That is, in China, 1 million, tens of millions of assets are scared to the assets of the dead. If you put in the world, don't say it is a million, tens of millions of RMB, is a billion. The dollar is not enough. The real big consortium, the real big crocodile's assets, which make people even want to break your head, and will never know how much they have, how much wealth has been mastered. I think that Luo Sheng shouted with my father in the barber shop. I went out, and the wind is fired to the Jiangnian post office. Shen Chunhua's performance in Luo Sheng has appeared. She has never thought of it. Luo Sheng, who is still 2 years old than her eldest son, is actually civil and military. Not only has hardened informed rich, more people will listen. Unknown Japanese. In the early 1980s, as long as it mentioned who has any overseas relationships, it is definitely a cow. There is an overseas relationship, which means that there may be foreign exchange rolls, which means that many people want to buy but spend money. I can't buy something may be bought. When Luo Sheng went to her international long-distance call in Luo Sheng, Shen Chunxin had a crash. and the phone was half an hour. When Luo Sheng pays money, Shen Chunhui has not from that kind of horror, the reaction in the collapse. That is the international long-distance call. The price per minute is more than 3 yuan. How much is it half an hour? At least $100 will be spent. When she put in the later generation, 100 yuan is nothing more than a red ticket, and this time, the biggest brief banknotes are the big unity of $10. That is to say, play a call, a stack of big unity, from Shenzhenhua to Jiangqing Post Bureau to work until now, she has never seen anyone to play a call and actually spend 10 big unity. Playing a call to play her for more than 2 months, nearly 3 months of salary money. This is how people feel the collapse. If this person is the leadership of the municipal government, or what the economy of the economy is, or the entrepreneur of Jiangqing, Shen Chunhui can understand, but the call is that she knows Luo Sheng, which is not there. Her big son, big child. The most important thing is that Luo Sheng hits international long distances to hit the RB, that Japanese said, although she can't understand, but she can listen. Luo Sheng's Japanese level is quite high. Let Shen Chunhua more sigh. This Luo Sheng is not only civil and military, but also works. The first time she helped Luo Zongsun after confidentiality, Luo Sheng sent a few times in her home. After the second time I bought some stamps, Luo Sheng gave her a river fish, and sent some native products. I didn't help Luo Sheng's Shen Chunhui, always unbeliever. After helping Luo Sheng contact a telephone installation, it is the normal path, but she and the person who installed the phone beat it. Luo Sheng actually gave him dozens of dollars loyalty to the supermarket voucher, and just casually helped Luo Sheng to make an international long distance. Luo Sheng actually sent her some foreign exchange coupons. Shen Chunhua's heart is sigh. This is the child of the 4th grade, so can be so magical. Chapter 75 Exchange what? Your picture paper. Let me find someone to make a mold in RB. Then get a fan with the Black Province? Sanjing Yazi heard that Luo Sheng actually said to work with her. Coinvested and the Black Province did the electric fan. She felt particularly surprised. The electric fan is already a very common thing in RB, and the varieties they have eliminated will export to China. Now Luo Sheng suddenly comes out to make electric fans with her 3 wells and as a feel that this thing is very rely. Sanjing Yadi did not directly reject Luo Sheng, but very patiently, and Luo Sheng said, loyalty. I told you that the electric fan is referred to as the fan, also known as the fan. Fan is a fan of the motor drive fan blade to achieve a household appliance that allows air to accelerate flowing. It is mainly used in cooling and flowing air for family, classroom, office, shop, hospital and hotel, etc. Now RB production electric fan manufacturers, and most elimination down is exported, do the electric fan. Although there are some markets on China, the profit margin is also high, but this industry is a sunset industry, can't do it. The 3 wells in the heart of the 3 wells, and the subordinates of the 3 wells, but there are many companies that do household appliances. In the past few years, the profit of the fan in the household appliance is still high, but in recent years, the profit of the fan has undergone a simple point. The electric fan is simple, and the added value of the product is very low. The threshold for the entrance is not high. In the last 2 years, the RB household electric fan manufacturers are more and more. From these aspects, the electric fan is like this, whether it is in RB or in China, there will be no special outbreaks. There are already many manufacturers of a lot of home appliances on China. But now the scale is not big. According to Luo Sheng said, if you put it into a big money, you can recover your investment is unknown. Even if people on China agree with Luo Sheng's fan, the profit margin will not be too high. She and Luo Sheng now invests in the sanitary napkin production line. She is extremely optimistic. This kind of thing, whether in the RB market, or in the market in other countries, selling is particularly hot. As long as there is a woman's place, it can be sold. Go to sanitary napkins. There is a time to build a factory to produce electric fans. There is a cost of establishing such a factory. enough for their two people to invest in a few sanitary napkins. As long as you open the market in China, the profit prospects of sanitary napkins are absolutely considerable, even more than making money for any household appliances. And electric fans are not too practical in Northeast. The time that the Northeast can use the electric fan, nothing more than the summer in July until the 4 months of October. Now the Chinese are very poor, the living standard is very poor, where there is so much money to buy such a home appliance. Sanjing Yadi is very optimistic about Liu Sheng. Now is her partner. She thinks what? Put the pros and cons of the production of electric fans to Liu Sheng. As for Liu Sheng, I still insist on the sale of electric fans. Then she will see how Liu Sheng thinks. Liu Sheng does not have the view of the three wells. In this era, there are not many women who can have such a vision of three wells, which can take advantage of the market. However, Liu Sheng is not the people in this era, but from the later generations of 8 seconds. The trend in his heart, and what he wants to do in his heart, it is definitely not a person such as Sanjing Yadi to be able to imagine it. Liu Sheng not only wants to build a production electric fan in Mixi, and the Black Province, but he still wants that the three wells are on the RB, which helps him apply for the patent's production of this injection mold. That is, if any company wants to use the same injection mold technology as he gave him patent fees. Many times, this kind of patented thing is the most profitable, but also the cornerstone that can be continuously advanced throughout the society. Only by protecting the patents can be made to make more people to create inventions, let more people go to test, so that technological progress is more rapid. What do you say? The fan of the plastic fan leaves. Don't use any soldering once. This is impossible. Now RB does not have such a technology. Sanjing Yadi is full of suspicion, for Liu Sheng said the plastic fan one-time fans of the leaves. She does not believe it all. Liu Sheng is a cartoon genius. She is very clear because Liu Sheng's Detective Conan is popular. As long as it is a favorite of comics, it is almost unknown to have a comics called ZX June in the cartoon. His creation, the styles are novel, and the story of the comics is buckle, which makes people feel that I can't pull it out. The daughter of Sanjing Yadi especially likes to watch Liu Sheng's Detective Conan, and even some of the characters she likes, and some people like it. That is, Liu Sheng's talent in this area and does not have anyone. And, however, there should be some things in the household appliances. Liu Sheng is a few people should not be much better by her. After all, there are countless electrical manufacturers in the three wells, and there are countless advanced philosophy. Liu Sheng was also defeated by Sanjing Yadi. He didn't understand how the genius defined in the hearts of the three wells, and it could draw a genius of comics. In other industries, it could not become a leader. Egg pain. After half an hour, it is not too pleasant to chat. In Liu Sheng's persistence and the compromise between the three wells, the two people finally reached a consistent. Liu Sheng took the drawing of the molded mold in Jiangqing, and the three wells were assessed to evaluate and develop this mold. In the development process, if this thing is found like Liu Sheng said so good, Sanjing Yadi has to help Liu Sheng application for patents, and began to increase the production of this mold, and then talk about investment in the Black Province. Some things produced by electric fan buildings. If Liu Sheng is not optimistic, this project is directly invalidated. That is, no matter whether this is successful, the key to Liu Sheng's research is to try the heart of the three wells. No matter what this whether it can succeed, and for two people in Liu Sheng and Sanjing, I will have any loss of the bones. Finally, Liu Sheng and Sanjing Yadi exchanged the things about the sanitary napkin production line there. From the mouth of the three wells, the RB Ruiguangco Limited has accepted the order of the three wells, the production line of the sanitary napkin in February next year. At the time of the month, I can go offline, and the first production line of RB Ruiguangco Limited is exported to China. What makes the three wells felt surprised that after they order several production lines, there are Chinese manufacturers to order a sanitary napkin production line in RB Ruiguangco Limited, that is, some people in China have been in the same time. Good profit. Chapter 76 is successful. Luo Sheng has always had the principle of doing things. As long as he thinks there is something to do, we must do our best, and do it thoroughly. There is no best, only better. Is Luo Sheng, has always been a goal, although Luo Sheng, looks too lazy, but if you decide what to do, he is really hard. In the later generation, although I got a kung fu to study the fan leads of the electric fan, it was a lot of things many years ago, and I could make the right mold. Luo Sheng is not too much bottom. But, as long as it is possible to make a drawing drawn from Luo Sheng, 90% may make this good mold. As long as you try very hard, you can achieve anything. Luo Sheng determined that after the mold mapping of the fan is made, it will start to study this drawing. In order to better make the drawing of this fan, Luo Sheng has let Wang Bo contact the chief engineer of Jiangqing Mold Factory. Contacts the chief engineer of Jiangqing First Plastics Factory. Let them two people assist. He studied the drawing of slowly painting. Yan Ming, the engineer of Jiangqing Mold Factory, is Jiangqing model expert. It used to be a professional model of Jiangqing City. It is also a professional study mold. His modeling level is extremely high, and there is a very unique insight. The engineer of the first plastic plant is the engineer of the plastic plant. He also has a uniqueness of the model research of plastics. It is the backbone of the first plastic plant and the first plastic plant. The three stinkers topped Zhu Liang. Under the model of Luo Sheng's memory, three people have been fighting for more than half a month, and finally draws the probably drawing of Luo Sheng wants. Luo Sheng developed three people, and the plastic melt was referred to as a casting system by the flow path of the injection machine nozzle. This system consists of mainstream, shunt, gate, and cold well. To ensure that the moving mold is closed, it can be accurately orientated and positioned, and the guide posts and guide sleeves are usually provided on the dynamic mold and the mold. The deep injection mold must also set a tapered position on the main division surface, sometimes to ensure the accurate motion and reset of the release mechanism, and also set the guide part. The molded mechanism is subjected to the mechanism of the plastic parts from the mold in the later stage of the mold opening process. In addition to these, Luo Sheng also designed a lateral typing core mechanism. That is a plastic part with a side concave or lateral hole, which must be laterally divided or pull out laterally or pull out side cores between the detached mold. In order to meet the requirements of the injection process, the mold is provided with a temperature adjustment system for cooling or heating. The mold cools, generally opens a cooling waterway in the template, heating, in the mold or peripheral mounting point heating element. The injection mold must be equipped with a mold temperature automatic adjustment device. In order to discharge the original gas in the cavity during the injection of the injection, the vent tank is often opened at the partial plane. The amount of exhaust of the cavity is not large, and it can be directly utilized to exhaust gas, and can also utilize the gap between the rod or core of the mold and the fitting hole. These things are when Luo Sheng visits the electric fan factory during the later generations, and the technical guidance of the electric fan factory will study things. At that time, in order to let the people on Russia believe in the quality of the electric fan, Luo Sheng puts the design plan of this fan mold, but he didn't expect that he was reborn to 8 seconds. He actually creating a plastic fan injection, the precedent of the mold. Luo Sheng and Yan Ming, Chen Danfang used 3 times in the first week of the afternoon, and made many kinds of confidential calculations, and the drawing of this mold was perfect. At this time, Luo Sheng even had a feeling of seeing the drawing tool, and he thought of thinking about it. It is too tired to get this place. He thinks that he must take a rest for a long time, to compensate for his hard work in the past few days. Yan Ming and Chen Danwei were also tired of this week. They have never thought that they have a new mold drawing in the inner day primary school students, although this drawing has not become a finished product. However, they can feel that through this drawing, it will be a miracle. Although this week is very hard, the subsidies given to their loyalty to them are still tired. Even they frank, If they still have such a chart or modeling tasks, they will come over to help. Both of them are senior engineers of the unit. At this time, the income of each month is nothing more than 4 or 50 yuan, but to the Faith Company to help Luo Sheng completed a mapping work, not only the salary of the unit, but also got a rich bonus red envelope. At that time, 2 people took over the bonus red envelopes of the Faith Desk Company. The eyes were straight. They never thought that the bonuses of their 2 people reached $500. 500 yuan for what concepts are what they are. It is a whole year of salary, that is. They used the time to earn them for a year. Every day, the 5 yuan of foreign subsidies will be very happy, and in this time, their food has been greatly improved, even loyal to the company. As long as you want to eat something, you can cash it. The new 50 big unity in the bonus red envelope, simply letting them have a madness. They think that this Faith Company's outcomes are really great, and if the loyalty company has such an outer coordination, even if they are in the unit, it is also coming to participate. After the drawings of the mold, Luo Sheng directly went to the Jiangqing post office, and mailed the status of the statue to the 3 wells. Seeing noon and some time, Luo Sheng took a bowl of ramen in the Jiangqing post office. What made Luo Sheng didn't think of it? The taste of the ramen that he was eaten is extremely good. It looks very light in the face. It has a thick beef soup, with the catectic peppers on the store. It took a bottle of a drink that was extremely fire in Jiangqing. The same thing as soda, but there is some wine taste, which is very delicious. Thinking of the KFC and McDonald's in the later generation, Luo Sheng put the idea of getting a good chain snack into the mind. Now is 8 seconds, eats the bowl of noodles to have 2 food tickets. At this time, I can't time. Luo Sheng feels that at least to wait until the time is mature, even if it is a grain, it will study this thing. There are a few aspects now. One is a comic continuing creation, and the other is to put into production in the Black Province as soon as the company is in the Black Province as soon as possible, and promote the 2 projects. Most importantly, Loyal Food and surrounding chain should be upgraded. The original small chain of diet stores have met the idea of Luo Sheng. At this time, Luo Sheng not only opened the largest supermarket in Jiangqing, but also in the provincial city of Harbin in the year. At the end of next year, if there is enough funds, he has to set up large chain supermarkets in the 4 major cities in the Black Province, and he wants to open large supermarkets to the province. After the large supermarket opened to the province, if the market is recognized, the Faith Supermarket will open all major cities in the northeast, become the largest chain supermarket in northeast. To do this chain supermarket, the biggest obstacle is money and goods. As long as there is money, there is no problem. All other things are good. Thinking of the current chain supermarket has entered the right track, and the goods have been relatively sufficient. Luo Sheng thought that many farmhouses behind the bamboo plate did not live in the autumn harvest. Since the loyalty company has backed by this bamboo plate, the company's employees, it is a bamboo plate, and it is a matter of time, and these people will not be able to do it. This is also a big problem. He should let the employees of the Faith and some people who believe in faith, rather than letting them play mahjong at this time, or gambling such as playing poker, can't let these people recontaminated those very lazy bad diseases. I think that the 80s have the most profitable, and in going to sell things very much. Luo Sheng immediately thought that the goods sent by the Faith in Wuhan Hanxing Street were very sufficient, and these goods were added according to the purchase price. Some, for the wholesale price to these people, let these people go to the townships below stall, or go to the nearby towns and towns to sell. In this case, not only will the sales of goods in the company, but also make these people have a quite good income in winter, at least to eliminate the kind of people who play mahjong or gambling in the house in winter. Only let these people move, only let them find that as long as they are hardworking, they can get rich, then the atmosphere of the entire village will get better and better. People who do things will be more and more. Such words, the future bamboo boards and people in Fulong village can get better and better. After Luo Sheng, he found that he had to do it in the future, and there is still a long way. Chapter 77. In 1982, the first snow in winter is 2 weeks later than 2 years, and the snow is very large. The first snow is falling on the ground. I got up early in the morning. Liu Sheng worn his neatly opened the door, glanced on the whole Jiangqing as if it became the ice and snow. Looking at the snowy street, looked at the white people, Liu Sheng couldn't help but open his arms, closed his eyes, breathed the pure and sweet air. Just when Liu Sheng felt that it became pure and serene, a big snowball burst into his head. After being pulled, Liu Sheng's hair is very angry. Who is it? Exclamation mark. Who is it? Exclamation mark. How can I destroy so beautiful in such a situation? Then enjoyed the thing. Liu Sheng looked back. The neighboring family of Xiaobang Jiabozing and sister Jialina stood at the door. Liu Sheng's breath did not hit one place. At this time, he completely forgot that he had the soul of adults. But he had forgotten that he should not bully children. Liu Sheng was in the foot of Lingbo, and when I arrived in front of Jiabo, a hungry tiger fell to the ground, and the snow on the ground and his face was raised. Jialina saw that Liu Sheng felt his brother Jiabo to the face and the neck. She didn't stop the idea, but again from the ground to grab a big snowball to the head of Liu Sheng. Then stay. A string is like a child's nose. General laughter runs into his own home. Loyalty brother, just not me, is my sister, you. Jiabo said while crying. Wang Wang, said to Liu Sheng. Jiabo is more wronged, and it is also more wronged. He didn't think that his sister played Liu Sheng. It was actually retaliated by Liu Sheng to his head. Liu Sheng has been speechless. How did he think that Jialina, who looks quiet, actually makes this? After Jiabo, Liu Sheng helped Jiabo to sweep the snow on the snow. Jiabo, you don't cry. I am piled up with you today. Don't you most want to be with me? Jiabo is a child, especially after watching the cartoon Ever Snow Child. I have always wanted to be a snowman, but he only has a sister. My sister doesn't like the things of the snowman, and I said a few with Liu Sheng. Second, Liu Sheng did not promise him to help him. Liu Sheng, who has adult soul, is very discerning for the snowman, but now I cried Jiabo. If I didn't happy Jiabo, my parents will definitely pack him. In the morning, if you are packed by your parents, it is definitely not a pleasant thing. Instead of being packed by his parents, it is better to pile a snowman with Jiabo, and it is just a small child. This snow is very big. Liu Sheng has no strength to roll out a big snowball. He told Jiabo to get a few days after the small snowball smaller than this big snowball. Baby, help Jiabo put the snowball of the small one, after the previously rolled big snowball. Liu Sheng began to dress up the snowman. Carrots is the nose of the snowman. The two black coals are the snowman's eyes, and the small buckets used in the head are buckled. Finally, in the side of the snowman is completed. When Liu Sheng and Jiabo were in the snowman, the young one in his eyes saw that Jialina greeting her father Jiakai came out from the house. I would like to tell him a black. If Jia's eye is coming out from the house, Jiabo is still crying, it is not a matter of criticism, but if you are looking for your parents, it is sinned. Liu Sheng secretly thought that this damn little ladle, actually in this sinister, etc. I have the opportunity. I must revenue you. Not the most drug worry. What can this little girl? Later, Liu Sheng has been in favor of Jialina's impression, and even when he reborn, it was not seen in decades, and he didn't hear Jialina's news. Did you pass a sunny thing? This little girl has a new change. Is it necessary to cause my attention? When Liu Sheng, he turned a lot of ideas in his head. He also didn't want to understand what this little girl was doing. It is simple to see that he is trying to play a snowball. Still want to cause his attention, or then. Communication brother, thank you for helping me. Today, our school is not in class during the day. I poured a small ice rink at the door. Let's get together. Skuma, it is the meaning of the scent. Whether the gyro is called the gyro, it is called smoking. At the 1980s, the Northeast little boy home will generally have a small, conditional little boy, will let the parents find the car inside the factory to help the car iron. Jiabo's father. There is a small head in the Civil Affairs Bureau. Below, when people arrive in winter, they will give Jiabo Liu Sheng's home ship, in the small box of toys, and his father Liu Shangyong gave him a big wood. At that time, the wood is called to be rotated, and the truth is similar, but only the wooden bed. The number of revolutions could not be compared to the lathe. When I just smoked, Liu Sheng's was a better one. The outer edge of the top of the is drawn by Liu Shangyong, a red dot in the two traces and the middle position. In the rotation process, it will rotate a conspicuous color. Look awkward, it is good. Liu Sheng's whip. Is Liu Shangyong to take back rounded wooden sticks come back at home? The wooden stick's top is hot, and the whip is smashed. The strap of the rubber belt is used as a dead buckle, which has become a good whip. Roll their whipped in the yarn, and quickly get rid of the ice. When the ice is rotating, use the whip slightly to force it, and began to turn it. For Jiabo's proposal, Liu Sheng is not interested. The cold is cold, and the outside is absolutely not a pleasant thing. Jiabo Ilaba looked at Liu Sheng. Loyalty brother, you promise me. When I am looking for Liu Y, big fruit, there is Tai Tao, let's play with snowballs. Liu Sheng did not promise Jiabo, but said too ridiculous. When you come, if you have time, you will play with you. It's so easy to take a few days. I have to accompany Jiabo to smoother. Liu Sheng is really unwilling. There is that time, he lies in the home. How well. However, I saw that Jiabo's eyes. Liu Sheng really refused, directly. After all, Jiabo is a small class from Xioba to the big. Chapter 78 hits snowballs. In the 1980s, there is a sentence called snow as a saving. As long as it is snowing, the students who have been more than 3 years have to sweep the snow on the street. Previously, Liu Sheng was 3 grades. He has not participated in this activity. After September, he raised in the 4th grade, and naturally he would participate in this face engineering activity. The winter in the northeast is very cold, and the time of snow sweeping in the snow is very long. He must wear a thickness can ensure that it is not frozen. With the front end of the homework is a square small shovel. Liu Sheng has some retreat to the school. At the school, did not have more time. Teacher Zhang Ziqin came over to the notice, and the whole classmate took the King's snow tool to the road to Jiangqing coal mining machinery fact. Because Liu Sheng is the 4th grade of primary school, it is not long, that is, 1 or so. They have been tied for more than 2 hours, and finally, it is finally cleaned to the 2 sides. Because of the day after the day, Liu Sheng went to 2 lessons, even the homework did not stay, so I was. Liu Sheng just returned home, and didn't lie hard for a while, and several small partners of Jiabo and Diabo and the big fruit were looking for home, and the eyepiece waited for Liu Sheng to go out. Liu Sheng, Wang Xu, Taiyu, Wang Xu, said that several of them were waiting for Liu Zongxun to play at home, and Liu Sheng also fooled to be crazy when they were snowing, so he said directly, loyalty. Want to go out and go, waiting for a while, come back to eat early. Your dad wants to ask. I said that I let you go out. When I saw Wang Xu toward, several small partners immediately pulled Liu Sheng, pulling a helpless Liu Sheng to the door. Liu Sheng saw that there was no trick, so he was helplessly took out, wearing a mother to give him a neck sleeve small in winter, cylindrical scarf, straight in the neck, wear the thick cotton army hat and leather gloves, and several of Jiabo have arrived at the small ice rink to Jiaobo. In the 1980s, the northeast is particularly cold, and winter is going to play. If you don't wear a hat and neck, you can basically freeze. After Jiabo pouring the ice rink, Liu Sheng's crying heart has Nima. This is the legendary small ice rink. Liu Sheng saw that the top of Jiabong's ice rink is 2 square meters, and it is particularly unregulated. It seems to be a very good place to get a big patch. When Liu Sheng, I was originally not interested in smashing. After seeing this small ice rink, I felt boring. After he played the ice and whip in his hand, he sat on the snow mountain piled up in front of the door and saw a few children there. Just when Liu Sheng was bored, Alina suddenly won from him, and a few mouthfuls came. "Are you not very good recently? Do you not like to make a careless recently? Hey, let's fight the snowball." Luo Sheng is unfortunately his sister. This time this is a brain. I didn't recruited her, but I still got me. I saw that Jialina stood in a high position than her, like a small version of the violent queen generally overlooking him. Luo Sheng's fire got up. "When you go, you can't let such a little girl call the store." Luo Sheng hated Jialina with a glance, waving his fist and said, "When you play, don't you be afraid of you. I can say it well, playing snowballs, you will lose, then lose if you don't cry. Let's go, find a parent, say that I bully you. Hey, who is crying and going back? Let's walk." After Jialina said, a gust is generally flashed by Luo Sheng, shouting loudly, "We want to fight snow. Who wants me one partner?" Luo Sheng didn't give it to the weak to stand up and shouted, "I have come to me from me. It's my soldier. I am not my soldier. Fart." After Jialina, I saw that only the big fruit was stupid. She immediately said loudly, "Wu Dao, you don't hurry. If you don't have a group of me today, don't want me to go out with you. And you, Wu, second, hurry with your brother. Let's take the bad guy in loyalty. It's my soldier. I will walk with me, not my soldier." Fart. This kind of discourse reappeared in the mind of Luo Sheng. He can't help but laugh. In the Northeast, this sentence is very popular at the time, and the children have to play home, or other games. As long as it is a Tangant game, there will be a child telling this. Luo Sheng suddenly remembered, before Jialina, he called himself two snowballs. Now I still want to be a big sister to fight snowballs. Hey! Luo Sheng's heart suddenly became a fighting spirit. However, one of the following sentences let Luo Sheng can touch the mind. Why do we make a bad guy? I am, or tell you. After seeing the two brothers of Wu Jia, after Luo Sheng was not angry. He greeted Jiabo. Liu gave him the snow to the far away. He wants to be a few people with Julina. Leave far. In this case, you can play. In the beginning of Jialina, a group of small partners snow began. Jiabo and Liu were small, and the strength was not big. When they played a snowball, they almost unhissed, so Luo Sheng told them two people to give him a snowball. One person monitated Jialina and a few people in Wu Jiantao. Luo Sheng is a reborn person, and recently, the body exercise is extremely good. The snowball throws out can be said to be a stable. Almost every snowball is not empty, not directly headed, is to hit the enemy's body. In particular, Zhang Luo's most joined Jialina. He became an important object of Luo Sheng. One is that this snow is Jialina organized, and she buys her. This battle is over. Second, Jialina's two big snowballs in early morning. Luo Sheng has not been forgotten. He must retaliate back. It is because of such a situation, Jialina Cup, she just rushed forward, a snowball, a full of face. After that, there were 4 snowballs. It was like the missiles of future generations, and the beads opened in Jaina's head. Luo Sheng's mouth did not consciously touched. I haven't waited for Luo Sheng to continue to attack. Jialina crying loudly, she said crying and said, turning around and started to run home. Looking at the slimming shadow of Jurina far away, Luo Sheng scratched his head, couldn't help but think of it. It seems that I am doing wrong in this matter. Chapter 79 Winter. This is the Northeast, and the trend is eating dumplings. And some rich people, I like to eat hot pot on the winter solstice, then boil dumplings in the hot pot, say that it is doing this, what is going to get more and more fire. When Luo Sheng, it was very fond of eating hot pot. When he thought of the winter solstice to eat hot pot, he immediately sat like a needle felt. At this time, he is very simple, nothing more than wants to live happily in the family. In winter, you must take a few delicious hot pot. The sauce has, the noodles are all, the supermarkets and food stores have all materials. What materials can be able to get it? Thinking of hot pot, Luo Sheng immediately called Wang Bo. Starting with Wang Bo, Luo Sheng told Wang Bo, and the winter solstice has a hot pot at home this day, and there are several hot pots to come out. give Dong Yuosong. Liang Yuofeng also has Luo Yonggo, and the people have gone. At the beginning of the 1980s, every household is very poor. I want to eat a hot pot in the United States, which is a symbol of luxury. Luo Sheng did not have a hot pot at this time. He told Wang Bo, giving him the best full Manchai purple copper hot pot in Jiangqing. If you can buy it, buy 3 to 4, 1 bamboo board. Loyalty the company left 2, and give him a aunt home. Other electric pots, or hot pots made from ordinary pots. The taste is far less than the authentic copper hot pot flavor. In the past 80s, the Northeast is eating hot pot. The bottom of the hot pan is the kind of fast frozen large sea crab. The soup is a pork soup with good pork belly. Some dry shrimp is put some onion ginger. Just waiting for meat. In the hot pot, in the 1980s, mainly with mutton and pig pork belly, some people who had money or have other meats, they were pulled in the hot pot or venison. Luo Sheng gave Wang Bo down to death. The mutton had to kill the whole sheep. Just bought a few good sheep on a bamboo plate in Fulong village. I have a hot pot that day. I will kill it in the morning, put the best meat of sheep and leg meat, and the rest will give the loyalty company's cafeteria. Let the canteen people give the company to improve the people. Food. The sheep is the most suitable for the meat of the dumplings. After shaving, letting the food in the sea of mutton felt dumplings. When you eat hot pots to the end, everyone can eat a few dumplings. And there is a feature of the winter solstice. The venison and the scorpion meat have to give him a lot. How much is it? Anyway, if there is anything, I will throw it directly into the large cylinder inside the yard. I will freeze it directly. When I want to eat. When I want to eat. When I bought a venison on the deer, I saw the deer heart or buy some. If there was no deer blood was also dealt. These materials have been bought, and they have left some of the loyalty companies, and Wang Bo has sent some of the aunts home. In Jiangqing, Luo Sheng and aunt, the relationship between my father recently, and the relationship between the cousin, just after rebirth, he has been busy with the loyalty company, and there are few more times. Father is SD people, especially likes to eat seafood and hot pot. Now he has conditions. Naturally, it is necessary to take this factor. Table brother, the 2 people are now a teenage, all in high school. Give them more enough to supplement the body, and a quite good thing. After their university graduation, Luo Sheng is ready to consult them. If they are interested in entering loyalty, let them join the faith company to follow him. If you want to take the officialdom, let them be an official. On December 22, 1982, the lunar calendar winter month, this day is the winter solstice. Wang Bo got a big morning. After eating breakfast, he took Luo Sheng's home with the materials that Luo Sheng told him to make a hot pot. Luo Sheng saw Wang Bo's pile of materials and immediately happy. He told Wang Bo, fresh lapel meat and fresh deer flesh remained. Some lamb chops and scorpion meat were rolled into a big volume, and the big bag of fast frozen mutton stuffing dumplings were frozen outside the house, and they wanted to planer to eat when the hot pot. After the explanation, Luo Sheng led Wang Bo to loyalty to the food and surrounding chains, and how to study the activities of New Year's Day. At this time, the big idea has to take this side. In recent time, the performance of loyal food and surrounding supermarkets has risen. The entire chain supermarket will reach the 6,000 yuan of terror. Even if Luo Sheng is very low, most items have only 100% third-oriented profits. This is the case. Every day's pure profit can reach round 500 yuan. The New Year's Day in 8 seconds is coming. Luo Sheng also has his intention. In the past 8 second year, he basically made a profit of the troops, and it was going to 8 or 3 years. He decided that at this time, giving back to Jiangqing's loyal food and surrounding chain. Father, fellow. However, this program Luo Sheng has never thought of it. It is the most lack of people in this era. It is pork and beef mutton meat products. But Luo Sheng, which is open to acquire, and it is not available. The item is active, and it is estimated that it will be used to buy an empty. The daily class of things, the rules of the supermarkets, the rules of supermarkets. Once the lack of special sales, then people will have no trust in the profits of loyal food and hypermarkets in the future. Originally, it is useful from manufacturers and large bulls to get the goods to produce profits and sales return. Once the profits are compressed, they want to sell out in normal prices in the future. According to the future generations of the New Year's Day, combined with Hongbin and Wang Bo's idea, Luo Sheng finally decided to come out. Solution 1. New Year's Day shopping has a surprise. The number of shopping money exceeds 10 yuan. You can get a gold voucher and a lottery. As long as shopping reaches 10 yuan, you can get such a discount. If you reach 20 yuan, you can get $1 of the golden and 2 draw coupons. Follow up to this class. Solution 2. New Year's Day family. Happy New Year's family has love to send activities. All have old people in the family, and the whole family can buy more than 2 yuan in the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets. Can come to loyalty to the New Year family received by the mixed supermarkets can enjoy the activities of free family blessings. Luo Sheng has 3 wells in the hand to give their families full camera. Find a better person with photographic technology. Free to visit the family for free in front of the loyal food and surrounding flagship store. This is the most loss of event launched by Luo Sheng in New Year's Day. However, Luo Sheng has been very upset about this matter, because Luo Sheng is clear. In the early 1980s, many families want to take a family Fanta. Pretty difficult things. Many old people have been born, and they remembered the talents in the home. They did not leave a photo of their family biting. Luo Sheng has this condition at this time, and I want to make some families in Jiangqing to enjoy this treatment of the family. Even if he loses a division of money, he also thinks that his business is very valuable, it is meaningful. If you have a claim, it is nothing more than paying some money, but he earns more. Whether it is to wash it back, you will put this photo at a very obvious position. You will be able to unintentionally through the photo and think of loyal food and surrounding supermarkets. If you have friends and family to see photos in your home, you will also know that there is such a conscience in Jiangqing. Word of mouth is also good, impressive. In short, Luo Sheng, I am happy to buy everyone. Let those old people can take a family blessing in the year of the birthday. Absolutely a full thing. The plan 3, open lottery. And according to the number of draws, the first prize is a voucher of the loyal food and surrounding supermarket, worth 50 yuan. You can purchase any item in any loyal food and smuggle supermarket. The second prize, a voucher of the loyalty to the supermarket chain supermarket, worth $20 yuan. Third prize, a loyal food and surrounding supermarket chart, worth 5 yuan. The rest is a memorial award, and everyone can get one item worth a corner of money. Solution 4, New Year's Day to eat dumplings. After the loyalty company sweepstakes, all the lottery numbers are all hundreds of people, and the number of people who are 8 geely numbers and their family members can participate in New Year's Day dumpling activities. The faith company is responsible for buying good meat, stuffing, letting the chef and filling, and picking out enough to do the skin. Participate in the dumplings. Everyone participating in person can get at least 20 dumplings per person. You can take back home with your family to eat dumplings. Luo Sheng's 4 programs came out, and Hongbin was shocked. For the 4 programs mentioned by Luo Sheng, he is simply a case. Exhausted him, he can't think of such a New Year's Day event. However, Hongbin browed with the refuge gradually twisted into twist. Chapter 80. Hongbin said that this brow thought for a long time. He always felt that this program was a little wrong. Luo Sheng's 4 programs are good. Not only can they have popularity, but also have a lot of promotions. However, Luo Sheng's program, Hongbin has different views. These 4 options really do in accordance with Luo Sheng. Don't say it is the day of the New Year's Day. According to his calculation method, at least 300 yuan. New Year's Day is the first day of January day, the first day of 3 years, is to make money, and there should be such a claim to make a good. In Hongbin, the program has reached a very low standard of profit margin of loyal food, and the activity is only an old that lost money. How many people in Jiangqing didn't know but he knew how many people in Jiangqing will participate in the family portrait of Luo Sheng. In the loyalty of the goods to buy 2 yuan, you can take a family blessing, and the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets are also responsible for rinsing. Single is a photo and the film. You need to spend how much money? These people buy 2 yuan of items. Profits are nothing more than 2 hair, not enough to take photos of film money. These still don't count. If the activities of the whole family are carried out, the light is arranged by the staff, record which film of the person who is blessed, is responsible for maintaining the order, at least 5 or 6 people. Washing tablets require a process. Then the loyalty supermarket also needs to send a special person to take this photo, but also a special person issued this photo for a while. These people's expenses do not say, not much money, but, so many people do this, there will be some subtle problems on the operation of the food store. The sweepstakes of the program 3, Hongbin also had different views. In Jiangqing, when did not hurt them all to give customers so big award. And the number of rewards beyond Hongbin's imagination. Make a lot of things. There is a first prize, a second prize, the rest of the memorial prizes will have a lot of excitement. Let's get so much money, let the supermarket get a loss on the day state land. Only the plan for let Hongbin go, let the staff of the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets, eat a whitey-faced dumplings on a meat, no matter the employee, or the family of employees, it is an account. At the time of Hongbin and Luo Zongxuan, Wang Bo said a word while opening. Hong Barbie, you will listen to the kid of the loyalty. What is the use of this meaningless thing? Do you see the sale of this pig? If he does business can lose money, the pig can be heaven fly. Luo Sheng heard Wang Bo's words, smiled and said, don't say, this time I do this, I want to try the taste of paying money. Seeing Wang Bo's eyes, Luo Sheng said helplessly, 3. I see what I don't believe, I think so. Let's loyal food and surrounding chain in Jiangqing 3 months' time. It is not necessary for the wholesale of Hongbin, it has already earned hundreds of thousands of yuan, and where the money is not all, it is not all the people of Jiangqing to give us. They trust loyalty, food and surrounding. Trust us, we do some activities to give back the majority of users. It is a very normal thing. Now it looks up, maybe when this event may be, we were losing a few hundreds of dollars. But the brand effect of loyal food and surrounding chain will be multiplied, and when doing advertising for loyal food and surrounding chain. Luo Sheng looked at Hongbin that thought about it. He smiled and said to Hongbin, Hong big brother, doing this kind of thing, you still listen to me. After the New Year's Day, it has been during the New Year, the supermarket will usher in a new climax. At that time, I met the money to the hand cramps. Luo Sheng is very affirmative for loyal food and surrounding chains, which will be sold in the New Year's New Year. Even if he does not engage in such a big profit, he will usher in a peak period of sale. At this time, the peasant friends are all over, have worked hard for a year, and they have finally have some live money in their hands. They will come to Jiangqing to buy some must-have some daily necessities. They used to choose a state-owned store to buy, after 11 open, and then make a big event in New Year's Day. The name of Faithful Food and surrounding chain has reached a certain level. This year, good stores, all by people, the company is excellent in Jiangqing now. Even if the old state market in Jiangqing, the daily sales, no obstacles can achieve loyal food the sales of the chain. When I was waiting until the new year, the loyal food and surrounding chains were listed. They would cause the purchase of booming in Jiangqing people. At that time, Faithful Food and surrounding chains. I don't want to be hot. After taking Hongbin, after Luo Sheng took Wang Bo directly to the home. At the 1980s, I want to eat the placeable mutton, but it is a very difficult thing, but this kind of thing is hard to fall. 3. My dad has a woodworking planer, you take it out to brush it, then use the strand. You should use it plain. Should you use it top? You use a posture to grain meat. Luo Sheng told the 3 kings waves, let him stay in the woodworking planer in the home, like a woodworking, planer, actually operated, and the machine of the Dematel meat slice is almost the same. After Wang Bo listened, even smashed with Shami. Where is this asking him to eat hot pot? It is simply to catch him this side when you are playing. Wang Bo is clear, the planer used by the brother-in-law will also use some, but this thing is definitely a powerful thing. The meat is frozen, it is quite laborious. When you pulverize meat, he can't be in the room, because there is no place to felt the meat in the room. You must go to the outside shed. At this time, the temperature is very low, that is, wearing a glove will not be frozen. Don't say that the meat needs a certain time, you can't give him a good. Wang Bo has always thought that Luo Sheng made him come over and eat hot pot. It is a very good thing, but now, this Long Sheng has long been planned. These lives have to be him. He is dissatisfied in his heart, this damn week, no. The dead Luo Jiskin. I saw the three of the Shami face. Luo Sheng also began to ignite in the hot pot. Luo Sheng put some water in the hot pot, and began to put the charcoal wrapped in white paper in the hot pot. What he did in this is a method of popular charcoal when it is later, so that the charcoal residue will not fall into the soup. And when ignition, charcoal is easy to combustion. With a fire-made wood, a group of alcoholic cotton, with a matches, slowly send it into the bottom of the hot pot, wait a few minutes, charcoal burns. After the fire is ignited, Luo Sheng conducts the next work, put the sheep bones of the afternoon, 1+, in the hot pot, the quick frozen sea crab and dry shrimp, ginger, onion in the bottom of the pot. Wait quietly to the hot pot. At this time, the food and pot is not a lot. Generally, people are all kinds of fixed things, a plate of lamb, plus a large pot of sauerkraut, and some frozen tofu. For these few things, there have been countless families' envy. After all, in this substance, it is an extreme luxury that can eat a fragrant hot pot. Luo Sheng now has money, and also lives. When you eat hot pot, you have a lot of relatively complete, in addition to sour vegetables and frozen tofu, with the kelp, deer blood, puenkima pigs, venison, the pepper meat, the Chinese cabbage leaves, the forest, the total land. Put a large table. Luo Sheng was busy in the room, Wang Bo inside the shed, and his heart took Luo Zongsun, a dog's bloodshot. This winter, let him get so much crime in the shed, and have not planed the lamb. This mutton, it's too hard to handle it. Just when Wang Bo depressed, Luo Shangye led Feng Xia to push the door from the outside. Chapter 81 comes to newcomers. I am very happy to eat a hot pot. Luo Sheng felt very happy in his heart. After all, this is his rebirth, and the first time I accompany my family to eat hot pot. Looking at the little An too. As for Christmas, there is no concept in the early 80s in the Northeast. At this time, the children are only simply drawing Christmas cards to celebrate New Year's Day. Without those Christmas activities, Luo Sheng remembers very clear that Chinese people have contacted Christmas after the 1990s, and the atmosphere of all over the world is different, and some coastal areas have a holiday atmosphere. In the most south, Guangzhou, due to adjacent to Hong Kong, open the city, the young people have different religious beliefs, but have been as a day in Tanshan. On December 25th, each church held a worship ceremony, and Catholicism held Christmas to Handan, and the New Teach held Christmas. In addition to the worship ceremony, it also performs Christmas dramas and performs the story of Jesus. These are not too much relationship with Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng does not want to make a fortune in the yang of Christmas, never want to bring Christmas to Northeast. Thinking of the New Year's Day, I had to take a holiday. The students will go home on holidays, basically can't see it before school. Luo Sheng wondered. He decided to send a beautiful notebook for each classmate, and told these students. The notebook sent by his three gave students to open in the new year, and there will be surprises. Luo Sheng put a voucher of 10 yuan of loyal food and surrounding supermarkets in every notebook. He wanted to let the classmates of the class a good year. As for the backshop and his relationship with a particularly good classmate and friend notebook, among them, the voucher of 30 yuan is put. There are many reasons why no more than the gold voucher. After all, It is 82 years. A child has a lot of money, and it is not used. Christmas is exactly on Saturday. Luo Sheng told Feng Xiao to buy some good beef in the Huaimin store of the vegetable market, if there is a good beef belly, but also to buy a few. At night he wants to be in the faith company. I have a water in the water. The Luo Sheng remembers very clear. At this time, it is not easy to eat a more delicious water. The key is that the price is too high, and the average person can't afford it. Authentic Huaimin Hotel has a few good things, but the time after rebirth, Luo Sheng has never been to Huaimin Hotel, because in his impression, the sanitary conditions of the Huaimin Hotel here in the 1980s are not very good. In addition to the food of the mosque, when the mosque is still there, the health of the hotel is not very good. Today, Luo Sheng suddenly thought of Feng Xiao to buy beef. I suddenly thought about it. I haven't eaten this after rebirth. He immediately gave birth to the thought of eating water. As for a few, Luo Sheng also wanted to understand. His family has to send one, the aunt is giving one more, and there are more than 10 people here. How can they need two to eat? If you bought it, Luo Sheng also told Feng Xiao to buy a few bottles of sesame sauce at the foundation of the fruit of the vegetable market at the entrance of the vegetable market. When you use it when you eat water, the water burst is a unique whole snack in Beijing, the so-called water burst, which is to cut the sheep belly or beef belly including 1,000 layers of lobes into a filament, put it into the boiling water, and burst it. It is necessary to justice in order to keep the stool crisp, tender, refreshing. When you eat a lot of money, you must take a hot tap to eat it to form its unique flavor. The work is placed in a small bowl, including soy sauce, vinegar, sesame sauce, parsley, chili oil, sideline, tasting mellow. Most people use it, also equipped with sesame seeds as a dish. And the popular water in the Northeast is very unique. Just adjust the sesame sauce, get some fine garlic, and sprinkle some parsley, directly stirring. The water explosion is not only unique, and there is also the sense of spleen and nostalgia. When he is loved by Luo Sheng, when he is free, he will take a water to explode, and then get some other next wine. Beautiful and friends have a drink. Due to the winter snow, Luo Sheng did not use Feng Xiaofan to carry him to the bamboo plate, but take the 3-line car to take the terminal. From the trunk type of terminal, I walked directly to the 2 miles. After Luo Sheng gave a loyalty company, he was very happy. He has not arrived here for many days. He really didn't think that the big court was clean up, and it was clean than the summer at that time. At this time, the things such as fengjiang, fishing nets and kiteboards have been packed by the company to pick up the warehouse. At this time, the fishing boats and tractors were also in. The last time Luo Sheng's near the side of the river. There is a safe place. Luo Sheng looks very satisfied. When I arrived at the office of the faith, Luo Sheng only saw Zhao Yuan. He reacted at this time, and the office of the day faith should be no one. Dong Yuosheng and Liang Guof, 2 people were the most busy at this time, not only to grasp the production tasks of the powder strip factory, but also to meet the various inspections before the year, and go to the poor house in the village to visit. During the day there is almost no time to come here, and Wang Bo needs to go to the Loyal Food and surrounding chain to help Hongbin. After all, it is necessary to engage in New Year's Day. Hongbin is busy. Many Zigo is responsible for all affairs in the warm shed at this time. When he will watch the warm shed on the warm shed. If you need any items in warm shed, he can go out to buy it in the first time. Most of the villagers in the 2 villages of Bamboo Plate and Fulong Village, the countless pairs of eyes look at the greenhouse. There is an idea in these villages. If Luo Sheng's vegetable warm shed is better, after opening the spring next year, several of them more are prepared to make some money and invest in a warm studio. And they follow the faith company, make a fortune. People in the 2 villages of Bamboo Plate and Fulong Village now believe in faith companies. As long as they are the trading company to study, there is no money. When you are in summer, you can sell fish, do a crispy fish, smoked fish, make noodles, open supermarkets, wholesale day out to make a stall. In short, as long as it is linked to the loyalty company, almost all earned big money. Let these villagers envy. Who is the Faith Company? That is Wangbo. What is Wangbo? That is a pure mixer. A mixer can make so big scene in just a year. They should be available. The farmers are the bottom of this era. They have nothing to know in the heart of the people who don't have money to pay, as long as they can eat a full meal, and others don't want to deport. Luo Sheng saw no one in the reception room, and he stepped into the loyal comic studio of Luo Yonggo. After entering the inside, he found more new faces in the studio. After he put the studio, he did not take care of Luo Yonggo. He didn't take it. He only had a request. It is a newcomer to recruit. It is necessary to integrate into this studio. It can have a certain level, at least back legs in the studio. These two newly seen and Luo Yonggo have some of them. They should not be a colleague of Luo Yonggo or the kind of classmates, because Luo Sheng saw that Luo Yonggo painted her cart, while giving to a newcomer explains the skills of some painting comics. Wang Rui, Luo Xiol, Y Jianfen, three of them, carrying comics creation in terms of focus. Luo Sheng is very satisfied with the atmosphere of the studio. He believes that the comic studio should be like this, with a good working atmosphere. You can create better works, can create more value. Luo Sheng asked softly, "What is the time of these two newcomers?" Luo Yonggo gave two new people to explain the problem, and saw Luo Sheng. He immediately laughed and said, "They have two people for a few days. I haven't always been here for a few days. Also, I have been talking to us. Don't bother you without the collapse. Come, I will give you two kids." This is the head of our studio, Luo Sheng. Luo Yonggo took two people's arms to front, while turning to Luo Sheng. "Communications. This kid is called Yuan. This is called Xia King. The two people have just graduated from the capital of the capital, and they have the talents of painting comics, just waiting for you to come here." The official hockey, the big brother said, "Even if I greeted the accounts last time, I have already hit it. If I have recruited people in the studio, I can report it over there." Luo Sheng held hands with a smile, while thinking of Luo Yonggo. "I just gave him the name of the two people introduced. Luo Yonggo is not high. Some young people who are less white are called Yuan." And Luo Sheng suddenly thought of the fate. If there is no future, that is, it is. If this is in the street, a shouting name, a plum manure, how is it there? Think about, there is a funny feel. As for the soul, no, the sun is full of the name is not the value. When Luo Sheng, I did two new people opposite. The Yuan's two people were all looking at Luo Sheng, and the mouth, one more than one, and took two eggs to this. On the side, there is no problem in one person's mouth. Yuan Fen and Xia King, two people in the Faith Studio, have been listened to Luo Sheng, and they heard that the two people were in the most hot comics in the RB Weekly Journal. Luo Sheng created. Luo Yonggo and Y Jianfen, two people, are nothing more than Luo Sheng's outline and storyline, and the comics is drawn. Although they also listened to Luo Yonggo, Luo Sheng was not big, but when they saw Luo Sheng, she still felt very shocked. Nima. The comics of Detective Conan is all over RB. The two people have already heard of the Beijing Academy of Sciences. They will not think about it. They can draw such comics. They can have such a good ideas. Everyone will be this child who meets in front of you. The two of them are excellent students in the Beijing Academy of America. It was Luo Yonggo called a brother who came over. I didn't come over. I want to let Luo Yonggo see that these two good seedlings cannot be in Luo Yonggo. Development of Yuan Fen and Xia King. Two people went to Jiangqing to see Luo Yonggo. Soon he was killed by Luo Yonggo, and they immediately decided to join the Faithful Comic Studio. Luo Sheng saw Yuan Fen and Xia King, two people, can't help but, don't he really have so exaggerated? Chapter 82 ends in 8 seconds after the two people in Yanqing. Luo Sheng almost made two young people want to learn comics is a good thing, but there is something bad for a round of live grinding people, and the 20-year-old adult is not more than those who know how to understand the silence is gold. But, after all, they belong to the desire to know. Liu Sheng's resistance, pinching the nose to two new people telling some comic creations. Many times, although Liu Yongguo's talent is extremely strong, Liu Yongguo has no knowledge of Liu Sheng. After all, the two people have expired, and there is also a great difference in the understanding of comics. The Loyalty Comics Studio should cultivate outstanding newcomers, whether it is Liu Yongguo, or Liu Yongguo's friends. They are not very helpful for newcomers. After all, many fresh elements have learned with Liu Sheng. Before Liu Sheng did not come to the studio, they had already said with Yuan and Xumi, I want to learn comics, I want to have some new cognition, I want to draw a cartoon, I must have to systematically in Liu Sheng learn the various elements of painting comics, all kinds of novel comic common sense. Only this, they can better integrate into the big family in the comic studio. After a long suffering, Liu Sheng finally waited to call the Wang Bo who had eaten in the past. After Liu Sheng saw three sorrows, he was kind, as if Wang Bo is his savior. He is like a thick layer of oil, and then ran to the cafeteria. Because Liu Sheng bought a good thing, and stay here greeting Dongus Hong Liang Guofeng. The loyalty campaign's dinner is quite rich, and a large pot of potatoes, burned beef, 2 roast chickens, a large pot of pork, 2 big bread of water. Several people of Liu Yongguo and Wei Jianfen in the loyalty studio have a full trench, especially the studio. Niu Yuan and Xie King. When they came to the loyalty studio, they had already feel that the cafeteria in the loyal studio is a first-class cafeteria in the country, and Liu Sheng came here, and the food was more peak. At the beginning, they have been in the past to tell them that when I have dinner in the cafeteria, I can't drink some intake, but they can also respond to the requirements of the studio. Until today, Liu Sheng came over, seeing several people headed by Dong Yuoshong. I actually drink 100 and more than the white wine, and they saw people inside the loyalty studio, and they were passionately. At this time, it is only a truly appreciated drinking enthusiasm in the Northeast Hanzi. After a pound of white wine, it is also able to sit in the nanny to continue. One of these two newcomers is concerned about Wang Bo, who is the total person in charge of communications, and two people think that this is quite talented than they are not a few years old. Listening to his drink, and Dongus Hong Liang Guofeng talked about the policy of loyal food and surrounding supermarkets, they felt a deep shock. This era can think of a talent of New Year's Day. It is definitely a character of Super Cow, but they don't know. The decision maker of this activity policy is Liu Sheng that has already sat enough. Liu Sheng. Wang Bo said that after the promotion plan of the communications supermarket New Year's Day, Wang Bo has been drunk after a while, and it is more painted and painted in Liu Sheng, and Wang Xutai's Tudu is not allowed to fart, and the old Mao eats the raft. The two classic stories who are killed. Both of them think that Wang Bo's boss not only talented people, but also is very fun. It must be the elite in this society, not, it should be said to be the elite in the elite. They even began to worship Wang Bo. After half a year, they came into contact with some of the villagers of Bamboo Plate. They learned from the mouth of the villagers. Wang Bo was a blend of 2 bones a year. They gradually transferred the worship to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng ate water in the company's cafeteria, and he felt very comfortable. He originally wanted to live in the company at the company, but I thought of the father of these days. I thought about it. I really want to live behind the house. I have to be good at the New Year's Day. I have to have a holiday. I want to have a beautiful holiday. He can't tell the dad in such a bones. In the eve of the New Year's Eve, Liu Sheng was seen by his father Liu Shangyong to review the 4th grade homework at home. I hope that Liu Sheng can follow the first achievements of the whole class for 3 years. He doesn't want Liu Sheng's achievement just rising to the first. After the name, it will fall because it is often played. Liu Sheng is also happy this time to rest, and after taking the fish, he does not want to engage in the winter. After all, the people in this era have not opened the era of winter. The most important thing is that Liu Sheng is clear, and he is not familiar with the technical aspect of winter arrest. If you work in winter, you will have to pay. Even if it is a fishing for thousands of pounds, Luo Sheng will not do that. Some of the supermarkets and other things, Hongbin and Wang Bo have almost completely handled, and he has nothing to do with the Faith Company. If he passed, he is addressed. As for the Loyalty Comics Studio, he has left a comic content for 2 months, even if it is Luo Yonggo, the paintings they have dotted, and there will be no contents of the content. Recently, I just sorted out some of the Detective Conan and Punish Master and took out these things as soon as possible. When they were, he still needed him to get this thing. At home, I will accompany my parents and 2 grandfather, and it is also a quite good thing. At least he can feel the warmth of family. On the last day of the 8th year, Luo Sheng did not go to the Taihao Master to go to the Loyalty Supermarket to buy, and did not go to other places, but prepared to eat a hot pot at home. Since the last time Wang Bo brought hot pot raw materials, Wang Su Taihao and He Shuking were fascinated in winter, especially those fleshy, and tipped with maozhong and rot. The flavor, the taste is really delicious. After the hot pot, the soup left in the hot pot cooked some mutton dumplings, which was simply fragrant. This time, Luo Sheng did not call Wang Bo to come here. One is the New Year's Day. The Loyal Food and surrounding supermarkets will be particularly busy. Wang Bo can help the town and town farm. If something special or some things, Wang Bo can be handled in time. Second, Luo Sheng is simple to eat. A few people in the house. If you call Wang Bo to eat hot pot, then Feng Xiao, the neighbors of the neighbors have to call, when there is no kind of reunion meal. After eating the hot pot, the whole family sat on the head of the 8th New Year party. At this time, the New Year's party did not mean in Luo Sheng, and some programs such as the Spring Festival evening, there was no way to ratio. However, the whole family can be very happy, and even 2 people who are too old, and the 2 people will not give up from the beginning. After the end of the evening, I also represent the thorough past in 8 seconds, ushered in a new 8 or 3 years. Chapter 83. Time is turned away, and the blink of an eye will arrive at January 1st for 8 or 3 years, which is the New Year's Day in 8 or 2 years. At the beginning of the new year, Luo Sheng put on Wang Bo's new day blue down jacket, squatted on the Brighton travel shoes, and the wind and rain were unimpeded. His time to exercise has increased from half an hour to 40 minutes. This time the improvement is a plan for Luo Sheng to himself. He knows in his heart, you have to raise your body, you must start from a small, morning practice, unless you have a knife, or there is an important thing, or if you have any words, you can't break one day. If you want to be good, there is a revolutionary capital. You must strengthen physical exercise, defend yourself, and enhance your muscles. You can prevent it. In the past 2 years, he ushered in a new opening. This 3 years, he has to work harder, let the people in the family live happily. Luo Sheng is clear, when he thinks, he wants to live in this old house, it is not rushing, and at this time, the parents and Chen is 2 grandfather, and will not agree Wang Bo's money is such a thing. If they make them moving, it is more impossible. After all, in this place for decades, the neighbors around them have met, and they can have a speech. Once they want to move, they will definitely feel uncomfortable. Luo Sheng remembered that his home was behind the house, and his family has moved in the 3 years. He took a while. He would like Wang Bo to inquire. If there is nothing to say, he wants to buy the house of the house. It is better to clean up, and then open a door. At the time, the area in the home increases, and the housing conditions will be greatly improved. He can also have enough space. If the building conditions are allowed, it is also good to cover this place into a small villa or a two-piece building. 4 minute morning exercise quickly ended. He exercised after returning home. I actually saw Feng Xiao to give the master. At this time, the apprentice arrived in the new year or the excessive holiday. It will be going to the master walking, sent some gifts. Luo Sheng saw that Feng Xiao has taken a significant change since he ran for a while. It is to give gifts, it is not as confident before. Feng Xiao took the quadrise. This renowned gift is more expensive. Smoke is Hongta Mountain, wine is Mount Tai wine, Snack is the groove cake produced by the Food Second factory, and 2 bottles of cans, a bottle of Hawthorne canned, a bottle of Hornfish. In general, the late 1970s and early 1980s were sent to Senfa in life, and the 4-face gift is generally referring to Smoke Phoenix, Big Front Door, Large Production, Wine 53 Famous Wine Can Be, Snacks Trotake. The post-conditionation is good. There is also a matrix, canned usually fruit or fish. Feng Xiao sent a gift from this time, even in normal circumstances. It is usually sent to a 4-face gift when they go to the Spring Festival. When Luo Sheng returned home, Luo Shangyong was talking about Feng Xiao. You buy so much thing to give me. Are you sick? Do you don't know if you are in your home? Luo Shangyong said that the bigger, pointed to Feng Xiao's nose. You haven't turned it yet. 1 month earned 26 pieces. How much is you buying these things? At least for a month's salary. I have already told the leaders of the above, I want to turn it forward after New Year's Day. I am not given, I will turn it. Things. You give these things to me home to honor your old mother. Seeing Feng Xiao didn't take it away, Luo Shangyong was more angry. This apprentice, he just felt that he was open. And now I still screw it myself. Luo Shangyong's brow twisted into twist, and continued to say, don't get the pig. The pig is not afraid of boiling water. I said, you can understand that there is no, I will give me all the time, take it back to honor you. The old lady goes, after the matter of the matter, I can have eyebrows after New Year's Day. Let's not be happy. Feng Xiao saw that Luo Shangyong had some angry. He accompanied a smile and smiled. Master, you will accept it. If there is no help, I will now get anything at all. If you let me take back things back, my old lady will definitely kill me. These things are my old lady to buy, or if my old lady is inconvenient, she has to come over. Feng Xiao topic is also turning again. It is very precise. Master, you can see it in the last period of time. Our home is much better than before. You look, I will smoke the red Tashan smoke. Come, master, smoke, don't be angry. Luo Sheng saw the techniques of Feng Xiao and talking, and he immediately felt a gratification. It can be seen from this, and this is half a year. Feng Xiao is taught very well, and it is better than before. It can be said that it has changed the earth. In the case of Feng Xiao, it is necessary to encounter such a situation. He will never say so many words, let alone his old lady up and do the block. Luo Sheng felt that Feng Xiao said that there is still a level, saying the reason for the gift, no help, there is no current to him. Moreover, the gift is his old lady to pick it. If he takes back, the old lady is not letting, but also the face of Feng Xiao's old mother. Take it out of the Hong Tashan in his pocket and handed a one, but also told Luo Shangyong, he now really has some money. He will honor these things to the master. He is able to afford it, and you don't have to consider his home condition. It is now a New Year's Day. He will send these things to the master. Feng Xiao saw that the kind of unhappy face on the face of the master. He took the brain and touched a small bag from his pocket, and he handed the past to Luo Shangyong. Feng Xiao handed over, Master, this is a mother-in-law. It is to give the teacher to bubble water. Teacher Niang is very hard, especially when it comes. The trachea is not very good. My mother said, this wild vegetables are the most effective for coughing and tracheal inflammation. This, my mother took it for a long time to dry. Luo Shangyong was first stunned, and I was pleased to take the bag in Feng Xiao. I am very happy to take a picture on Feng Xiao's shoulder, and I am excited. Xiao, you have a heart. Go back to tell you the mother, my representative, my family expressed your gratitude to her. When I had time, I would go to visit her there. Luo Shangyong is not very interested in Feng Xiao. After all, the conditions in their home have greatly improved, do not require a bad apprentice to honor him. But after Feng Xiao came out, my mother-in-law, very thoughtful to him. Daughter-in-law Wang Yaking is a teacher, eats chalk ash every winter, always feels uncomfortable, total cough, and go to the hospital to check. There is no problem. At the end of 8 seconds, he heard a remedies, that is, after drinking her mother-in-law, there is a strong effect on the relief of the trachea and cough. But when mother-in-law is no longer, I want to figure it. That kind of thing. At least wait until the opening of the spring of 8 or 3, so I have to wait until 1984. Luo Sheng looked at Feng Xiao Surinon, and the taste of Feng Xiao said, he always felt that he had a new idea in his heart, but this idea did not completely wanted. Chapter 84 Mother-in-law, my mother-in-law! Exclamation mark. What is my mother-in-law? It is Dandan, and is one of the representatives of wild vegetables. Luo Sheng quickly turned countless idea. His heart thought, in the 1980s, what is the most worthless? Mountain vegetables. After 3 years of natural disasters in the past 6 years, people have almost no feelings for the mountains. When people in the 1980s, only one idea of the mountains, people who eat wild vegetables. That is the most qualified person, it is the most underlying poor. There is a coarse grain, eat some pickles, it is absolutely not eating the wild vegetables of the damn scorpion. At this time, people are most concerned about to eat big fish, only big fish is the best thing. As before, Feng Xiao sent the cans of Luo Sheng, a canned fish and a canned fish. These two things are good in people's hearts. All spending luxury goods at the time. Many times, after decades of change, people think that good things, almost no one likes, no one eats. And the things that people like people are often the most favorite things. Such a lot of examples. People who like to eat chicken in the 1980s are the thighs and chicken breasts, because only the meat of the two places. The chicken wings belong to that kind of thing that everyone doesn't like to eat. The people in the later generations have just came over, people like to eat chicken claws, chicken wings, and even like to eat the chicken head, chicken neck. The intestines in the duck belly, in the 1980s, is a dog's thing, and in the later generation, the ducks have become a good thing. The cans are the favorite of people in the 7th or 80s. Luo Sheng remembers very clearly. The canned products at that time were not so good. I heard that I can eat can. The children in my home can be happy. This item is not a thing that can be eaten when you want to eat. Only when your child or adults have a fever. They will eat a luxury. In the 1980s, Luo Sheng remembered very clearly. When he was a child, he had a fever. Nor did it take the need to take medicine like a later generation. As long as it is able to buy a canned fruit to eat, as long as you eat, you will immediately get better. As long as it is experienced in the 7th or 80s, people should remember that although can treat a good cold fever is just a statement. There is no scientific basis, but it is definitely a canned can. In the later generation, canned foods have basically bid farewell to the table of the people. People who eat canned products, almost all poor people as a kind of junk food that is not nutritious. These things, if someone in the 1980s, there is absolutely no one believes. In the 1980s, the mountainous vegetables was basically the synonym of the wild grass. Almost no one went to the field to dig. Just like these mountainous vegetables were a kind of wild grass. Just this statement is not complete. This time people eat two kinds of wild vegetables who sell money, that is, bracken and stabbed buds. When the bracken and the sprout are coming, people will start to dig the bunch and the thorn buds under the mountain, because people think that the fried bracken and the sprout are a dish, and these two wild vegetables can be marinated. Bee salad can have been eating winter. Other mountain cavity, almost no one wants something, even if it is passing through the mountain. Wild vegetables, people have not bent down to pick the thoughts. Thinking of these, Luo Sheng's ideas gradually mature. Luo Sheng decided to build several large acquisition stations in Jiangqing, unify the mountain wild vegetables, and then let the 3 wells in the RB procurement production line and process these mountain wild vegetables in China. After processing, some mountainous dishes such as bracken and thistle buds will not change, and there is less nutrient loss. As long as you walk according to the standard process, there is no problem with these mountainous vegetables export RB. Although Luo Sheng did not participate in such a kind of thing in the later foreign trade, he still had a certain understanding of such a thing. In the later generation, China's mountainous vegetable export RB has a high price, and even more than a general item. The RB people are like Chinese, but the RB people pay more attention to health than Chinese. They prefer to eat some natural wild plants. They think that only such food is the best thing to give people the best. Moreover, the nutritional value of the mountainous vegetables is unmatched by ordinary vegetables. From the 1970s, RB people advocate Sarankits and nutritional healthy mountains. However, there is too little on RB, and there are very few wild vegetables, and the mountains naturally become a good thing in the mind of RB. RB and China's land big biography have no way to go. It is a place to be a bullet. Almost all good materials need to be, even the mountain wild vegetables, they need to be imported. In the early 1980s, the Northeast dialysis was dismissed at the Northeast, and there was no one to eat mountain wild vegetables. To say people here, the most eating of mountain wild vegetables is that there is a bracken that is easy to produce carcinogens. Bracken, also called fist vegetables, cat claws, tatraces, happy born in shallow mountain area to sunlium, mostly in the sparse brush mixed forest. The edible part is the unsuccessful young leaf bud, and the treated bracken has a delicate and smooth, and then mixed with season, cool and refreshing. This kind of bracken is very popular on the RB human table, and many precious cuisine are less than bracken. This kind of bracken, in the 1980s, even if it is in China, there are a lot of people like to eat, and prefer to pick up these bracken. Its marinated food has some harm to the body, plus pickling, and the damage to the human body is bigger. Luo Sheng decided to build a factory before the 8-year-old mountain wild vegetables. After building a good factory, starting a lot of mountainous vegetables. At this time, the wild vegetables are very worthless, and the price of the acquisition has little costs. For example, a pound of fresh. The good bracken is not a lot of listing in the bracken, but it is a pound of a cattle. This it is also said that it is the best bracken, or if it is, the bracken will be 3 points to 5 points. If you have acquired in remote mountains, don't say that it is 3.5 points. It is 1 or 2 points a pound, and there will be a few £100 a day. Luo Sheng remembers very clear. In the 1980s, the wild vegetables did not be recognized by people, and they were not loved, except for the natural disasters in 6 rumors. People had a lot of wild vegetables. Others, people eat, people don't eat. Chapter 85. Trade. At the beginning of the 80s, most people won't have anything to health. They think that the most is how can they eat full. In this era, there is nothing to lose weight. There is no oil in the stomach, just want to get fat. There will be people who want to spend money to lose weight. Wherever they eat a few days, people can quickly slim. Several good wild vegetables on the latter world table. At this time, it is a wild grass, and even feels very disgusted in the future. The most typical mountain wild vegetables are ash. Arest is a strong plant, born in field, land, slope, ditch, or even in the city. It can be seen in the mirrods. In the 1980s, ash is everywhere. It can be said that people can be annoyed, even if they are feeding this wild vegetable. They don't like it. At that time, the ash is called the most annoying wild grass. As long as I saw it on the road, I can't get on the 2 feet, and stepped on this wild grass. This kind of ash, Luo Sheng also knows that it can be eaten after 2,000 years, and this kind of ash savage is quite high. It is a good thing on the table. Luo Sheng remembered very clearly, when he was a resort, he specialized in the nutritional value of several northeast mountain wild vegetables. Ash vegetables are cold, sweet, bitter. It has the effect of dampness and detoxification. It can be treated with sore, swollen, glow, and wind. Stalk contains protein, fat, carbohydrate, crude fiber, carotene, vitamin B1, B2, vitamin C, and calcium, iron and other inorganic elements. In addition, it also contains volatile oil and alkaloids. Working ash syrup can prevent anemia, promoting child growth and development. has certain health functions for middle-aged and old-aged calcium. In addition, the whole grass also contains a special substance such as volatile oil and can prevent digestive tract parasite and eliminate bad breath. It is a wild vegetable called purslane, which is almost the fate of the ash, almost reached the hope of people. Purslane, a year of her herbs, and the whole straw hair stem is flat or reclining, spread, multi-branch, cylindrical, light green or dark red. Leaf whole, sometimes close to life, flat, hypertrophic, ovals, like a horse teeth, is called purslane by the Chinese. This kind of wild vegetables are fertilized soil, drought is also resistant, strong vitality, born in the vegetable garden, farmland, roadside, is a common weed in the field. People don't know, this wild vegetables called purslane are a good thing. Whole grass is used to use, and they have clear heat and dampness, detoxification and swelling, anti-inflammatory, thirst, and diuretic effects. The seeds are eye-catching, and can also be veterinary drugs and pesticides, and the tender stem can be used as vegetables, flavor, and good feed. These two wild vegetables can be said to be everywhere, as long as someone is acquired. Even if it is a penny, there will be countless people. Luo Sheng is very clear, as long as he is the acquisition of wild vegetables here, there will be countless farmers to get rich with him. Even if it is a pound of wild vegetables, the visible wild vegetables get 100 pounds in the same day. That is to say, farmers or mountains, as long as he carries this kind of bracken or the acquisition of mountain wild vegetables, they will get a lot of income. Luo Sheng, this person has always thought of it. Since he wanted to understand this part, he immediately went to the post office to send 3 wells. When Luo Sheng went to the Jiangqing post office to call Sanjing Yazi, he directly said that the idea and the 3 wells were all over. Luo Sheng frankly, now there is quite rich in mountainous vegetables in the northeast, and it is very good to buy, as long as the 3 wells can import some canned cow vegetables, or the plastic packaging production line, then they build one in Black Province. Super large wild vegetable export base, there will be no problem. Northeast's mountainous vegetables have always been the favorite of RB people. They know in their hearts, because of the climate, the mountains in the northeast, is the best wild vegetables in the Chinese mountainous cuisine. These wild vegetables are more difficult to operate with these wild vegetables. Otherwise, RB will have long been coming out in the northeast of the mountains. RB is very large. As long as the factory builds the factory, then the factory can produce, then the RB is able to digest how much. This kind of thing and the lack of various meat are similar. As long as it is take it out to sell, you can buy it anytime, anywhere. RB as early as the 1960s, all kinds of pipelines have become popular. Most of the products produced by the factory are produced by the production line. Whether it is a can pipeline, or a plastic preservation of a production line. If you choose the bag-loaded production line, you can use the mountainous vegetables at a low temperature treatment, preservation packaging, and refrigerated transportation can be distributed to the RB. Luo Sheng and Sanjing Yadai said when he did a mountainous vegetable export business, he suddenly remembered a thing. In the 1980s, Chinese people like to eat canned foods, especially the vegetable lunch meat and fish. Canned fruit can be deeply loved by people. Only at this time, the fish tank is still quite expensive. Most people can't afford it. I think that the fish resources of RB have rich resources, and the price of fish is very low. The cheapest fish is even 1 or 2 yuan a pound. Luo Sheng turned his gaze to the cheapest sea fish. At this time, the fishing of China's ocean fisheries has not been formed, which is a large-scale fishing, and it is also the canned enterprise in the state, and the city's canned enterprises are reproduced from supplying society. But, in the 1980s, China's fishery is not developed, and there is no large-scale fishing activity like some developed countries. RB has had countless large fisheries fishing boats at this time, and it can even get a few hundred tons of fish. If Luo Sheng is not born in the northeast, If it is not at this time, the price of a large fishing boat is too expensive, and Luo Sheng has no time to manage this thing. He really does this deep-sea fishing. When Luo Sheng took Wang Bo and Dong Zigo, Luo Zong, he born this thought, but it took only a long time to hit the fish, and it was directly that he dialed by him. Now, no matter what you want to do, you can make money, and things that are too far away really don't need to do it. This is important to do a wild vegetable processing. It is equally important to do a dozen pipelines in RB. It is equally important, after this mountainous vegetables are transported to RB, they will pull it back from the RB, so that, it is the best mode in trade. Luo Sheng has a certain study for trade, especially what is lacking in China. What is missing there? There is still something on both sides, and it is possible to exchange things with each other. In short, it is a little, there is a big enough profit price, as long as there is a big enough profit difference, you can operate. Chapter 86. Can't see the enchanting. Luo Sheng is now doing what is the benefit of the country. Sell those wild vegetables that are rotated to the ground to RB, change it back as the yen foreign exchange. In RB, the fish can come back. It is to increase the food on the table of the people of China, which has improved the living standards of the people. When the people in the wild vegetables are more, people will slowly consider the value of the mountain wild vegetables, which will make this wild vegetables on people, and enter the dining table of Chinese people as soon as possible, will also make people draw the mountain wild vegetables, accelerate China's development of wild mountain wild vegetables. As for the specific operation of him and the 3 wells, Luo Sheng told Sanjing Yada he lets Mixiazi find some budget for the production cost, and then they will negotiate how to carry out the best cooperation. Such a kind of trade is not a thing that is engaged in, only the 2 sides reached an agreement, so that the consultations of specific things can be conducted. Luo Sheng's request is not high. The construction plant of the mountain wild vegetables should be built from the side of the Black Province. It will never give up on the side of the Black Province from other places, and even Luo Sheng frank. If there is no big accident, this factory's site will even go to Jiangqing. As for the leadership of the 3 wells, the leadership of the Black Province, that is, the things of the 3 wells, Luo Sheng is only digging pit, regardless of it. Sanjing Yadians hang up Luo Sheng's call. There is a horrified to the extreme expression. She has always had an idea for a while, she wants to come to China. Then look at Luo Sheng, this small enchanting. I want to see how Luo Sheng, this little enchanting head melon is long. 3 wells, Yadi, have never understood. Luo Sheng is now nothing more than a child of a 10-year-old child, which is more than 1 year and a half than the daughter. How can there be such a thing? 3 wells were recalling to see the little bit after meeting Luo Sheng, and she felt that she did not know Luo Sheng. Initially, because of his daughter's Sunny, she was attracted by Luo Sheng's standard RB or LRB. 3 wells were not understood at that time. Jiangqing gave her translation already a very good talent. But Luo Sheng, the level of the Japanese is not a grade, and Luo Sheng's mental mature is more likely to feel terrible. No matter how she will persuade, Luo Sheng did not take her son, and did not accept her big money thanks, but let her use normal nominal in Jiangqing and bamboo plate to repair a road. These are even if Luo Sheng is self-confidence and vision after painting comics. Detective Conan, even if there are some old cartoonists. After the Detective Conan sold, the surrounding copyright begins at this time, there is a rapid rise. But Luo Sheng has been saying, now the price of the copyright around is still too low. Did not reach his heart expectations. When he can reach his heart, he will gradually sell this comic-derived copyright. At that time, how did this child can foresee the scene of Detective Conan big sale? There is a talent in the comics. For other things, Sanjing Yadi feels that Luo Sheng is also very good. When Luo Sheng, she didn't feel anything when I invest in the sanitary napkin with her, but she didn't feel the more I felt it. And an 11-year-old child actually reached with her. The company that has a sanitary napkin is too unusual, and it is too unpleasant. Don't say it is the 11-year-old boy on China. It is nearly 10-year-old daughter, and it is not clear that the sanitary napkin is doing. Even the things in the menstruation are unclear. But Luo Sheng, the enchanting child, has begun to study and produce sanitary napkins. Ability to produce sanitary napkins, then in China, is definitely a very profitable trading. The Three Wells is already in this market. If it is just these things, the Three Wells and Elegats will pinch the nose. But Luo Sheng has made a fan of injection molded electric fan, which can subvert the traditional electric fan wind. A reform. Even injection molding technology can be a kind of scientific and technological progress. So many people in developed countries have not developed such a technique, but let Luo Sheng smashed out. As for Luo Sheng, it is the best engineer with the mold factory of Jiangqing, and the best technical guidance of the plastic plant on Jiangqing, and the Three Wells is even more nasal. What is the technical level of Jiangqing? The Three Wells is very clear. Don't say it is a product that is able to study technology, that is, let them process. They can understand the processing. It is already good. Sanjing Yadi did not degrade the Chinese people. But Luo Sheng said the engineer of the mold factory, what plastic factory's technical guidance, such as people, can catch a lot of plaque in China. It is necessary to say that it is a difficult thing that is difficult to come out, and the Three Wells can believe that it is said that they have helped to study so advanced things, and they will not believe in the Three Wells. The patent of this injection mold has just entered everyone's field of view, and several companies have proposed to apply for this technical patent. That is to say, this patent technology is indeed very overbearing. Even if companies in Germany have begun to pay attention a emerging patent like this, hundreds of molded molds are now successful, that is, as long as they send these molds back to China, and China's factory buildings and supporting motors and some parts can be in place in time, then they can formally produce the electric fan belonging to the loyalty brand of Sanjing Industrial Company. Three Wells in RB. Find a professional accounting inside, and she actually found that the cost of electric fan engaged from Luo Sheng, which is more than 40% of the cost of other electric fans. Most mainly it is that this fan is very low for the motor, and the high power motor for the previous fan needs to be changed to a small motor. And this fan, no matter how much power consumption, or aesthetics, the wind, etc., which exceeds the big brand of electric fans, even if it is the highly developed country's electric fan in this electric product. The Three Wells in the heart of the Three Wells is clear. According to Luo Sheng, the cost of the electric fan produced by Luo Sheng is low, and it can be exported to RB, instead of RB to eliminate the fan to eliminate them. I have to China. Now, Luo Sheng has begun to work in any wild vegetables, ready to export to RB for sale, and more make the Three Wells. And as you can see Luo Sheng, the mountains can be said to be a quite expensive food. She is going to the northeast, but she didn't eat the northeast of the mountains, especially those mad mouth, stabbed. She feels go to the unique charm of pure natural wild vegetables. Only when she was eating at the time, she didn't think of having to get some mountain vegetables to RB. Many times, she always felt that the import and export is a very troublesome thing. Moreover, from China's export of mountain wild vegetables to RB, there is no preservation technology. When there is no RB, the nutrition of the wild vegetables is all gone. When Luo Sheng mentioned this, she asked Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng told her directly that as long as she can get the production line of the plastic packaging, there is no problem with the preservation, that is, from Jiangqing. The RB does not have any 2 months problem. That is, as long as the production line is provided to Luo Sheng, you can get the mountainous vegetables she wants to have for preservation and nutritional value. Her heart suddenly understood, really, like Luo Sheng said, it is definitely a top profit thing. RB is extremely welcome to this. China's export of mountain vegetables indirectly created foreign exchange for China. Chapter 87 Project Operation. Sanjing Yazi sat on the sofa, with a slight piece of tea, slowly sagging the eyes slightly, and thinking about it. This kind of thing is if she thinks, she doesn't think there is anything wrong. After all, she is also a very commercial talent. but this is actually commented by Luo Sheng. At the same time as it is to make a mountain dish, Luo Sheng also mentioned that it is necessary to buy a pipeline in RB to produce several cheapest sea fish cans. This is more surprised by the 3 wells. As she listened to the wave pair flow, I said that Luo Sheng set up a fishing team in Songhua River, specializing in the net fishing, and got a few £1,000 of river fish every day, and also made a special so delicious 5 crispy fish. This Luo Sheng is not a confectory on the side of Jiangqing, but it is necessary to set the confectory in RB. This 3 wells is thinking of she wants to understand. On the other side of China, the price of fish is not high, but it is not a thing that is not a star. RB, fishing is a large marine fishing boat, every time you go out, and even more than a few hundred tons, or even thousands of tons of fish. In addition to tuna and some fish who watched people, the prices of other butterfish are low, and sometimes no one has acquired. Luo Sheng wants to build canned manufacturers in RB, because the production line does not have to be shipped back and forth and have a proficiency in the reasons for the construction of the workers, and it is much more cost-effective than investing in the factory over the Black Province. It is worth mentioning, Luo Sheng said, the production line they purchased should not be the top production line, only need to buy the production line that has been eliminated. The sea fish does not need a proud fish, just to ensure the quality of the fish. This is calculated. The cost can be said to be poor, so if Luo Sheng said, as long as the 3 wells can reach the export mountain wild vegetables and build a mountainous manufacturer, then, the fish can do not import any problem. The canned RB is only responsible for production, sales, faithful companies are fully responsible in China. As long as it is a business person knowing that the food industry is difficult to do, it is a sales issue. As long as there is no problem in sales, then everything is not a problem. Luo Sheng can sell the can. Then she absolutely supports such a thing, because the 3 shades are clear, doing this matter is not big, and the profits recovered are extremely rich. Sanjing Yadi let the accountant of the following account. If the production of fish in the 3 wells and Luo Zongsun can reach 10,000 tons per month, plus venue costs, production line workers, plus some equipment maintenance of taxes, etc. The cost account for each bottle of fish is about 130 yens. If the RMB it is equivalent to a bottle of RMB triangle. Adding other fees such as freight and tariffs, the price of ports that reach the port of the Black Province can also be able to combine the RMB pentagonal money. At this time, Chinese fish cans and fruit cans are a luxury, and each bottle of fruit cans are around $2, and the price of fish is far more than 2 yuan. The previous price is a calculated method of producing 10,000 tons per month. If you want to buy more than a dozen fish production lines in Luo Sheng, then the production of each month will produce more than every month 10,000 tons. Many times, when calculating the cost, the fewer production, the higher the cost. If the cost is calculated, if you use the canned fish production line, the output of the canned fish will double. If the price does not fluctuate too much, then the production cost of this fish can drop a big piece. Luo Sheng gave her mountain wild vegetables. 1 kilogram of mountain wild vegetables have been transported to the port, including the expenditures of 77 or 88, transported to RB, and the price of the mountain wild vegetables is probably RMB. The 4 corners are around. At that time, the company used 1,000 grams of RMB 2 yuan for 1,000 grams. Every kilogram of mountain wild vegetables were probably 2 bags. Even if she pushed all of these mountainous vegetables to RB's large supermarket, each bag's profit quota is more than 20 times. You don't have to consider the things like Luo Sheng's cans. As long as you can make the business of the mountains, it is absolutely a profiteering. 3 wells is clear. The production line is a very normal thing. As long as it is not a sale technology, she can work in China. This is not a problem. This is definitely a relatively profiteering sale, and the 3 wells and AZ decided to study the 2 items for trade with Luo Sheng. In the view of the 3 wells, The biggest suspense to do this is in that the Black Province has set up a company. What can be made to reach the requirements of RB? Really can make RB the cooking of the diet standard? Then she and Luo Sheng can earn a big earner in this sale. In recent time, the 3-day Yadong has a lot of ideas, that is, she wants Luo Sheng as a very friendly partner, together to open up new products. As for Luo Sheng, the enchanting is not enchanting, and the 3 wells is also gave up. She chooses to cooperate with Luo Sheng, which has only repay Luo Sheng to save her daughter's kindness, and can also be bored with Luo Sheng. And why is this? 3 wells were thinking for a long time, and the blood curtains of slightly grabbed the phone, and called the assistant village who had been responsible for the weekly journal Youth. Hui called. He told Xiao village Hui Xiang, let him find information in the company, see if there is no production line for the production line and fish of the 3 wells. If the 3 well does not have this business, let her immediately find the manufacturer of producing such a production line. She wants to take a few such production lines with the fastest speed. 3 wells is clear. This production line has to be customized or purchased by a production line, no matter which kind. It takes a certain amount of time to export production line to China. It is not to buy the production line immediately. After the production line is shipped to China, there must be a person responsible for managing the production line in the past to debug, and then test production. These require time to say, and the plastic bag used by the production line needs to be customized. At this time, there is this plastic bag that is in line with the production line at this time. If there is no such plastic bag, she still have to responsible from RB to transfer some plastic bags. These are questions, and there are some problems over there. She and the name of Luozong Credit Company have now built 2 large-scale projects in the Black Province. The 2 projects have not been completed. Now the 3rd large project, the applying factory building, is also required for a certain time. Especially in the northeast, now in winter, there is no construction in winter, and she must communicate with the Black Province. As long as it is in the spring, it is difficult to work, and there is no matter what is difficult, she has to overcome her. She needs to see the construction of the factory buildings before the wild vegetables is completed. The production line is installed. Sanjing Yadi is very clear about this production workshop. It is nothing more than the foundation of the foundation of the foundation of the foundation. It takes some time when building a production workshop. The design drawings of this plant take over. The roof and some auxiliary parts began to produce coordination at this time. As long as they come out of the spring, others will be very rapid. Chapter 88. The Brightened Army Hook Shoes. Go 2 steps. Put down the cotton military cap to the clothes, and the cotton coats on Luo Sheng have not taken off, and they will be ignored directly. Mom, what are you doing there? Luo Sheng saw the mother sat in a slap in a depression of a depression. He hurriedly came to ask. This is just a few days of hard work. This is still in the family. Luo Sheng really does not understand. Now that the days in the family and before it can be said to be a daytime, although there is no purchase of buildings in the first time, but it is more than 20 times higher than the condition of the neighborhood. At this time in the 8th year, the whole street, which can be compared with their family, nothing is missing. Refrigerator, TV, recorder, camera, washing machine, these rare objects are all set. This little day has been more and more popular, and the mother can have such an expression. Wang Yaking looked at Luo Sheng, touched it on Luo Sheng's head, touched him, saying that there was a bit of grievance. This is not just received by Mr. Zhao in the school, saying that you are forte. Imo hit the phone in Guangzhou. I want you to go to the new year. I haven't thought about you. I don't want to lead you too much. What? Fortai's grandfather is coming. I want to let the grandfather and the 2 to go to GD over the new year. Luo Sheng heard Wang Yaking to hit Fortai's grandfather to call the school. I wanted to invite Tai grandpa and 2 to go to GD. He immediately said, this is a good thing. See, Tai's grandfather is on the GD. Have this mind. Why not? Just the past leads them travel, and check the body for the things that are traveling in town. Stay I'm or you. Luo Sheng also has changed twice and mother, but the age of Taiyu and Tai Moyu, two people are relatively large, let them go out separately. Luo Shangyong and Wang Yaking are not trick. The two people's work is relatively busy, and there is no time to accompany it. Now the mother puts a winter vacation. You can come to the GD to go to the GD. Luo Sheng remembers very clear. When the later generation, the mother was told that the biggest regrets after the age of Taiyu, that is, there is no to visit your brother's family. At that time, because the money is not rich in the family, it will take a long time when going out. She and her husband have no time to accompany. Wang Yaking's slight eyebrows were twisted into twist. She was very dissatisfied with Luo Sheng. After he slammed a burst of boys on his head, he said slowly, "You stinky, say it's light, where is the GD? You know how many hours do you know? Are you two grandfather and the body of the Tai Hang? Can you stick to the trek for a long time? If I lead you too much and two grandpa went to Guangzhou, what do you do? What should you do with your dad?" Luo Sheng was depressed and touched by the place, and sighed in the heart. The mother's violence is tended. I have never seen the performance of the mother's lady. He was gave a lot of gums by Wang Yaking, and Wang Yaking said these things, but in Luo Sheng's eyes, these are not big. How many hours is taken by the train? Luo Sheng really doesn't know, but he doesn't want to know. But Luo Sheng knows that even the 1980s, the provincial city, the province, the city, the province, where to sit in the quiet car in Jiangqing is also used. Not 10 hours. At the other side of Harbin, several of them flew directly to Guangzhou, and all issues were not solved. What happened later? She left. Luo Sheng and her father did. Of course, it was cold, the mother is not at home, it is estimated that their 2 days have more comfortable. I saw the end of the year, people have a little money, more people who are looking for their father, almost every day, a big morning, and hate can't be sturdy in the evening. After Luo Sheng got in the mother and two grandfather, it was a good day. And there was a canteen on the side of the company. He still had a good place. What else he wants to eat? It will be heaven the dragon and cook it. Luo Sheng, the more you want to be happy, this mother is really led by the Taiyu and the Tai Moyu, then he can really have a good day after a day. As for the New Year, where did the New Year? When he was in New Year, he could go to my aunt with his father. He was lively and lively. It can also accompany the rural arena with the 3 rural areas. And the old and old, I also got this side of Jiangqing, let them live to Jiangqing. If the two people are willing to move to Jiangqing, it is more ideal. Just in Wang Yaking's trip of Luo Sheng thought that countless things. But he could not tell the mother at this time. He is now the 4th grade of the primary school, is not an adult. These words are said by him, and it will definitely play the opposite role. In this approach year, Luo Sheng's performance is already enchanting. He must maintain a low posture. All the things have the 3-king wave of the gun. Justin Luo Sheng thought that when Wang Bo did a blockman, Wang Bo hit 3 loud sneeze in his loyal food hall. Wang Bo's mouth is dissatisfied with dissatisfaction, thinks, second, 3, who is this behind me? Wang Bo learned the fishing period after Fengjiang. From the beginning of April, he started to fight fish in the Songhua River. He has not been in Fengjiang. He has not take a few days. Almost all late is busy. In accordance with the words from Luo Zongsun, it is tired of the dog. Wang Bo today's mood is particularly comfortable. Even the half of the eyes of last year can't look at the doll Luo and give him a gift in the morning. Luo Dazi said to Wang Bo brothers, his family's mother's mother went to the fish. Wang Bo didn't care, he was a big old, and he won't say anything, he gave him a little about him. Good things, give Wang Xiu taste fresh. That Wang Bo looked at the cooking of the cafeteria. He was greeted by Zhao Yuan. Wang Bo heard the phone of Luo Sheng, and the belly was started. This damn big exterior, this is not letting him stop a day. He still wants to get rid of Luo Sheng for a few days. This Luo Sheng has called. Listening to Luo Sheng said that he will rush over, at night. There is an important thing in his family, and Wang Bo will know that he wants to eat or eat the plank soup. Wang Bo returned to the kitchen, telling the kitchen cooking, and after being put out in the pot, he rode Luo Sheng to his newly bought a permanent bicycle to Luo Sheng home. Luo Sheng took the morning to the Wang Boxi, and he told Wang Bo when eating at night, he must say death. Wang Sutai and He Shuking did not take the plane for a lifetime. His Wang Bo has earned money recently. Both the two grandfather and the grandmother and the big journey. The train tickets from Jiangqing to Harbin didn't have to use other people. As for the sleeper or soft bed, then I saw what I made to arrange it on the side of the railway to Guangzhou. I don't have to worry about the big sister and the second grandfather there. He gives preparation of specialty in the northeast, and some good eucalyptus fungus. In all, everything is covered in his Wang Bo. He wants round two grandfather and did I have a dream. Chapter 89. Luo Shangyong and Wang Yaking. Two people seem to have been about a general, almost simultaneously enter the house, smell the aroma of cattle scubles on the table, and two people twice with their noses. Wang Yaking's mood is particularly refreshing. Seeing Luo Sheng did not run around, but at home, he left the painting. She actually lost a lot of money to Luo Sheng. When Luo Sheng suddenly became a pet, he guessed him, after leaving the mother during the day, it should be played with neighbors. Otherwise, it will never be so generous. When I saw Luo Sheng, I picked up the money. Some treasures were put in the arms. Wang Yaking said to Wang Sutai said, "Grandpa, how much as you won today?" "Full 8 pieces of 3 cents. Wang Su has turned off a look at Wang Yaking, and Sumalo silently said, "Xiaoqing, tell you how much back. Mao Zhong is going to play less. Your character is not suitable for playing the same. Winning the joy, lose I have a little money to get angry. It is not suitable for playing." Wang Bo heard the big sister and the second grandfather said that she and the neighbors of the old king's family, and the big god of the backyard and Meng Wai played mahjong. I actually won more than 8 money. He didn't feel it. Luo Sheng picked up the mother. The expression of a piece of money will not make him. When Luo Sheng gave him a salary, the new big unity was in the hands of Luo Sheng, as if it was a waste paper that was worthless. Now I actually pick the money, I put it in the undergird like a baby. Wang Bo felt that his head was completely confused. Nima. When hundreds of money put on the desk, Luo Sheng looked too lazy to aim. Now make a dollar. It seems to be a baby. Which is it? Wang Bo is depressed in his heart. The world of rich people, the poor really don't understand. Luo Sheng is now the 4th grade of the elementary school. The number of years is already 11 years old. Even if he has the money of his rich things and the people in the house, the people in the home will not have too much reaction. Now in a good time, his Wang Bo became a famous super rich. If you don't look at the 40th unity, Wang Bo really doesn't want to wait for Luo Sheng. It is known as the king of the king. Many times, Wang Bo has a feeling of swollen, and the king is always. It is the amount of money from Luo Sheng to Luo Sheng. This Luo Sheng, a day, the east, the west, the fart is not. But he is in the same way as Wang Ba, because Wang Bo said when he was about to eat, the things that Luo Sheng explained, Wang Sutai and He Shuking moved to Guangzhou's thoughts, that is, Wang Yaking is alive at this time. If you are not all by Wang Bo, they feel embarrassed. Luo Sheng feels that the mother can set this at the table. Because of the good atmosphere, the dinner in the home is quite lively. Luo Sheng also heard that he did not hear some secrets. How to say that it is secret sin? These things are unclear in Luo Sheng. He knew that he said in the story of Wang Sutai. He knew that there was a great energy in the home. This great energy does not mean the high officials of the background, but refers to the elders of the grandfather who are forward-looking, and they have not put the eggs in a basket. The father of Tai Moyu is getting late, and 40 is dead. Leave 4 of their brothers. A few people are almost 1 year old, boss 23, old 40 even. At that time, the rural marriage was particularly early, and the men and women have children. And at the time, the child did not control, and there was no means to control contraception, and the household is basically as life. The 4 ages of their brother were the age of participating. The highest in the boss was sent to the Kuomintang's troops, because of the good culture, and didn't have a reach. The second, and also is that Liu Sheng's time is sent to the Communist Party. His second uncle has an idea, whether it is the Communist Party of the world, or the Kuomintang is the world, and their Wang family can stand firm. As for the old 3, old 4, 2 of them are choosing and boss, or choose to mix with the old 2, that is their 2 people. The third 3 of their family saw the boss of the Kuomintang's living level. I used it directly. Even if I died, I have to live a good day in the past few days. For this reason, I have joined the boss of the boss. Nowadays, there is now that the old 4 in Guangzhou, but the Communist Party will be able to get the final victory, and the relationship with the second brother is the best, so he and Wang Su took together to participate in the Communist Party. When the 3 major battles, the old age is all war, Wang Su is too sweet, and the current Zihi Shuking stayed in the northeast, and the old 4 followed the 4 wild troops to Huan, because the fight is desperate. All the way, there is countless, actually mixed up the tourist head before the transfer. Liu Sheng said, the remaining 2 brothers were too far away because of the distance. He saw the old 4 in the age of 46, and the meeting was when he purchased the jeep for the housing station. At that time, the leaders of the unit heard that he had a brother in the Guangzhou Economic and Trade Commission, so he went to Guangzhou Angsashan, so that the brother helped him bought a jeep. Because their age is big, it can only be a year, and even the Wangsa has a feeling. He can't see his 4 brothers in the year of life. This 3 grandson Wang Bo did not spend money, but he never thought, but also did not have a plane. Wang Su was already outdoors. Not to mention the 4 brothers who have not seen many years. If Liu Sheng has no rebirth, Wang Su really didn't see his 4 brothers Wang Sashan, and his 4 brothers took a year. This time, Liu Sheng was reborn to 8 seconds. He would let his mother saw his 4 brothers, but also want Wang Su to check the body in Guangzhou. At the 1980s, Jiangqing's medical standards and the medical level of Guangzhou have been very huge. Liu Sheng remembers very clearly, when he is too big, the neighbors said that it is old dead. In the hospital there is no lesion that is not checked at all. Since the Fortai's grandfather has invited 2 grandfather and 2 they have passed, then he must let the mother check the body with the Taiwanese and Tmai. Liu Sheng remembers very clear that the military hospital in Guangzhou is good. At the time, it is a famous hospital, at least there is something wrong with the body. When he is good to pay attention, let's make 2 grandfather and too many years. After the wine is full, Liu Sheng did not let Wang Bo left, but let Wang Bo's hot iron put this matter down. Once this thing is finalized, then Wang Bo will help contact Jiangqing to the soft sleeper. Really can't get soft sleeper, must be 2 lay shops. This is Liu Sheng's minimum requirement. After all, Wang Sutai and He Shuking 2 people are rolled, and the top shop is very inconvenient. Chapter 90. To send a banquet, as the saying goes, 3 or 9, go out, 2 or 5, 8, good home. It is very good to go out in the northeast. I have to choose 3 or 6, 9, which is to catch up with the 3rd day of the lunar calendar. The 1st day of the first 9. This day is out of the door. Wang Bo's work is very high, that is, 2 days. Wang Bo got 3 soft bedroom tickets from Jiangqing to Harbin, and the date is just the 1st day of the Lunar New Year. It is the best goal. In addition to buying 3 soft sleeper tickets, Wang Bo also brought £200 of the Northeast specialty for the national food ticket. And Wang Bo, the national food ticket is not something that it is. Only the national food ticket can be used in national, and the food tickets can only be used in places. You take the food ticket to other places, and other places don't recognize your food ticket, which is because of this reason, there are many people going out at the time, there is no food ticket, can't eat. However, Liu Sheng is not bad in his hand, and the relationship between the faith company and the various departments is good, and the tickets that make a soft sleeper are still very easy. Through Hongbin's relationship, The flight tickets for Hara City to Guangzhou Baiyun Airport are also reservation. As long as Wang Yaking leads to Wangsu 2, they went to Harbin Airport. Naturally someone helped them handle airline tickets and boarding. The native products of Wangbo are not a lot. All of the lightweight items such as dry fungus and dry monkey. But it is quite beautiful, belonging to the boutique of the eucalyptus and monkey head. After everything is ready, Liu Sheng let Wang Bo have set a table in the Four Sisters of Jiangqing, and it is a good feast to the mother and the mother. Take the dumplings under the dumplings. This is a tradition, it is also a habit. Under Liu Shangyong, Wang Bo only gave a 4 meat 6 vegetables, 4 dumplings. According to Liu Shangyong, even if you want to go out, you can't pay it too much. At this time, it's hard to earn. If you have a big drink every day, you will be eaten in the morning and evening. It's not going to eat, you can't drink, and it is not enough. That is the egg. Liu Shangyong did not see the eating of the big fish, the whole thing, and the home is rich. They have 6 people outside their home. If they get more meals, that is, it is a crime. This is a very big relationship with Liu Shangyong's family conditions. Liu Shangyong's old 4 is the smallest child. The mother is that Liu Sheng's grandmother has passed away after he was born. Liu Sheng's grandfather has went to work in Liaozhou, and he can't afford these children. So, Liu Shangyong sent a few brothers to Jiangqing, and Liu Sheng's grandpa's brother lived. Liu Sheng's grandfather's family has 6 children, plus 4 children in their home, a total of 10 children. Even if Liu Sheng's grandfather is still rich, but also eats no meals. Liu Shangyong has been talking to Liu Sheng. He is young at the grandfather. Many times, when I sleep at night, I can hungry. Now they live in their home, but also develop a good habit of diligence. No matter when it is, I can't take waste. When Liu Shangyong was small, Liu Sheng had the most ancient poems that Liu Sheng had the most. From childhood, I told Liu Sheng, 1 grain of grain, the farmer's sweat is exchanged. When eating, pay attention to it, don't drop the grains, no matter when you don't want a grain. Although Liu Shangyong has always advocated frugality, he said in the wine table of the 4 bosses, he said to Wang Yaking, Xiaoxiang, go to Guangzhou, life is not familiar, don't be I can't spend money, and I will leave 20 yuan for him and Liu Sheng. The rest of the money will bring all Yaking, and when I got the old man and played. Liu Shangyong said that the old couple went to Guangzhou, and the proclamation was the last time. If you don't let the old couple play, you can't say it. Wang Bo is a sister, Liu Shangyong said very dissatisfied. Sister, you are saying? I am not all said. This time I went to all overhead of Guangzhou. The money can be kept. When the new year, you can buy more good things to your big sister to see the big sister. I have enough money here. After Wang Bo said, I looked at Liu Sheng. I saw Liu Sheng, and the eyes seemed to tell Liu Sheng, you have seen, you don't have a lot of things. All the costs are all packaged. Anyway, you are putting money. Liu Sheng turned a glance, that meaning is very clear, everything you will look at it, don't give me a look, if you let your mother and my father look out, it is not good. Liu Sheng said for Wang Bo several times, if there is not much necessary, don't ask his opinions. The front a few of the Wang Bo pointed, if it is Liu Sheng wit, and the topic is very fast. Liu Sheng's secret can't keep it. For people who have money in their hands, Liu Sheng does not want to know too early home. Once it is premature to let the family know, he will not return it. After rebirth, Liu Sheng's greatest desire is to let people live in a happy family. If these old stubborn people, I know that Liu Sheng is so big, not only does not have any benefits, but it is a lot of disadvantages. Liu Shangyong put the chopsticks on the table, and the face said a little black, that is not, your money is not a big wind, let you pay for a ticket, there is a lot of money, other spending, you must let you have a big sister, or if you don't agree, just say it, you are responsible for the return of the plane tickets and train tickets, the rest of the money I come out. Although Liu Shangyong is not a person who is sinful, He doesn't agree that all the money will make Wang Bo to spend. After all, Luo Sheng's Taimu and Taimon raised Luo Sheng's mother. With such a thing, they have to pay for money. But can't let the little son will take all things to take all things. Luo Sheng laughed and looked at Wang Bo, who was taken out of internal injuries. He didn't think in the heart. His heart thinks, it seems that you still don't know my Lozi. Why didn't I mention the kind of thing before? Because I have a foresight. I know that I will not let you make a penny. Although a small episode appeared in a feast, this small interpolation does not affect Luo Sheng, and the whole family is very happy to sweep the meal dumplings. Chapter 91 Peripheral Derivatives. Looking at the trains from the past, Luo Sheng's heart did not know some sadness unconsciously. The cold and his closest person suddenly went out. 3. He really felt something wrong. In the later generations, his too old and too grandfather never left him, always accompanied him, now suddenly changed the history process. Luo Sheng is unclear. It is good. One day, then, he will live every day. I hope that this time I will have a good result, and there is a good result to Guangzhou. Luo Sheng sighed and sighed, twisted his head and looked at Wang Bo. Sanxi, for a long time, you have worked hard. The Faith Company can develop to this point today. You can say that it is not good. I haven't expressed it before. It also wants to see your most real idea. It has been in the past, and I have remembered that I have been in my heart, this way. I don't say much. I will give you a percentage of the faith in the future. Shares. Wang Bo has recently aggravated the grievances. It is basically what he is doing. Every day, the East is going to die. However, Luo Sheng still only gives him $300 of salary, plus the bonus of hundreds of dollars, and Luo Yongzhong, who came in and his age, was not more than. Wang Bo feels that there are some imbalances in his heart, but he thinks that Luo Sheng is his pro, and he can have such achievements now. It is Luo Sheng. It can be said that if there is no such thing as Luo Sheng, he should still mix the day on the bamboo plate. What did Luo Yongzhong? Wang Bo just knows some, but only knows that Luo Sheng has made a loyalty studio, specializing in comics to the RB. As for the studio of Luo Sheng, do not make money. There is no number in Wang Bo's heart. Previously, Luo Sheng always said that loyalty and smuggling supermarkets gave him some shares. When Wang Bo did not understand the shares, it is to know if he is doing well, and he can share some small money. During this time and Luo Sheng, I gradually understood what the shares mean, and the shares are something like something. Wang Bo cleared the details of the Faith Company. The Faith Company was established in the early 19th year of May, and now am I just entered 8 or 3 years. That is, the Faith Company has been established for more than 8 months. However, this more than 8 months, the Faith Company has already paved very much. Wang Bo's eyes did not understand the value of the fixed asset of the later generation, and did not understand the value of Luo Sheng's own stamps. He just saw the achievements of loyal food and surrounding locks and faithful fishing. Although Wang Bo regards no matter whether financial, all financial statements and the like need Wang Bo to conduct approval, balances, Wang Bo even more than Luo Sheng. Although now Fengjiang, the fish team temporarily stopped working, but the loyalty and surrounding supermarkets have come up, and the pure income of faith is still more than 10,000 yuan per month. In this average month, Wang Bo's salary has reached 300 months. In addition to Luo Yonggo, who is faithful studio, he can say that the highest wage is also almost in Jiangqing. I complain that it is complaining that it is a complaint. Luo Sheng really wants to give him a shares. Wang Bo did not want the shares. Wang Bo suddenly felt that he followed the time of this 7-8 months. He finally felt that he lived like a person. If there is no Luo Sheng, he should still be in the shabby small house of bamboo plate residence. You should also plant his 1 acre on the ground. Now the scenery and everything is given to him, and he really wants to take a lot of shares. He feels unresolved. Hongbin is a person. The whole faithful food and surrounding chains are manned by him. From the purchase of goods, all Hongbin is responsible. The management of the well is not mentioned. There is also a good feeling in such a management of management. It has passed the supermarket in more than $2,000 in his own home, and he won the shares of the loyal food and surrounding supermarkets. What Luo Shengji said is that the shares of communications company, that is, give him a share of shares, far from Hongbin's shares. Hongbin is not comparable. After thinking about these things, Wang Bo's heart suddenly came to suddenly, and firmly determined his determination to share. Wang Bo's expression was quietly shaken till Luo Zongsun said, "This is not, I am you three, what do you do? I can't have so many shares, you are now giving my salary." "No. What is 10% of 10,000 of shares, this will not mention it again." Luo Sheng saw that Wang Bo's appearance revealed a sincere. His heart is very happy, but also determined to give Wang Bo's determination. After the king waved to be loyal to the supermarket, Luo Sheng has played a small abacus in his heart. Although the Faith Company is now making money, but there is no way to propose, and at this time, Detective Ku Ian has reached more than 200 million yen. That is, the earnings of the monthly studio can reach nearly 2 million yuan. This is a matter of copyright surrounding and copyright derivative. In recent time, Luo Sheng also received news from the teenager of the weekly journal. Several companies wanted to buy Detective Conan surrounding derivatives. Comic derivatives simply refer to the image of the original character in the comics, with a professional comic derivative designers carefully designed a series of services or products that can be sold produced. As comics are increasingly people's like, all kinds of comics and animations, games, toys, food, stationery supplies, theme parks, playgrounds, etc. have emerged. In the 1960s, there is no excessive value for comic derivatives. Until the cartoon sale of the United States, companies doing derivatives rely on one image or even once reached billions of dollars. Enter after the 1980s, many companies have also begun to study the derivatives of comics. Weekly Teenager is now the most fire comics. They want to make comics derivatives, naturally find the most fire comics to derive it. In their view, now the most popular Conan, they should vigorously open the derivatives. What is Conan? That is the most favorite figure of RB primary school students. Name, Jianguchuan Conan. Name source, Jianguchuan, Kanata. Real status, Moinu 1. Health, May 4th. Age, 6 years old. Height, 104 centimeters. Kiki Spring. Constellation, Taurus. Family, Kiki has Xizi mother, Madame Ajin's father. Icon, Holmes. Rakutans. Character, confident, stinky, arrogant. Interest, reasoning, football. Specialties, reasoning, football, skiing, skating, skateboard. Not good at, music known as idiots, video game. Friends, PhD, morning, step, flat, Guanyin, Yuan Tai. Occupation, teenage detective group. Empathy, Emperor's a primary school 1-year class B. Teacher, Xiaolin Chengcai. Right ear, strange kid. Enemy, dark tissue. People currently no identity, PhD. In RB, Conan's outer number, what drum washing machine, thousands of primary school students. The most representative is the Death of the Dead. According to some RB children's understanding, this car is getting a dead person, who is unlucky. As long as you don't have a close person, then, the top of the next murder will be you. Luo Sheng has always had an idea. Detective Conan in RB big sale. Comic derivative toy manufacturer or cartoon producer should soon find Weekly Teenager. However, he did not expect that the First Contact Weekly Teenager is not a cartoon character manufacturer, but a traditional type of publishing company. They did not want to develop too many things, but want to change the Detective Conan text version. In RB, many children like to see Conan. After they turn this comics into a text version, they refine the reasoning of the consecutive cases of Conan, and become the kind of to let the students get into enter, let them try the feeling like Karinan's case. There are many such things in some books purchased by young students. This kind of thing can not only make students have the desire to buy, but also to show their extraordinary, but it is because of this reason. This word version is in the later generation. I once had a fire over a period of time. The price given by this RB company is not high. Every episode Detective Conan is given Luo Sheng's 5 million yen money, but whether it is a weekly journal, Luo Sheng agrees this business text development. They only have the word development rights of Detective Conan, and there is no other right. A kind of decision made in the weekly publication is also because this RB publishing industry is very large in RB's publishing industry. If the writing book is sold, there will be no effect on Detective Conan in any way, but will because of the publication of such a book. Let more people know Conan, let more people walk into the world of comics. After the young boy said this kind of powerful relationship, and Luo Sheng said, Luo Sheng immediately agreed to this decision of the weekly journal. In Luo Sheng, as long as it is a surrounding derivative, some people have earned money. Under the leading effects, other derivatives will appear out of well. Text derivatives can only have a great advantage for Luo Sheng, and there is no disadvantage, that is, through this thing, it is more effective to promote Detective Conan. This is a win-win opportunity. As for those who want to use very little money to get the Detective Conan, Luo Sheng is all in all. Luo Sheng is clear. Detective Conan logs into RB is still very short. After half a year or after a year, the big company that truly power and can get the money will only find a weekly juvenile. At that time really talk about the sale of the derived copyright. Chapter 92 discusses after Sakura Autumn. I sat at the work desk, looked at the latest comics passed from China, and there was a dramatic fluctuation on his face. That is a kind of irregular jitter, as if the muscles on the face have not been controlled by him. Well, it is good, the idea is perfect, the conflict is perfect, the cartoon character is perfect, Dan Sakura is praised, said the ancient village standing in front of the office desk, said, Zheng Sung-jun. Please sum up all the senior editing of the following, let them come to me to enjoy the latest comics sent by the loyalty order. What? Zong Sun-jun also opened a new comic, Village Zengchen first, then immediately asked, the president, is the Detective Conan of Zong Sun-jun? That's the most hot now. Serial. Tan Sakuraki did not stand up in the middle of the village. He said, Sheng Jun is a genius. The genius world is not that you can imagine. The loyalty is a double opening, that is, this new creation comics I have been issued with Detective Conan. I have thought about it. I will put the new work of Loyalty June on this section. I have to promote the new book of Sheng Jun in the most striking position. If you don't have too big accident, this comic book, even more than the previous Detective Conan. God, this is impossible. This new work can exceed Detective Conan, definitely a impossible thing. After the mouth of Zengchen in the ancient village twice, he asked in the color, long. Do you know how high this comic market share of Detective Conan? After the Detective Conan login weekly teenagers, the sales volume of our teenagers weekly climbed from the original 3 million books to the present 4 million. You have to know that this is only a few months. The sales volume has increased, which means there was a slight color on the face of Tan Sakura. He said, ancient village is rising, I will let you do something, this kind of thing is not what you can understand. Now go to the society all senior editing call me, remember all, if you have a person, I will ask you. Tan Sakuraki is naturally understood by the ancient village of Zengchen, and after the Detective Conan login weekly teenage, the issuance of weekly juveniles has surged, and even the sales volume is 4 million. This is a concept. Single Detective Conan, let the weekly teenager increase the nearly 1 million users, that is, a named Detective Conan has increased the sales volume of the weekly girls with 3%. More than 10, now the sales point of the entire magazine sales, all in the Detective Conan. It is precisely because of such a reason, Luo Sheng's grunge will let Tan Sakuraki believe that as long as it is a marine player to log into the weekly girl, the sales volume of the weekly juvenile will be once again surged. Later, the monthly public journal teenager can say that it has a day to defeat, Hong Jing too has become a laughter of the comic circle. Detective Conan. This kind of comic work is actually easily abandoned by Hong Jing too, and it is a teenager who has given this comics. A few months ago, the market share of months and weekly juveniles were inconsistent. However, in the past few months, the monthly year of the month is defeated. The share of the cartoon market is opened by 5 or 5, and even reduced the proportion of 40%. Tansura separamentally, if this time Luo Sheng's punitive master logs into weekly teenager, the monthly teenager will even be crowded without a market. Luo Sheng's intentions of comics and the rough plots were described in the outline. The Tansura Seikai felt that single is Luo Sheng's grunge, and the shape of the characters is already playing in his heart. 99 points. If such a comics can't be a fire special fire, it is simply a thing that is not awkward. When you look at the Hongshan's second, there is another face in the comic circle. After the ancient village of Zengchen called the senior editing of the magazine to the president's office, he was in his heart to stand behind the autumn of Tansura. He is the big man of Tansukuraikyu, responsible for the communication of the president and the following people, and the previous words, he will regret it after he said. Social mansion Dani Usakua autumn is what person, it is to push weekly teenagers to brilliant and most important people. How can he not know how Luo Sheng's Detective Conan is a matter? Since the president said, then the new comics of Zongsun will really bring new glories to the magazine like the president. Tansukuraikyu saw all the senior editing of the magazine. There was a sense of majesty and solemn, he is awe-inspiring. Here is the manuscript of Zongsun Jun's new comics. You turn to see the people, temporary don't express your opinions, wait for everyone to read it. We will discuss it. The new comics of Zongsun Jun. I have to be carefully optimistic. Magical Oriental Teenage brings me too much incredible. I hope this time his miracle continues. The new job of Zongsun. Can you see me first? I have a feeling that I can't wait. Do you know? Detective Conan of Zongsun Jun. I haven't fallen. The comics of Zongsun Jun is the most hook. Is my favorite. Why do you see the comics? In the junior high school, the red-haired buds of 50 female students have been hidden in the high school of Xiangbai, and the same grade girls who have met at the same grade girls at first sight. Under the lookout of King Tsai, the basketball rules are added to the basketball team. In The Brother of the Sun, the strict training of the basketball team leader Ed Wood, and the driving of the super newcomer Uma-resistant confrontation. The Sakuragi flower Taoism is finally appearing, and he is also the charm of basketball is conquered. After the exercise competition in the high school in the strong opponent, the body is short but there is a flexible sports ability. San Jingxiu, who have received the title of county MVP in the junior high school, also returned to the team. The strong improvement of the Hunan High School basketball team began to prepare for the National High School League Shenchuan County qualifier. In this way, Xiangbai High School basketball team, headed by Sakuragi Flower Ode, ushered in the most hot summer in life. The idea is really great. The opening of the game will show a sense of strong belonging and conflict, the Cherry Fossa and Redwood. It seems to be the same thing like living. The following plot is more God. How did I think that comics can still have such a wonderful story? Now that the rope has ushered in the hot basketball this comic book will be a big fire. This comics makes me look at the feeling that I can't pull it out. It is really good. This figure is designed. It is absolutely absolute. I personally think that this comic will definitely end Detective Conan as is hot. Detective Conan is an anime of reasoning, and this grunge is a passionate blood comic, although the two comics are different, but it is a lot. As long as it is, there is a bloody impulse. I didn't expect that Zongsun Jun actually created a god, and there was a big batch of young people. Several people who play basketball. A few people the spirit, almost perfect in this comic. Sheng Jun is definitely a genius of character design. This kind of fresh character is designed to break the record of these years. The kind of germination of the red, the kind of super simple youth, pure simplicity. There is a feeling that I am Texas. After the analysis of several people, The smile on the face was more prosperous. The views of his editors were basically the same, and they thought that this Grandmaster is another god of loyalty. He glanced over a circle and was also discussing the editor, and his hand gently knocked on the desktop and showed that you would calm down. I saw the editor of the hand stopped discussion. He slowly said, "Our RB is young. Some people start from primary school, and the school will force them to participate in a sports community, regularly exercise. Even if school is not mandatory, parents will also encourage even force them to participate in the sports community. So the school's RB boys basically have their own sports community. At this time, RB basketball is in the most brilliant expansion. Countless RB primary and secondary school students begin to practice basketball. If we launched a Grunge Master of Loyalty, you can say this, you will attract young people who love basketball. You are similar to my point of view. I personally think that the Marine Player Comics logs into the Weekly Teenager, will let the Weekly Teenager once again ignited comics hot, set off a wave of comics. I suggested that the Punitive Master of Zonk Sun June, we have pushed out as the next week, and we have to shout on the loyalty of the flag, and log into the Weekly Juvenile for loyalty. This is the latest power of the mysterious Oriental Teenager. All of the company's comic products are promoted. I emphasize this grunge, and even beyond the Detective Conan. Although 2 comics are created by loyalty, I believe that the 2 comic masterpieces have 1,000 autumn. Marine Master. This comic has been high in the future, far from the Detective Conan. After all, in our RB, you like to play basketball, you have more and more, and this Marine player makes people look at that excitement, as if they have grasped our hearts. Adults like me, there is a feeling that loves to make such a comics, then you don't have to say the children. Most of the students who have just been middle-aged or about to be promoted to junior high school, as long as they see such comics, they will like nothing. I firmly believe that the Slam Irritable will become the most popular comic weekly recently, and Detective Conan will continue due to the grunge in the end. That is, the Faith will definitely become the most welcome comics in the RB of the 80s through these 2 comics. Chapter 93. What do you say? I am hurt in the hospital. Luo Sheng's head suddenly slammed. He didn't want to understand that the 3 yesterday is still good when he is separated from him. How can I go to the hospital? Dong Yuoshong tried to flatten the tone. Wang Bo injured is not serious, just skin trauma. The waist is thoroughly covered with a layer of skin. Waiting for you to go to the 5th-floor surgery of the First People's Hospital of Jiangqing. Then say it. There is nothing about it. It is a little frightened. Luo Sheng put down the company's phone, and suddenly calmly, immediately let Zhao Yuan greet the tractor driver Luo Yuwa. Let Luo Yuwa open the tractor to send him to the bus site. Sitting on the bus, Luo Sheng thought a few possibilities. One is the 3 Wang Bo with people, but through this approach, the 3 King Bo will have no battle, the idea of fighting nothing, things with people fighting. The second is that the 3 King Bo is grouped by a revenge. I used Wang Bo in the bamboo plate. They didn't fight less. Suddenly encountered the enemy. They were revenge. This is also some possible. Third, the 3 King Waves were robbed. This possibility is very big, otherwise, Luo Sheng really can't think of other things. But Luo Sheng quickly threw the suspicion of their hearts to the brain. Now he didn't think about anything. Everything was waiting for him to celebrate the First People's Hospital of Jiangqing. After Luo Sheng, he gave a 3-turn car, and he was in the surgical 5-day ward of the First People's Hospital of Jiangqing. When he just entered the ward, he saw Dong Yuoshong to tell him to let him be here. Don't go inside. Luo Sheng saw that the 2 policemen were inquiring, and Dong Yuoshong stood in the position of the door. He immediately took Dong Yuoshong to one side and asked, "Uncle, how is I? What is it? Is it hurt?" Dong Yuoshong said seriously, "Is this not eye-catching for the new year? Your 3 bikes to loyalty to the rich supermarket, after 2 bad guys gave robbery, or if you run fast, now I don't know how it will be. Wonderful is that you only have a few skin injuries, and there is no other injury." Dong Yuoshong introduced these and whispered, "This is not I found a friend of the police station in Jiangqing, let them give you 3 brings." Only caught the possibility of the suspect is not big. After all, now it is winter, people wear, and you have not remembered the appearance of the 2 suspects, only remember several features. Robbery? Luo Sheng was suddenly surprised. His 3 king waves can be said to be a fairly famous figure in Jiangqing. The whole Faith Company is hung in Wang Bo's name. The 8th year of the 8th year is not good. Is there a bad idea to play a bad idea to Wang Bo's body? Luo Sheng's brow has twisted into twist. In this thing, he is negligent. He is also a car to Wang Bo, and then with a bodyguard. This period of 8 seconds to 8 or 3 years can be said to be a chaotic period in China, which is precisely because of such a reason. The state has conducted a large-scale strike activity in 8 or 3, but Luo Sheng has not been there. In this regard, I went to Wang Bo at this time. Luo Sheng thought that he should give Wang Bo and him with a bodyguard. Otherwise, if you encounter robbery or other things, you will have to pay. Luo Sheng suddenly thought of it, and the Hybababs tied to him. Now he has been promoted by the deputy director of the police department of the Jiangnianxi district, and it is the main criminal investigation. When I think of this, Luo Sheng looked back and asked Dong Yuoshong, "Uncle, can you visit the people? I want to find the 2 people, see if there is a premeditated robbery." Such words, "I am here." Dong Yuoshong looked at Luo Sheng, and said slightly, "I said, I am in the Jiangqing Police Bureau." The friend of the Jiangqing Police Bureau is not strong, and there should be no big face. If you want to find someone, this thing, then you will find someone. Don't consider me here. Dong Jilong is clear. Luo Sheng's ability is quite big. Since it comes to say such a thing, that is, Luo Sheng wants to put the 2 people out, whether it is not premeditated for Luo Sheng. In short, it is good for Wang Bo. Luo Sheng saw Dong Jilin to give his face. He said very happy, "Uncle, this process will continue to go. I will go to call High Bureau. Hello, I am Luo Sheng. You still remember me?" Luo Sheng gave him the phone number left by Gao Boy, and called the phone to the high icing office. It turned out to be Faithful. I may have forgotten others, but the Faith is a little girl, and the old high is always remembered. I still want to ask you to have a meal together for some time. Gao Bian was happy. Gao Bing is very interested in Luo Sheng, the magical little guy. He didn't have a promotion, and he had a few times with Luo Sheng, and even he can quickly rose to the deputy director of the district police bureau. All have Luo Sheng most of the credits. If Luo Sheng gave him the credit of the army friend, if Luo Sheng arranged a 178 employment quota for the family of the police station, he is really not necessarily the deputy director of this branch. High Bureau, when you rise, I have always wanted to find you to eat. But when you think about it, you have not bother you. Now I have such a thing here. I am a 3 king wave, also loyal to food, the general manager of the mixed lock. In this morning, you see your convenience is not convenient to help me check it. Luo Sheng first mentioned the high-rise thing that Gao Bing's favorite listening, and some will be invited to eat high ice. Then mention that there is something to help. Luo Sheng is very clear. Go Gong owes him 2 unsatisfactory people. If Gao Bo is given to him, he is equivalent to changing the friend of Gao Bing. If Gao Bing doesn't give him this thing, he will also find someone to help address this. Luo Sheng understands that Wang Bo is a matter of high ice, but it is only necessary to see the case. If high ice really wants to help him find the 2 robbery Wang Bo, 1089 can be found. He needs an attitude of high ice. There are more colors of a high ice face. He said slightly, I said, loyalty. You can rest assured, such a vicious incident, I will send people to the investigation, and you will definitely give you a satisfactory manner. The high ice brain is very fast. At this time, he decided to add people to the reasons. One is that Luo Sheng said with him and he wanted to help find a suspect. It was originally in his jurisdiction. It is not enough to open the door. Second, this case involves loyal food and surrounding supermarkets, and high ice can be The former deputy director Luo Gang is because the loyal food and surrounding chain are getting up. Then Luo Gang can be a big Buddha in Jiangqing. That is, the son wants to swallow loyalty, a food, and the result is all in prison because of this matter. The third is that the public security situation in the jurisdiction is not very good, and the leaders above are also ready to start cracking. Several things rushed together. He must promise Luo Sheng's request, so, not only selling Luo Sheng, a human condition, also gave a human condition. At least the police station. In the police station the family will thank him in the Faith supermarket, and it will be carried out in the future. What happens serious, and also live the two robbery Wangbo's pillar. After robbery Wangbo, once again committed the case. The policeman in the visiting investigation directly caught it, directly returned to the police station. Through the trial of Gao Bing and the people, the two people have confessed to the facts of robbery, but only some differences between Luo Sheng expected. Two people don't know Wangbo, just see Wangbo riding a new permanent bicycle. And the clothes are well done, it seems to have a robbery. After the evening, Luo Sheng received the call from Dong Yuosheng from the village branch. He knew that it was a blind, but at this time, Luo Sheng has taken the safety of him and Wangbo as a focus. Chapter 94 I Miss You. Zhao Yuanyuan called the white emot of mist to come over and left. Luo Sheng saw Zhao Yuanyuan left. He looked at the brain and saw no one in the hallway, and immediately put the door of the office. Luo Sheng turned back to the desk, sitting on the sofa chair behind the desk, looked at the white righteousness of the fire, said slightly, there is such a thing. I want you to go to Hebei Double City. Go to a trip, help me do something. You can see, can you go? Where to go? Go to the Double City! Bai Lui's face reveals a doubtful color, but he immediately agreed to say, leadership, let me go there. How did this Luo Sheng suddenly remembered to let him go to the Double City? Although Bai Shi has many intakes, but still agreed, because he is clear, no Luo Sheng. There is absolutely no life in his life. When he was half a year ago, he and Wangbo were a member of the bamboo plate. He was very uncomfortable, and the home is even more poor. He follows Luo Sheng to do things. Now he can be able to do it throughout quite a waste. Yes, it is to go to the Double City. Luo Zongsun hopped in Bai Shi's face, continued to say, the whole cycle sells the fish. My most value is you. Isn't it a Feng River to rest? I let you help me there. It is a business trip, and all the costs are reimbursed, and the subsidies of 30 yuan a day. You can see you? Bai Feng Kai touched the brain sound, and asked again to ask, leaders, I have no problems there, but I have to do something there. Do you have to tell me? I can see if I can do, if you delay the leadership. It is not good. Bai Shi and Wangbo them are different. When the ride is established, Luo Sheng has been called Luo Sheng as the leader, because they directly owned by Luo Sheng. All things are reported with Luo Sheng. When did Bai Shi called Luo Sheng as Xinj? No one. He gave Luo Sheng called the leader, in his inner heart, and he hopes that Luo Sheng can always lead him. If so, he doesn't have to make it in the future life. He is the earliest number of people who join the fish. It is also one of the people who know the bottom of the faith. It is clear in his heart. Don't look at the faith company is Wangbo, but the real boss is Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng looked at Bai Shi, first nodded, then said, there is no task to go there, let you find a name to give some money and things. This go, there should be no problem. By the way, I can't mention my name and things about me. Bai Shi has a little smile. He said, leaders, if you do something else, I may not do it. Send some money and things, then there is no problem. I have seen the machine there, send it. The money and things are so properly, if you are not working, you will handle me. When Luo Sheng made him go to the Double City, he had turned a lot of thoughts, and even Luo Sheng made him think that he thought of killing a fire. But he didn't think that Luo Sheng made him do. It is actually sending money and sending things. Other things don't dare to say, but, it is running outside. and it is a matter of contact with a color outside. He will do it without any problems. It is necessary to say that people in the big cities have deal. Baishi may also be somewhat, but the place in the double castle is a small town, and there is still a few places he often run frequently. At that point, he is appropriate to do. Luo Sheng has been worried about the wife of the later generations, but his wife should be born at the end of 8 and 2. He wanted to take a time. However, it is not convenient to come back and forth, and he still has an idea. At least wait for the old man. Consider this thing after you have born in the future. The daughter-in-law is now a baby. He is not convenient. There is no way to say anything. You can't say that he is reborn back. The mother of the old man is now his wife. Original Luo Sheng intends to let Wang Bo or Dong Zigo to do this, but the Three King waves some small accidents, and Dong Zigo is now not open, and there are many things on the warm shed. Many things need to be handled. As for others, he can't finish it. He still thinks that Baishi is more appropriate. In the eyes of Luo Sheng, Baishi is a more flexible middle-aged person. It is even more mature than Wang Bo and Dong Zigo, and the riding team is responsible for Baishi. It does not appear at a point. Doing this is absolutely not two people. Luo Sheng remembers very clear. After his wife was born at the end of 8 and 2. In the 2000 years, he went to Jiangqing to go to Jiangqing, and her dad is also from the early 1990s. On the Jiangqing, now he can only send white emulation. Luo Sheng knows that his wife is not good at this time. Let Baishi have sent some good things such as money and milk powder to the daughter-in-law, saving his daughter-in-law in the future. Luo Sheng heard that Baishi took the chest to say that he had done things properly. His heart was also put down. He took the ballpoint pen on the table, and wrote his later generation on a white paper. The old man's mother's family is in the family and the name of the old man mother, and kicked the drawer to draw a stack of big unity and said, Baishi, there is $1,000 here, you should take it. Go there. Don't give it too much. More, there is a 300 and 200. But things should be bought. Milk powder and some baby products are bought at the Harbin city. Also, send you to the things there. Don't be with others. Said, if someone asks what you go, you will tell them, you go to the provincial city to do some New Year. After seeing Baishi's nodding, Luo Sheng continued, I believe you. This time I went out to buy something, I don't have to pay for the invoice. I spend how much spending how much money tells me. Also, this time when I came back, don't forget to bring some good things to your family and your two nephew. This money is from this. Baishi's head is clearly said, leaders, that is absolutely not yet. You will give you a good job. As for the money to give the family and the nephew, I can have it. I can with you half a year. I have made a lot of money. If this money, I still let you go, I will not go in my heart. Baishi is clear. The big nephew is Luo Sheng's classmates. He went to the team leader, and there were some relationships with the big scorpion. Otherwise, so many people, and improved several people of the captain are qualified to compete. Luo Sheng smiled and said, Baishi, what do you say? Or I said. If I said, you listen to me, as long as you put things properly, those are not a problem. If you do well, when I came back, I gave you a big red envelope. Luo Sheng is very good to see Baishi, because he is clear, this white emoticon is very good, people are not greedy. This year, if there is any good project, or other things need people, it is also a good one. Things, in short, look at this white emot, how to do things. After sending away Baishi, Luo Sheng put the door of the office. After returning to the desk, the face revealed that all people did not see the sadness. The ballpoint pen kept on white paper, all of the white paper is the name of his wife's wife, and his mouth is even silent. Nah, I miss you. Chapter 95 Pumping Dunk logs into the RB Comic Magazine Weekly Teenager. In the beginning, there is no such popularity, which is expected to be as hot, and there is a dullness. After all, people have not been fully transformed from the comics style of Detective Conan. RB has been rated as the most central core of the 1980s, But after Detective Ian logged into the weekly journal, breaking the unique pattern of the fighting cartoon. The circular wind comic style of grunge does not belong to the detective, nor does it belong to fight, but a full alternative breeze. Many RB students come into contact with such comics. I feel an extreme not adapted. Most importantly, Tansuke IQ is very high, so that most students who love Detective Ian feel an invisible pressure. Two comic books are all loyal to the kingdom. If the slam fire, it is bound to affect the update of Detective Ian, and even transfer the enthusiasm of Detective Ian to Prouded Master. Then there is something that Copan fans don't want to see. Although most of the comic fans see the slam dunk to see the taste of Jinjin, but do not give grunge players any praise, they feel silent to bothering the loyalty of the communications before creating new comics before completing the Detective Ian. People are private, the same as no adult children. They have a favorite protection idea for Detective Ian. They don't want to make Detective Conan Pell. They hope that Luo Sheng can create better detective-type comics. This is a mentality, and there is a mentality. Many students don't like to see such a comic fire that is neither fighting and detective type. The first few episodes of Grungers are not very exciting, and the gap expected in their hearts is too large, and therefore causes an idea they don't want to vote for Grungers. Hongshan Jing 2 logged into Weekly Bunk Master did not get the expected results. He directly jumped out. Comics is not a chartered, not an oriental teenager, just painting some comics it can be successful. Although the Detective Ian has been successful, it is a kind of attraction in the 1980s to Holmes' hot and people's criminal cases. Hongshan Jing 2 directly pointed out, Weekly Teenager is a very wrong choice for the main push grunge. If there is no too much accident, the pole is weak, Weekly Teenager should go down the slope. Hongshan Jing 2 jumped out of his hand and said that Weekly Teenager should start to take a slope. Many comboators like Hongshan Jing 2 views have also jumped out, and a series of criticisms in the weekly journal. They are not just because Hongshan Jing 2 weeks said that they are so bad, but because they have been firmly pressed by Luo Sheng. After Luo Sheng logs into the RB Comics circle, they are firmly pressed under the foot. Even numerous people laughed at the comics of these olders, and said they did so many years of comics. I didn't have a picture of the oriental boy who was caught up. I said that they lived in the dog's belly. It is because of such a reason, they stand out, saying that Tansuke IQ is abusing the power, using the power to pave the way, and even they began to doubt that Tansuke is not a person with Luo Sheng, or the Chinese boy is a illegitimate child of Tansuke. If you don't have this, while Luo Sheng's comic copyright only signed comics copyright, the other copyrights are completely mastered in his own hands, and the publishing house only has the power to be all-around copyright. After several cartoonists jumped out, several cartoonists who were stepped on by Luo Sheng were more in the land. Such a comic promotion, it is not responsible for the magazine, which is for them. Not responsible, they will use the running of this radical approach to fight this unfair behavior. These cartoonists just stopped. Hongshan Jing 2 immediately jumped out. He began to hold these cartoonists, but also to these cartoonists have taken advantage of a good condition than the weekly journal. They are directly in the weekly girls, digging the wall. He also said, the comic circle is a clean soil. The comic circle does not need to be shaken. Weekly juvenile magazine's Tansuke Chiefel should resign. Researched with new social director to lead the weekly juvenile. Should not be like this. Weekly the teenager will fall by the stupidity of Tansuke IQ. More and more RB right-wings jump out, bombarded the native cherry autumn wheel. For a while, the RB comic circle came a big change. Just like the innocent Sakura Autumn is already a sinner of the RB comic circular. Just in the weekly public bodies, some old comboators hopped to the monthly publication, just said in Hongshan second vow to say, punish master after the three-face survey questionnaire, even more than 40% of praise. The third questionnaire of Punitive Dunk came out. The first questionnaire index of the Punitive Dunk is a 35%. The second questionnaire is 33%. When the third issue of questionnaire is released, it turned out to be reached again, only 30%, even some other serial comics have not reached. Hongshan Jing-2 directly in the Cartoonist Symposium, directly expressed his idea, before the first 2 questionnaires have just come out. Hongshan is still able to make a slight gram. But when after the 3rd issue of the questionnaire was released, he couldn't restrain himself. After he drunk tea, he said excited, "The seniors of all cartoonists, you didn't see it. The index of the 3-phase questionnaire was released. Phase a period of first phase, Dunk the Master. Such a comic has been placed in the position of the big cover, has achieved such results. Is there a weekly teenager editorial level like this? Yeah, such a kind of East and West Hall. There is no one, and the Emperor is hung in the cover position. This is a kind of dereliction of duty, a kind of embarrassment of the comic circle. We are very disappointed with Weekly, especially the Weekly Teenagers, which is the same decision, which is simply an insulting the IQ of our comic producers, and we boycott the world of nature." Tanya Sakuraki, who doesn't know what bribery has been received. It is not a serious duty crime. Chapter 96 is golden glowing after the report of Heikiki, who listened to the ancient village Zenkshan. There was an extremely angry expression on his face. He hated a desk. For some people like Hongshan Jing-2, he is insight. These people can't see others, and they will not treat comics as a career, and they will not treat comics as a great innovation. These exaggerated gates, in addition to money in the brain, is the kind of big RB imperialism, and look around the Chinese right-wing parts. They don't understand what is called peace. Only peace will develop. If there is no peace, there is RB now economical development. If there is no peace, where there is, they can have them, in raw. If this is a reason, now I just post the 3rd phase, how can these people jumped out so much to accuse him? He is the president of Weekly Teenager, no matter how to operate the original publication, where to get these people to pointer. What makes Dan Sakuraki, who is angry? When he was created in Weekly, he gave a lot of helpful cartoonists actually anti-water at this time, actually ran to the side of Monthly Teenager, starting to Hongshan Jing-2 the flag screaming, and even still listened to a series of crimes to smash him, as if he is a representative of a bad person in the comic circle. Gyukun Zenkshan saw that the socialist Tani Usagura Autumn is very ugly. He carefully puts his list, and the words said, and handed it to the Hell of Sakura. The ancient village is in a sense of anti-water. The comic book is really desirable, not just that he is in the heart of these cartoonists in the Weekly Teenager, but also the character of these people. If it is a single recommended by Weekly Teenager, they are not painted here. This is nothing. But how can they say that those who have pointed out? Tanya Sakuraki, who looked at the people on the list, and looked at the cartoonists on the list, he said, saying that he was very smile, "These idiots, the eyes are short, and it is too disappointed. I don't say that they have the contract in my hand. I can always tell the court at any time. How did these people don't have a little brain? Even if it is a loyal letter I have not succeeded. Is it still in serializing the Detective Conan? Is it a book that is the most popular in RB Comics?" Tansakura Autumn is really angry at this time. He has never understood that these cartoonists have in water. Alternatively, Hongshan is still the dead idiots, which will instill some of the thoughts that make people disgust. The Tansakura Autumn is very clear. When reading a slam dunk, everyone in the comics will live in your mind. What kind of things they will do, what kind of look will be exposed. People in the play dunk, it is like really existed. The Cherrywood Flower Ode and Lican Maple are simply a living. Such a new basketball comics, plots are not dragged. There is a victory, which is the type of growth and friendship, which is in line with the trend of RB today. Although this comics seem to be not a fresh theme, but laugh and tears coexist. It is the teenage time that is spent. A silly big one that does not understand at all. It is not understanding, and it has grown into a genius basketball from the heart. A very arrogant genius kid. The real integration team became a teammate who trust each other. One never stopped the national dream. Not perfect but completed the dream. Proud of the lost teenage, returning to the basketball he loved. Never give up hope. An unlucky child who has no advantage is running on the number one guard. There are so many people who have been moving. The reason why this comic's theme does not have a fire, it should be only temporary. If there is no too much accident, after the period of the work tracking the survey, the grunge master this comics can absolutely fire special fire. Tansuke Reiki firmly believes Liu Sheng, and firmly believes in his eyes. He feels that such a way to feel a bloody comic, there is no reason not to fire. Everything is only given to time to verify. Time can identify all true and false. Good works will not be buried forever. As long as Liu Sheng's Grunmaster continues according to this rhythm, the fire is selling sooner or later. As for those jumped beams, Tansuke Reiki decided not to ignore northwest of Ren in his heart, and those people play their mouths, can only be self-sufficient, such as grunge players fire, don't use their faces are swelling. Tansuke Reiki told the ancient village Zengchen, let the people of the ancient village told the weakly teenager, and the typography is placed in accordance with his previous arrangement, even if it is aboard to give any pressure. As for the cartoonist who betrayed the weakly teenager, it gave them a small black book. In the future, Weekly will never hibernate the comics created by these people. If they are like jumping horses, they are generally jumping, and Weekly Teenagers will tell them all the people. Those editors of Weekly Teenagers heard that the ancient village rushed to transcribe the words of Hongshan Jing 2 and those comic artists. They were also angry that Hongshan Jing 2 is too much. It is a person who does not understand comics. Where is the qualifications to accuse them to edit them, but also make them angry? Those comics writers who have been in their hands and don't recognize people. It seems that the humbler will be jumped out to accuse these people who have helped them. There used to be a cartoon person who is very inconspicuous, and even the comic people are not. They are their senior editing help. Give them pointers, let them gradually grow up. Without them, most of them were buried in the comic circle. Now in order to take Hongshan Jing 2 horses, in order to run to monthly journals, they are now holding a higher salary. These edits of Weekly have an angry to the extreme, but the socialist Danny Usekinki has already spoken for the monthly teenager president Hongshan Jing 2, and the cartoonists who have hopped to take the teenager don't care. Use time to prove who is the most correct. Which magazine is serving the cartoonist? Quarrel with those fly-fledged dogs, with those who lost reason, reveal their shelves. It is gold that will always be shine. It is always open, waiting until slam play a fire, and then see how those people say. Chapter 97 Arrangement Wang Bo was injured, and Liu Sheng had to personally arrive some of the Chinese New Year. When he and Wang Bo have been settled in F County, he will arrange the New Year and arrange all things in advance, and there is a lot of money. It is going to have a new year. The Faith Company is to give employees to some benefits. As for the benefits, Liu Sheng is still considering. But he knows that if you don't send benefits, you have to send benefits. You will have the best benefits in Jiangqing. What is the tight thing in the 1980s? That is, fine grains and meat products, canned items, these things. Many things I can't buy. In recent time, loyalty to the supermarket chain Supermarket actively develop market and purchase channels, and has conducted some cooperation with the largest slaughterhouse in Northeast. When the new year, there is a 300 pigs in the supermarkets of loyalty. However, Liu Sheng has not thought about it. It is a half-head pig for each employee belonging to the loyalty company. It is still a new way quarter pig to send some other items such as can. According to Hong Bin and Wang Bo's idea, when the new year, I can't use it so much. I can bother to make money directly. As long as I have money in my hand, I want to buy anything, I will not pick up the company. However, Liu Sheng does not want to make simple money. The effect of money and the effect of the hair products will still be a lot. In particular, there are more people in rural areas, and they want to buy some things. It is very difficult. If I have a simple money, many people will be reluctant to buy. Liu Sheng also thought of shopping vouchers who were faithful to the supermarket chain Supermarket, but he thought about it later. So, it is the fertilizer, but the employees of the company bring some uncomfortable feelings, and even more than every person. After Luo Sheng, I thought it was finalized. The entire Faith company excluding the Faith studio. After all, the people in the Loyal studio are outside the field. They also bring them back, including fishing fish, including supermarkets and wholesalers. All employees I can get a Happy's Pig before the new year. Everyone will receive 2 bottles of fruit cans, 2 bottles of fish and 2 bottles of lunch meat. Except for these things, after the warm shed of the company, each employee can receive 2 pounds of fresh vegetables. Before the new year, all employees can also receive $10 in the loyalty to the supermarket. This coupon can be done in the supermarket in any supermarket in the loyalty chain supermarket. Each employee will also be divided into 5 pounds of dumpling powder, a 5 pound of soil. In the last 5 pounds of dumplings and 5 pounds of soybean oils were that Luo Sheng finally thought of it. If so, we can guarantee that all loyalty of the company can eat delicious dumplings during the new year, and have enough soybean oil to eat a good year. Finally, Luo Sheng also gave some things in Dongzi after the New Year's warm sheds, to give him a list of people. Everyone sends a gift according to the staff of the company. Each person sends a gift. As communications companies have given a New Year gift that has been helped and now maintain a good relationship. After the employee welfare, Luo Sheng made Zhao Yuan made a record, listed in the duty table of the loyalty company during the new year. Luo Sheng believes that the matter of the New Year's duty is a big thing, and there are many things here. If there is a problem, it is a big problem. In particular, the fire prevention measures were extremely low. Once a fire broke out, the time last year was white. He gave these people to the duty, and it was checked by Dongzigo to this side. If anyone did not comply with the company's regulations, no matter what person, it is directly opened, never higher. After the loyalty company is arranged, Luo Sheng specializes in Hongbin, and he and Hongbin have been discussed. Finally, Hongbin's safety, fire prevention and the Chinese New Year event arrangement, all by Hongbin, is implemented. The provisions have been made in accordance with the previous provisions. As long as someone touches the bottom line of the company, or causes losses to the company, then directly expel. The supermarket is not to worry about Luo Sheng. The company is also arranged. Luo Sheng finds Luo Yonggo, and Luo Yonggo studied the issue of loyalty studio employee during the Spring Festival. Luo Sheng directly told Luo Yonggo, and the train ticket Faith in the return is reimbursed, and the reimbursement is the sleeper. I didn't go back to my hometown during the new year. In addition to the 2 young people, everyone gave 20 foreign exchange courses, as well as the campaigners' welfare in the new year. The Faithful Comics studio has a lot of work now. If these people can come back here, come back soon, as early as possible. The task of the delivery cannot be delayed anyway. Luo Sheng didn't think about it. Let these people also create it at home during the new year, but they did not have this condition in the Faith studio at home, and form a new year. Everyone needs to go to relatives. Not too many time and energy to operate such a thing. As for how to arrange, that is, Luo Yonggo is the matter. Anyway, all things have now been handed over to Luo Yonggo. As for how he arranges, Luo Sheng does not fuck that. After the Laba is the year, when I have a new year, Luo Sheng finally felt a lot easier, and I was ready to open a good year. At this time, Jiangxing will naturally, the people who have worked hard have embarked on the streets, and they have entered those state-town shops, and they have given new clothes to their families, or by some people in the department store. The good fabric, let the nearby tailors do new clothes. At the end of the year, the state-owned barber shop and tailor shop are the most busy. People in the Northeast are very concerned about this statement that is not shaved in the first month. According to the older generation of Northeastern people, the shaving in the first month is not unlucky. Luo Sheng's voice and most people are different from most people. Every year, it is necessary to say that the first month is not shaved, and the first month of shaving is dead. Luo Sheng is so many sorrows. If he really shaved his head, he went out, Wang Yaking smoked his mouth to kill him. At the end of the year, he had to go back to the family's family with the three. Before going there, Luo Sheng has to do what he should do. Special one is the number. The place where he lived is the Xinglan village in the Tilin town below Fujian County. If there is any shaving there, Luo Sheng is unclear. If you don't have a shaver there, you will not do it when you go to the first month. The child's hair is very fast, a lot of time can be long, it is really not a shelter for more than a month, and when I start school, my students will joke him. Although Luo Sheng is not afraid of jokes at this time, he wants to keep his brilliance that he has always been in the class. In the state-owned barber shop in Ximen, Luo Sheng deliberately ginger Pan Pan to give him a short hair. He went out when he was in New Year, the hair was long, and the first month was not good. At that time, the price of haircut was a corner of money every time. The little yellow cattle who touched a 5-piece $5 gave Jiang Pan Pan, looking at the ginger Pan Pan's kindness of the eyes, looked at Jiang Pan Pan to find a big shower fur. Luo Sheng suddenly realized Nima. At this time, the shaver is really cheap. At a national bar, the head is actually a big money. After the ginger Pan Pan's hand, Luo Sheng smiled and said to Jiang Pan Pan, Jiang, I will remember to bring change when I come. This time is really sorry. Because of such a small episode, Luo Sheng took a bath to the Sanjian bath, just took a shower and a few cents. If he brought more money, it will also have other problems. The best bath in Jiangqing is a 3-river bath in the south of Xilin Road and Dixiang Road. It is a very luxurious symbol that can go to the Sanjian bath to take a shower. Most people save the money. Wipe your body at home. Seeing the familiar couplets in the Sanjian bath, Luo Sheng's heart is hot, and thinking is going back to the later generation. Luo Sheng remembers very clear that the 3-river bath was closed because of the reasons for the operation of the operation, and the countless Jiangqing people sorry. The bath in the 1980s can be said to be the best bath in Jiangqing, and carry countless people memory. The original old couplet is written on the door, which is written above. When I was waiting for the next year, Jiangqing's bath was all over the ground, and it was the big bailing bath, and the ticket is 38, 68, or it is 88. A ticket, 1 vote, including bath, spare, and a massage. 3 Riverside bath. In the later generation, Luo Sheng's familiar friend wanted to let the old famous brand of the Jiangqing once reborn. Investment a lot of money to decorate, but the publicity is not in place, and the older people have heard of it. Sanjian bath from the new business. At 2017, the main level of consumption is a young person in the age of 30. They are only the memory of the 3-river bath, which is only the memory of the older people. They simply have any impression. Because the direction of the propaganda and the chart of the people have lost, the 3-river bath is not born in the second time, it is not born again, and it is half dead. Luo Sheng had an idea of investment in stock investment at that time, but at that time, he didn't have any busy money. Otherwise, he really got into this bailing industry and prepared to look at the prospect. As long as the Sanjian bath can stay at this time, let people recall the old memories of the 1989 years, engage in some old things with memories. Luo Sheng firmly believes that such an old man can evoke memories bath, morning evening. Recalling the memory in the later generation, Luo Sheng has seen a good time in the 1980s. In such an age, it is a business opportunity, as long as he does not have too big mistakes. He even has an immediate entered the world idea. But Luo Sheng understands that the time is not mature, and he is only a Dai in the sea, at least after he is growing. It can operate such a thing. Chapter 98. Luo Sheng and the Hurt Wang Bo took 4 hours of train, and took 3 hours of car. Finally in the big morning of the 12th months, the dust arrived in Fujian's Xinglan village. Luo Zong's son looked at this big squatting that he raised his smoke. His heart was quite emotion. In the later generation, he was only here when he died in his life, and now he arrived at home at around 10 years old. He can't help but think of this world. Is he able to let the grandfather and a few, is it a happy life? He is clear, and 2 people in his heart moved to this side in June 1st. He lived over more than 20 years. If he wants them to move to Jiangqing, can they move or to say? At this time, I have a big difference in the world, and the neighbor's family lives like a family. It is 1,000 people's big ton, almost everyone knows, who is a big thing. Everyone can help each other. If you go to the city, although you can recognize some friends, you have no way to get better than in your hometown. You want to persuade them to enjoy the blessings in the city. If you have been in Fujian, the distance is too far away, and now there is no car. There is a car, the road conditions are not suitable for us. He needs to be well bonded. See if you can convince the grandfather to Jiangqing settle down. Hey, grandfather, big, second, old, big aunt, good. Luo Sheng entered the first thing after the house. It was to ask all relatives in the house. In his eyes, he did not change much in the past and his grandfather, but he cognac in his mind than later generations. He is still the same as before. It is like a generous woman, sitting on the legs, holding a large smoke bag in his hand, and explore the body forward, swallow the clouds in a bite. After seeing him, after the next 2 major smoke, he smiled and smiled in the smoke bag. I took a few times on the border, and the rest of the soot was smashed, and I said, hey, isn't this the grandchildren I am here? Come over to let you see, I grew up in the grandchildren. I touched Luo Sheng's face with my hand, and the legs were stretched into the grandfather who still smoked the smoke. She said with a foot, and said, you're dead old man. Didn't you see the grandchildren and the 3rd year? I know that I will kill you one day. Grandpa Wang Mingshan rushed to smoke, coughing 2 times, said, it's coming back. You don't kick me, you can't come. Being grandson, you can miss you, and you will be almost nearly. After Wang Mingshan finished these, he took a high smoke bag and didn't talk. Luo Sheng remembers that my mother has said that her grandfather is a small long working that gave the family, and he lived in the shadow of his life almost a lifetime. But after decades of integration, 2 people can also reach some tacit understanding. However, Wang Mingshan didn't like more. Even if I saw Luo Sheng and Wang Bo arrived home, he did not have too many words, nothing more than the pleated face. There were some smiles. The big god and big aunt, the second few people have almost no change, only a lot of young people than the later generations, all the old people with richness. The only change is the son of the big family, Wang Chengming. This little guy is at this time. The eyes are turned to turn, it is full of integrity, and the honest look of later generations is very different. After Luo Sheng's hand, I touched Luo Sheng's hands and face, shouted to Luo Sheng's big aunt, swallow. Your 3 brothers have come back, this point should have no food. Exclamation mark. You see 2 people who gave them delicious. You are big, but the first time I came here, cooked 2 eggs. When Luo Sheng came to F County, he had listened to the situation of the 3 kings' waves, and there was basically no change in the future, and Wang Zi, the big king, who lived at home. Second, Wang Sai, at home. The old king army, at the fallen. Is married in the Turlin town, but also a farmer, but there is time to get some small things to sell. The family is almost in the same place, so in Fujian, it is rare, there is not many people, and a few will be able to sell this, and there are some bargaining food, and they can make their own people eat a full meal. Before I came here, Luo Sheng told Wang Bo to give some things to the family. There is a 14-inch Panda brand TV, there is a New Year of Loyalty company, and Luo Sheng and Wang Bao before you have some daily necessities and rural areas of rural areas and rural areas. In the things that are coming, there are some old clothes and old shoes in Luo Sheng. At this time, these old clothes and old shoes are good things in the countryside. Many people don't even have such old clothes and old shoes. Luo Sheng did not give you a grandfather in Jiangqing, because he and Wang Bo did not know the size of their clothes. If she bought a little, it is also a trouble. Luo Sheng told Wang Bo, letting him buy 2 cloths in Jiangqing department store, 2 volumes. Thick cloth is about 30 meters 50 meters. Thin fabrics have nearly 80 meters to 100 meters. To the Xinglin this, when you find a tailor, you can do it. These fabrics can also make everyone in the family here tattoo clothes. During this period of 8 seconds to 8 or 3 years, the bag ticket is just a ticket, and each household ticket is quota. If Luo Sheng let Wang Bo find the business bureau relationship list a dispatch, such 2 hunters are absolutely can't be bought. In addition to the cloth, Luo Sheng also made Wang Bo to buy more than a dozen pounds of yarn. At that time, it was basically a hand-woven sweater. There was no such as the kind of cashmere sweater, that is, it is not warm. Initial, people still prefer to weave it from hand. I bought a big bunch of big white rabbit milk and waff-baked cake, the predecessor's predecessor sheep, fruit dan. These things are uncomfortable in the department stores in Jiangqing. Luo Sheng can let Hong Bin come back from the southern to some selling, and leave a gift for friends and relatives. After the caress and the family of the family, Luo Sheng had a bowl of Big Aunt. Although the Big Aunt is a rural woman, but the taste of the meals is quite good. When the future, the mother often comes to the stick of the stick and paste, and also remembers the Big Aunt's hand. The Big Aunt did it, and it was chewed in the mouth. Although I did a soup noodle that used cabbage butter smashing, it was better than the noodles that Luo Sheng was eaten in the city. And Luo Sheng's big bowl also drifted 2 white fat eggs, sitting on the fire, a big bowl of noodles, snoring, and Luo Sheng finally slowed down from the cold. After the Big Aunt, Feng Yan took the tableware and went down. He greeted his family, preparing to return a good wife to do a sticky bean bag. Dexi Wangzi told Luo Sheng. In the past few days, the custom of steamed bean bag in the village, the Big Aunt Feng Yan has been approaching the adhesive bean bag in the past few days, waiting until the evening. Except for the big brother, in addition to the Jiolans of Wangzi Deli, there is a delicious sticky bean bag and stewed a pot of geese. Pot stickers are the same as the northeast big pan tower of the later world. Put a lot of big cakes around the big iron pan, is a pot stick. Chapter 99 Based beans. When the northeast rural is in the middle of the year, every household began to prepare the diet stickoi bag for the winter. In the northeast, this is very special product. Although there is no official to enter China's shooting on the tip of the tongue, it is also a good thing. When the custom of steamed adhesive beans is in the northeast, Luo Sheng is unclear, but why is it in the northeast? But he guesses 8 and 9. There are 2 benefits of the northeast stick beans. One is because the sticky beans is a sticky beans, and the digestion is very hard, commonly known as anti-hungry. Eat a sticky beans bag, more resistant to other staple foods. People often eat unique. There is a natural love for such food. The second advantage is that the stickoi package is convenient. The main dishes in the northeast are the pot stewed and stewed. Put the stick in a curtain, with steam slightly heat, you can eat it. The most important food for the sticky beans is called large yellow rice, which is a sticky food produced after the mortar mill. This kind of food looks very similar, but it is not a food, which is a glutinous hammer. Ancient times, SHU processing. After grinding the large yellow rice, then add some corn flour, then stir the 2 rice noodles to add water together. Put it inside the big basin, put it on the hot head, cover the curtain above, then put the big cotton to the top, quietly waiting for these 2 kinds of wood powder fermentation. The fat and vocal flavor of the fermented is not a fragrant, but there is a rich sour taste. It seems to be the flavor of food. The next step is to make the bean stuffed. After the red soybeans in a bubble, put it into the large iron pot to add a certain proportion of water to make a reduction. After the red beans cooked, people smashed it with a meal spoon and finally put it in sugar. When preparing for work is not a person, it is not a person to make this kind of sticky bag, but to find some of the more relationship, a better woman coming to help, come to package this sticky beans. Basically, it is not idle. From the afternoon, you can steam tonight. Steamed at least the 7/8 pot, and make hundreds of sticky beans. The steamed sticky beans are placed outside, frozen in a night, becoming the stone, and can be stored directly into the face bag. When you want to eat, put these sticky beans to the iron pan with steam, just simply string. You can eat. The level of sticky beans, at this time, it is absolutely representing a home woman. It is not a person who can work. The steamed sticky beans bag can feel yellow and eat it. Sweet and delicious feelings, but not sticky tooth. It can achieve such a level, which will be known as a good woman who can work in the village. Person. The most important thing is to communicate. Communication. Everything is handed over to those who like to do things to communicate. When the bag is bonded, these women are sitting together with the short things between the east parents, and communicating with each other. It is just such a reason. When the northeast is steamed, every family's women are the same. They will do their familiar friends. And it is also a further exchange of feelings. Big Ambiguity is a good hand in Xinglan village. It is a model of the neighborhood woman. It is not so rich because of the reasons for the elderly. Many times, it is looked down by other women. This time she invited several women in the village to go home. She suddenly found out that the big apricots who had been unheated were started to reveal a lot of enthusiasm for her, as if they had a close relationship. She is very uncomfortable. And several other women are almost the same time, but Feng Yan is the kind of enthusiasm that I can't feel in previous years. Is it because the three brothers returned to the things inside the village? Feng Yan is clear, and the third brother Wang Bo is in Jiangqing, but it has come back to many good things. The items that have been checked back to half tractor do not say, and also get back to a 14-inch TV set. For those clothes and fabrics, Yan does not have too many concepts, but she knows that their own three brothers have made a big fortune, or if they don't get back home so much. In fact, Feng Yan is also clear. Don't say that she greets a few women friends, which homes don't know. The old king of the old king is a big fortune, and go home. Feng Yan remembered very clearly, when Wang Bo returned to Xinglan village, the smoke smoked was filled with filters. He called the smoke of Hong Tashan. After he came back, he saw the cigarette, and there was no home, and there was already 2 or 3 packs. The smoke. For Hong Tower Hook, Yan does not impress, because she doesn't smoke, but Wang Bo is a big white rabbit on the way, but she has a here. Yan remembered very clearly. When she got her son to the county department store, her son wanted to eat milk gag. She saw the price of the department store 3 yuan per kilogram. I gave up the idea of buying sugar to my son, but on the way back to Wang Bo, as long as you see as a child, you will send a big white rabbit. If the neighbor nearby, or Wang Bo can call the name, it will give it a lot directly. The number of big white rabbits is probably 30. 1 pound price is 3 yuan. That is, a big white rabbit is almost worth all of the money. This price makes them more than 200 people's total revenue is 200 pieces. How to buy the left and right people. Many times, it is already very good to have a full meal, and those things are not possible to buy things for Feng Yan. After home, that Wang Bo gave his sons toys and candy got a lot. According to Feng Yan's estimation, these things have too big unity, and the child is happy. Swallow sister, I heard that your family is a big wealth. Is this true? Da-aped a few questions about the things about the sticky beans, immediately rushed the theme. Just, you see your family since this time, it is a big tractor. It's just that people inside the village are enviable. Yeah? Let's only have 5 TV in the entire village. For this, there are 6 TVs in our village. And I heard that your old 3 TV came back. It is new. This is true. Feng Yan looked at the few friends around him. She said, the TV is a Panda brand, which is brand new. This is true. As for our family, I didn't make a fortune in Jiangqing. I will not be clear. I just listened to the old 3 to say that he opened a dollar shop in Jiangqing. Many times, the heart is in the heart. What can be said to the outside? What must be installed in the heart? Wang Bo is getting a fortune in Jiangqing, but the money is not exposed. How can she be with my eyes? The old lady said, these olders, like a mouth and cotton trousers, there is no one of the crotch. If you let them know, then I don't know what will it be given. Feng Yan's heart is more complained about this three brothers, rich, there is money, go home, what is it? Open miscellaneous shop. Wow, your three brothers are so powerful. Swallow. You don't know? The food miscellaneous shop is profitable, you see that we are so big. Luo Huisheng is not to get a fortune shop. Have you become the richest thing in our sizes? The food store is okay. No one can spend money, what you can eat, what you want to eat. This look. Swallow, your men's three brothers have earned big money. Swallow, you see how much your third brother is now, even the family is not successful. My family's three precursors are now 18, wait for the new year. Do you want them to contact? The blush of Yan Yan showed a shallow smile. She smiled and said, the third brother of my family is now a city, and there is a popular love, and my three brothers seem to have an object. Let's. Feng Yan's said that it was very clever, and did not directly refuse the goodness of the big apricots, but found a three brothers excuse. She remembers very clear. At this time last year, she and the big apricots about Wang Bo's things. I want Wang Bo and sanction to the object, but the big apricot is directly refused. This is now the three brothers have money. I want to make my own sister to find an object, such a good thing, I don't want to think. Swallow, you see what you said, there is an object, isn't there anything, isn't it still married? Our family is going to have a head, you have to have a long way, you can work. Such a daughter-in-law is not looking for it. Arrived. The big apricots said at this time, she didn't seem to be in this time. At this time, it seems to be fascinated, and I want to make my own three sisters and Wang Bo. The big apricots have been confirmed, and the Wang Bo is rich, and the three sisters who have followed Wang Bo. When she arrived, she and her man will also borrow my sister's light. Chapter 100. Don't eat your eyes. Many people in the northeast have not enjoyed, and there is an old saying in the northeast, a wife, a child, and a hot head. A few words, the road to the northeastern pragmatic concept, also witnessed the status of the fire in the northeastern life. Anyone who has come to northeast, after appreciating the hot Guangdong feelings, the most comfortable enjoyment is to sleep in the hot fire, experience the taste of tackling. The fire is usually made of hoskil or red brick. It used to be composed of a large piece with a stalk, the upper surface of the briquette, the pastry strip, plus yellow rubber, thick more than 10 centimeters, both strong and warm. Just this method is expensive, the fire resistance is also poor, and the people used now are not many. Luo Sheng's head of the family is the most primitive hot head. He sat longer, felt hot, but he immediately said that he would go out and go to the toilet. The hot butt is not the main reason, the biggest reason. Luo Sheng really can't stand a few words. The generation of grandmother, basically did not enjoy the blessings in a lifetime. A mouth is a 3-eye natural disaster, then they basically can't eat rice. The child is still much, it is the banyan money on the banyan tree. The ingredients of the family are not good. It is a small landlord at the time of the countryside. It is not the kind of criminal evil, and the place in the family is also the market. Later, all the land of the family was taken back by the government, and she was married to grandfather because her ingredients were poor. In the end, you can sum up a tenet, that is to cherish the current better life. You must work hard, save you, don't forget because now life is good. Luo Sheng's history of the family, in the future, heard countless times, and even someone else, he remembers a clear too, just like a long life. I like to tell the glorious history in her home. Luo Sheng came out from the family and was prepared to visit the Lilin village, and see what is like this time, and what is different from the memory of the future. Just when Luo Sheng wanted to walk alone, his brother Wang Qingming chased it out from the house, and rapped with Luo Sheng, let Luo Sheng play with him. Luo Sheng saw Wang Qingming, a brother, said that he did not refuse his follow, but also the only food store in the Xinglen village, and I bought a few of him liked to eat. I liked Wang Changming. Large sketches in the countryside. Originally Luo Sheng wants to buy some delicious food for your younger brother, but the things in this food hidden shop in Xinglen village are too bad. and things are so pitiful, and many things are almost expired or tempted. Such East, Luo Sheng, cannot dare to buy it for your brother. Justin he led Wang Chengming from the dummy shop. When he just got out of every 100 meters, he was suddenly blocked by a few children who were almost a lot. In the new 3 years, the old 3 years, the seam is supplemented in 3 years. Since Wangbo began to have money, the clothes and shoes in Luo Sheng have a lot of transformation, and the cotton coat turns into a bakery down jacket. In the early 1980s, the down jacket has just begun. Due to the relationship between fabrics and duvets, it is like a bread, which is also known as the people here. The clothes are down jackets, and the shoes are more children's army hooks. Northeast in the 80s, the most popular is the soldiers of military supplies, the old school, the human group, the 3 joints, the army hook. The most practical and the best look is a military hook. Luo Sheng's family is quite good at this time, but he still has several small pieces of patch to the rural younger brother. Luo Sheng and Xinglen village have compared him with a general-sized child, which is simply in the sky. A few children are obviously higher than Luo Sheng, but because of nutrition can't keep up. It seems very thin. Several children's arm position, knees have a large patch, and it is even more open cotton. The earliest time is the northeast rural homemade leather big shoes. The mat is Urab, called Kilapapipi. At 80 years, the cotton adhesive shoes here in Jiangqing is called cotton and mid. The middle is the felt, both sides are shoe cloth, and sew it with the sewing machine, and finally rolled a collide. What do you want? I am a relative of the old king of Erdao Street, Luo Sheng said very calmly in front of the boy who blocked the road. He is clear in his heart. In such a place, he is absolutely unsuitable with people. Most importantly, he is still with Wang Chengming. Wang Chengming is less than 10 years old. If he and his children are playing, there is no way to run, and you can't throw your brother. After the name of the home, Luo Sheng took over the body and said to Wang Chengming, if I have played it with them, you will run back home to find your dad, remember it. After Wang Chengming, Luo Sheng said, we are all in the folks, I also know you, let us 2 people pass, when there is time, I can go to our family. When I was first stopped, Luo Sheng asked the brother in advance, I didn't know these semi-big children. The conclusion is that Wang Chengming only knows that these 3 children are this scent, he doesn't know, that is, this kind A child has a lot of possibility to play his hand. The people of the Northeast. The people of the people, I have been able to do it, especially if I don't know the field, I have a very normal thing. This guy is definitely a capitalist dog scorpion. We are torn with his new clothes. The most broken half-child wearing it is. He will see that Luo Sheng's new clothes are not hit. He didn't have direct hands before, because they didn't understand Luo Sheng. Now I listened to Luo Sheng's people. He immediately wanted to make Luo Sheng. The old king is indeed very cow, but this kid, Wang's also can't find them a few people. For Luo Sheng, they don't have a good impression, but also the wearing of Luo Sheng. And their hearts don't like to see other children than them. Don't listen to him, let's go. He doesn't know who we are. Hit him a dog. Don't say hello to your face. Wait for him to knock down, and kick him. Run in the family. Luo Sheng said to Wang Chengming, while walking to the right and pulled the scene. Just ran in the direction of Wang Chengming to the home. When a few more children rushed up, Luo Sheng suddenly referred to the sky and shouted, look, there is a plane there. These half-big children have never seen the plane in Xinglen village, just heard from the broadcast. I listened to Luo Sheng to the heavens, and shouted out 2 words, and several people looked up to the sky. Luo Sheng lifted his feet, and the longest slap in a few children. After kicking, the Samat was running. The good guy did not eat his eyes, there were more people, he will never urge it to move and do it. And it is definitely herself. Luo Sheng is a good job for the lanterns who have created the grey machine. If this is the same as the grey machine, how can he be successfully taken twice? At this time, I saw Luo Sheng insisted on the benefits of exercising every day. Although the road was not familiar, and the pavement slipped, But Luo Sheng was running fast, and he did not wait for the 3 and more children to catch up. He has already run to 2 streets. The few men chased the intersection, and Luo Sheng and Wang Changming were giving together, and they were coming to home. The 3 people were not awkward, and they walked directly, and they disappeared directly. They know that this time is a home. I want to retaliate, at least when Luo Sheng will fall again. After Luo Sheng, he did not put this matter in his heart. He only warned himself at this time. In the past few days in Xinglen village, it will definitely can't fall out, so if it is for the few children block, it can be unlucky. In the evening, Luo Sheng saw that the food prepared in the family is very rich: a big pot of stewed goose, a large pot of pork stewed noodle, dry eggplant, dried bean corner, dried bean stew, and a cabbage stew tofu. Outside of the 4 pots, there are several small sayettes and a plate of fried flowers. The staple food is a new bobbin bag and pot sticker. A big family is sitting in front of a big table in a black autumn. I am very happy to eat. Seeing Wang Chengming and a few dinner